Hello. Time to boot up the game. Time to boot up the game. Hello, Zap. Hello, Dark Wolf. Hello, Lego. I'm glad you guys like the metal cover. It's funny because that song that I was playing, um, making sure here, but have you seen the DMs? Yes, I have. I did right before I went live. Um, I that's the song that I've played that song like for like all of my RuneScape like starting soon screens. It's the one that I played first. The whenever you guys remember when I was streaming Desert Treasure 2 for like a week, because that quest took me like 12 hours because I was exploring like every little detail of it. Um, that was that song that I was playing. Um, okay. Dum, bum, bum. Oh, with black hair. All right. So here's my plan. Because I'm not good enough to do hardcore yet on Valheim. I gotta work my way up to that. So I think the best thing to do would be to jump into an actual hard save and try to beat the game and do some like skill building, right? Um, Done. Okay. World modifiers. We're gonna play on hard. Um, and I'm also gonna play without a map to practice what hardcore is like. By the way, if any of my friends have Valheim and want to play with me, I can open it up as a server. It will let me open it up as a server. So keep that in mind. Let me switch it over to actually show Valheim real quick. There's two Valheim windows. There's Valheim.exe and then there's unknown Valheim. I don't know which one I'm supposed to show. What's the difference? Okay, well, it crashed. Which makes sense because there was an update. And anytime there's an update, whenever you try to launch a world, for the first time, it usually crashes. I don't know why. And that's not just a me thing. Okay, so apparently that's the right one to show. You guys can see that, right? Is that showing? Yeah? Okay, cool. Cool, cool. Good, good. I don't know why. I just had the urge to play Valheim. Like, I just feel like playing it. I feel like just playing this game. I'd love to stream this game with like a group of people at some point. Uh, and do like a server kind of thing. Because it definitely has the potential to be. Dude, why is it crashing every time? It just crashed. I'm gonna try. Okay, I'm gonna try not having it be hooked by OBS until it fully opens because I think it might have something to do with me having OBS record the screen for some reason. You'll get it if the gameplay looks cool. It's sandbox, open world. Um, it's like if you take like some aspects of like Minecraft and Terraria, but it's like third person over the shoulder and it's Viking themed. I'm gonna try booting up the world without it capturing and see if that makes a difference. Maybe that's why there's two Valheim windows. And maybe I had it recording like the wrong one or something. I don't know. You got the sniper duel advancement on Europe. From one skeleton killing another. That's amazing. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second. Okay, yeah, I think OBS recording it while it's trying to generate the world was making it unhappy. Let's try. Oh, the other Valheim window went away. Okay, that's weird. Wait, why is it not showing? Hello? I just told you to show it. Excuse me. Okay. Skip intro. I think we're good now. Now that it's generated the map. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good. Alright. It's raining already. First things first, we need some wood and some food. It's kind of messed up that it's raining already. I just already have the the wet and cold debuff. Like from the get-go. Oh wait. That's because if you skip the intro, the rain lasts until you land because it doesn't advance the weather. Wow, you get punished, probably unintentionally, for skipping the intro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow, we have Ekthir right here. Huh. Okay. I got boars already. Can I beat a boar with a torch? Probably. I mean, just grab some dog. Is he dead? He might be dead. Nope. Got him though. Alright. I can craft a club in 6 wood. I have 3. Eat some raspberries, yeah. Alright. Stone is nice. I can make an axe. Do I just want to make the axe and use an axe as a weapon? Or do I want to go with the club? Let's see. Blunt 12 / 15. The axe is better. It's probably a wee bit slower. But I'm going to go with the axe. Because I feel like that's probably an upgrade over the club. In the long run. I think slash is just better. And playing without a map is weird. I don't know if I prefer it yet. I will say, like, initially, it's annoying to not know, like, which way I'm going. Because I truly don't know which direction I'm going, if I'm going north, south, east, or west. Which can be a problem because there are places to the north and there are places to the south. There's, like, the far north and the far south that have their own biomes and stuff. So you do kind of need to know which one is which. But I think you get a compass when you get on a boat. So I think that might be a problem that solves itself later. We're going to have to see. We're going to have to see. Anyway, we can now make a stone axe. So we've got a weapon and a tool. I just want to get out of these trees. If I'm honest. I want to get to, like, a field. Like that right up ahead. Perfect. Here we go. Okay, we got a bunch of boars right there. That is not a fight I will win against all 3 of them. So we don't want to take that on right now. I could try to sneak one of them. Okay, I'm sneaking pretty good. Let the stamina come back a bit. Ooh, does that one see me? Nope, they're both facing away. We have an opportunity here. Okay, get some stamina back. He's alerted, but he doesn't see me. No. He's too alerted. He's running away. Oh. It says I'm spotted by something. It's got to be that one. Honestly, I'm just farming sneak. And maybe that's the strat. Maybe I go like a sneak build. I'd love to do like sneak archery, I think. Use archery until I get the magic stabs, and then I want to go like mainly magic because I've never done that in this. Oh, there's a deer. I'd rather get the deer. That's a 1-star deer. Alright. I need to get some stamina. If I can kill this deer, I can get his food, his meat, and I can make him into some food. That would be good. That'd be kind of clutch. Let's see if we can kill this deer. The deer is not alerted. Dude, you're joshing me. You're joshing me. That's so unlucky. Raised my axe into the air, and then like a frame and a half before I brought it down and did damage, he sees me and runs away. Bruh. Bruh. That's so unfortunate. Hello, Grayling. Grayling's weak to fire. Got him. Alright, well. Ooh, mushrooms, mushrooms, mushrooms. Okay, we have a second food type. Thank you. Actually, that's third and fourth, if we're being real. By Valheim rules, that would be one, and that would be two.
My bad, sorry.
It's okay. Ooh, there's a house we can loot. Thank you. I can't chase that deer. He saw me. Okay. Well, we got a fresh torch. That's good. Whenever our first one breaks. It's funny because the torch they give you so that you don't have to deal with the dark of night. But in reality, it's such a strong first weapon against so many enemies. Because, like, fire is just good. It doesn't matter how you set something on fire. If they're weak to fire, the fire just does good damage. Okay, we are going to try to kill one of these boars. Actually, I'm just going to stand here and chill for a second while I put some barbecue sauce on my plate. I have dinosaur chicken nuggets and waffle fries. And if that isn't the most amazing meal you've ever heard described to you over a Twitch stream, or YouTube stream, sorry, you're lying. Like a 5-star dinner. Share with the class, Judge? Fuck the class. These are my dino nuggies. For the record, I'm sneaking around a lot more than you normally would have to this early on. But I'm playing solo, and I'm playing on hard, which means these boars will actually fuck me up if I get into an actual fight with them. I'm trying to take one of them out with a sneak attack. Like that. Got him. Okay. We got some leather scraps. And the third boar is none the wiser. Eat that mushroom, get ourselves some maximum stamina for a second here. Dude ran into me and didn't see me. The trick was to just not panic. That was clean. That was clean. All right. So we could be cheap. I think I will, because it'll be cool. I am going to repurpose this house. We're just gonna fix her up, you know? Repair everything. Make everything look good. Hit the beech tree, please. Hit the beech tree, please. I'm trying to do the vertical hit so I don't break the wall. I don't think I have a choice. Get really close to it, maybe? Nope, I don't know how to hit that, so... just try to not... Okay, we didn't hit the wall. We're good. Alright, so now... we're going to need to put up a wall there. A wall there. Can I help you, sir? Alright, let's go get some wood. This log will do. Oh, actually, you know it'll do great. Here's a fun trick to get a lot of wood for the Valheimers in the chat. If you ever played this game, a fun trick you can use to get a lot of wood. You ambushing me while I'm in a corner. That's bad sportsmanship. Perfect. Okay, 10 wood. Check this out, right? So, you get enough wood to build a crafting bench. I'm going to put this in my hotbar so I can track how much wood I have. We're at 6. This will get us to 9. Need one more right here. Watch this. This is a trick you can use to get a lot of wood. You set yourself up a crafting bench, and then you start breaking the pre-generated houses that are around the map. With a crafting bench nearby, it'll let you break it as if you built it. And everything gives you wood. Everything that you break, it gives you wood. More or less. You can do this for stone, too, in like, the mountains and stuff. The only resource this costs, it's lowering the durability of my hammer, and it's costing some stamina. But other than that, this is entirely free wood. And you can also have fun and leave floating wood like this that will break itself because it's not being supported by anything, which is just funny. And just by doing all that, I turned 10 wood into 51 wood. Check that out, yeah? Hold on one second. Gotta drop my fish in the other game I'm playing. Okay. Okay, so we got some wood. Let's go fix our new home. everything else is repaired. Now we need some roofs. That's the wrong kind of roof. We need a shorter one. See, this isn't a bad house, I'm going to be honest. This is going to be very temporary. It's just, I think that this is kind of nice as like a... I don't need to put in so much effort to get this to be, you know, suitable for living in, right? Like, it's just basically ready to go. Is that the wrong one? It had to be. There we go. Okay. Now I need to break one of these, probably. Hold on. Let's get a floor in here. Let's get a floor in here. Why's the floor not coming in? Huh. It's not like getting rid of the grass. Dude, really? Piss off, man. So people live here, okay? Well, we'll worry about getting rid of the grass later, I guess. Cool, we have a little home. I need to make a spot for a fire in the corner. So we're going to invert the roof right here. Right? So now that's like a little flap. So now when I place a fire, I need more stone for that. That's fine. We can go get some stone real quick. When I place a fire, the smoke will not accumulate in the house and suffocate me. Stone, stone, stone. Alright, we have a home. We technically did not build it. We stole it. But we stole it from dead people. So I think we'll be good. Alright, we have a fire. Bed is 8 wood. I'm gonna be right back while I use the restroom. Okay. I have used the restroom. Sorry about that. I was stuffing my face. All right. I need some more wood. I'll be honest. I felt like that took an absurd amount of hits to break that log. Two trees that I can hit at the same time. Efficiency. Well, there it goes. Oh, this is what we break. Okay. Slap ourselves down a bed and take a sleep. All right. The sun is rising. For we have awoken on a new morning. Give me that. Give me that. That's good. He saw me. What? I was sneaking. Oh, he ran into me. And I missed anyway. Dear 1, Judge 0. What can I say? I'll have my revenge on Dear Kind for this loss. That's okay. Who needs venison when you have waffle fries? Alright. If we kill some boar... Oh my gosh, it's foggy. We can make a bow. Actually, wait, no. Wait, I might be able to cheese something. One of my favorite things to do in this game. Okay, check this out. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys a nice trick in Valheim. If I take my stone axe, right here, and I hit this tree, this birch tree drops in Valheim what is known as fine wood. It's basically the next level up. So right now I've got normal wood. Oh, wait, hold on. We got a deer. I gotta kill the deer first. Hold that thought. Give me a second. Get some stamina back. Got him. All right. Okay. So birch tree, right? If I go up to that birch tree and I hit it with my axe, it says too hard. I cannot deal damage to it with this axe. Because I need a higher level axe to get higher level wood. That's kind of how this game does its gear progression. That's part of how it does its gear progression. However, something that you can do. I'm going to cut down this beech tree right next to that birch tree. Fun fact about cutting things down, or cutting things down, is I'm not like doing anything special to this tree. I'm just dealing damage to it, which causes it to fall, right? And fun fact about damaging things, damage, unlike material, doesn't care about how strong a material is, right? So if I break this log down so that I can roll it. Rolling things, you can set traps with actual things in the environment. So I just took 5 damage from this log hitting me, for example. If I push this log into the tree, it's going to do damage to it. So it just knocked down that tree right there. So if I'm going to try to curve this, like exactly perfect. And I just did 8.3 damage to the beech tree, or to the birch tree. So if I re-angle this a bit, I think that rock's going to be too much in my way at this angle. Need to do it like right there. 2.6 damage. 24.4 damage. Oh, there it goes. I knocked down the birch tree. So now that it's leaning on this tree right here, if I cut this down, oh, the beech tree fought back. I can roll this back and forth, and it and the beech tree are damaging each other. Because they're both an object of the environment that can collide to deal damage. Actually, I might have a better bet knocking this down on top of it. Come on. Come on. Come on. There it goes. 27 damage. Roll that over. Okay, we're getting some good progress here. So with this position, I think if I... Oh yeah, look at that. It broke it. So now, there we go. Perfect. This is like the perfect little angle. Look at that. Look at that. Ow, that hurt me. Okay, just maintain. And we've gotten fine wood. We got fine wood. I can make new furniture. I did not unlock the thing I wanted to. That's because I'm missing a different crafting ingredient. I'm gonna go ahead and get more fine wood before we leave. Okay. I need to set this one free. I'm gonna break this stump here. Perfect. All right. Now we can roll this guy. Now, fun fact about this, there are strategies involving this mechanic of things dealing damage to each other in the environment, and damage being the way that resources are collected, that makes automated farms in Valheim often look like you get the biggest enemy that you can find to chase you into a place that has a lot of that thing, and then you trap him there so that he keeps running into the things that you want to collect. And then if it's something like a tree that you can reliably respawn by planting it over and over again, there are farms, I believe, where you literally just get a troll to keep running into birch trees. Which is just funny. I got more fine wood. And that is the beauty of Valheim. I need to get deer hide to unlock the crafting recipe I want. Alright, we're on the hunt for some deer. I think with the fog, sneaking works better. I think. So even though normally the fog is annoying as shit, for now it is to our benefit. Now the reason why doing that to get fine wood is so strong. The way that Valheim is balanced, the first boss gives you an item that lets you make your first pickaxe. You cannot make a pickaxe until after the first boss. There's no mining. So you're stuck using like wooden weapons and leather armor basically, right? Fine wood normally it is collected with a bronze axe. And I can't get bronze, at least not normally, until after I kill the first boss. However, because I got fine wood, I can basically make a tier 2 weapon, which I'm going to be crafting as soon as I find a deer, because that's the only other resource I need to make it. I can make a tier 2 weapon before fighting the first boss, which gives me, like, a significant advantage. By the way, this is how you summon the first boss, this little altar right here. But we'll get to that later. I'm going to be fighting him with a weapon that you're not supposed to have access to until after you kill him. Which just feels good. I love sequence breaking in games. It's just fun. As long as the method, actually not even as long as, especially when the method is about as time consuming, but maybe slightly more difficult than the intended way, right? So it's not like you're cheating yourself out of the challenge if sequence breaking takes effort, right? You're just choosing to have a different experience and to have your difficulty come from somewhere else. Which I think is interesting. And that kind of thing belongs in sandbox games like this, in my opinion. So I'm glad that that's not something that they've decided to patch out. Like, they know that you can sequence break like that. And use, like, golems to mine silver and stuff like that. And get trolls and trees to do your woodcutting for you. And they have not gotten rid of it. Dog, how have I not seen a single deer? Sorry, I'm dropping my fish. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'm experiencing a problem, my friends. I think the meta might be to, no matter what, always build my home on a coast. And the only reason I say that is because this starting like continent is a bit bigger than I anticipated. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to find my house without a map. Well, the fog is gone. I still don't see any deer. I was hoping to see some flint by the river, but I didn't. Oh, there'll definitely be some flint down here. Yeah. Okay, we got some flint. Do a little bit of swimming. Is really just one flint? Well, that's sad. Oh no, here's another flint right here. Whoa. There's a whole, like, village over here. I don't want to cross that water yet. Oh wait, no, I recognize this. We're close to my home. Okay. Also, I heard a deer, so we're definitely near some deer. I see him. There's a deer. There's a couple of deer right there. Let me verify that this is close to my house. That's the rock. Is that my house right there? No. Maybe this isn't close to my house. There's a lot of boars right there. I think it might be in this field, like over that ridge. Let's kill these deer real quick before we get too far from them. Alright, before we try to sneak up on some deer, we need to get ourselves some stamina. So we're going to eat some food. Got some maximum stamina. Pull out our weapon. Pull out a shield just in case something gets dicey with a grayling. And sneak on up to Mr. Deer. Alright, we gotta let some stamina come back. Oh, that's a 1-star deer. That means that he will drop some additional loot if killed. Got him. You're gonna make some chicken nuggets? I'm glad that you've been converted to the cause. Alright, I got some deer hide. Interestingly, I still didn't get the crafting recipe that I wanted. This would have been a great place to build my house. This like wide open field along the coast. The reason why I think the coast might be a good idea to like keep doing builds near there is, one, it'll be easier to put like a shipyard there later whenever I can make a ship. And two, as long as I never leave the continent that I'm on, I'll always be able to find my house just by tracing the outside, right? It's like the right-hand rule when you're going through a maze kind of thing. I'll always be able to find my house if it's on the edge, and I never leave the continent without returning home first. So, finding my home is as simple as finding the shore, and then navigating that back. Hello, Mr. Boar. I can fight you normally, now that I have a shield. Hello, sir. 1-star boar. Bring it, bring it. See if I can do a parry. Ooh. I nailed it, but it didn't stun him for some reason. Okay. We can reliably farm boars at the moment. Which is good. I'm gonna look something up. What am I missing? What is a man missing? Oh. Okay. I know what I'm missing. And I can get it. I'm confident that I can get it. I need 10 fine wood, which we have. And then I need core wood. Core wood is a bit different. Hello, Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil. I would love to see a map tool come out for Valheim servers that works like the map tool that we have on Europe. Valheim's community is just not big enough, though, I think, for stuff like that to start coming out, at least not anytime soon. Which is unfortunate, because this game has so much potential. Is this my house? I think I found home? No. It looks like home, but it's not the same. This is a different field. Nothing. Ooh, beehive. Okay. So normally these things are, if you fight them at the wrong time, they're deadly because they don't deal a lot of damage, but they poison you. So if you haven't eaten food and your maximum health is like 20, it can kill you. But there's a fun trick you can do with beehives to make collecting them and their loot quite trivial. Whatever building they're attached to, they always spawn attached to a building. You just delete the supports of whatever building they're in, and the building will destroy itself. Because it's floating. You can't have a floating structure in Valheim. So I will just slowly let this building, like if you watch it, like it's starting to turn red. Once it turns too red, like it's starting to update every time something else breaks. It's trying to see if it has support from another source. Once it gets red enough, it'll just break. I can actually speed up the process by breaking some of these. Much like the building that it is attached to, the beehive cannot exist if it's not supported. So if I let the wood break... Wait, is it getting support from the beehive? That's gotta be new. Oh, no, it's slowly dying. We're good. Just gotta give it time. Let's collect all this wood real quick. The beehive broke. We get our honey and we get our queen bee, and now we can make our own beehive at home. And there you go. That's an easy way to get bees without getting poisoned because you don't actually have to deal damage to it. And it's fun and clever. If you have a bow, you can just shoot it from really far away and the bees can't reach you, which is like probably quicker. But I don't. So easiest way for me to get these beehives is to just make it so the beehives aren't on anything. And it should come crumbling down. So I give it a second. There we go. We got a second queen bee. 2 queen bees back to back. We can start getting our first like farm stuff set up. I can get 2 beehives now. Once I figure out, you know, maybe I abandoned that house. There really wasn't anything there. I made a fire. I made like a chest and I put like some money in it. I'm not too worried about that money. I can farm later easily. I think we'll work our way back to the coast and just do that, because I think that plan of always building my base on a coast will serve me well into the future. No matter how big the continent or how easy it is to get lost, I can always go in a straight line to find the edge, and then I just travel around the edge to find my house. BRB, no worries. Can I help you? He's trying. He's really trying. Oh, I found spawn. Unfortunately, spawn is something that I need to know where it is. But I have a plan. Dog. Go away, Mr. Boar. Okay. Spawn is something I need to know where it is. So, I have a plan. I think what we'll do is we will go to the shore as we discussed. I'm just going to go this way. Straight line this way. Eventually, we'll be able to just put a portal there, and then it won't be a big deal. But we don't have access to portals yet, and we won't for a minute. So until then, I have a solution. Oh, this is perfect. Wait, no, that's not a shore. Dang it. That's just a field. Fields are nice, but that's not... The nuggies are done? Hell yeah. Okay, the coast is a bit too far. So we're going to go back. We're not going to go in that direction. Hang on, I got to drop some fish. Okay. There it is. Okay. So. Piss off. Alright. Straight line away from spawn. Dude, why are there so many boars right now? Okay. Straight line. In this direction. Hopefully we come across a shore or a clearing pretty quick. This seems pretty promising. Okay. Never mind. This is not. Oh no, it does. There's the shore right there. I see the water. Perfect. Okay. So we're gonna get down to the shore, and I'm gonna build like a sign that points in the direction of spawn. And honestly, I like this beach. So I think we put our home here too. This is quite chill. Anyway, we're going to build a crafting bench. And we're going to build a big old pole. Dude. Alright. And then we will put a dragon head facing where we came from. Perfect. And then we will know that the dragon head points in the general direction of spawn. Look at that. So now we will be able to find spawn with our little like totem pole thing here. Alright, let's check this area out real quick, because this is probably going to be where I put the base. Hello, Mr. Boar. Thanks for the stuff. You want to go too? Okay. Whoa, it lagged because it saved the game. What would it take to get myself... It's so annoying. I hate the crafting tables need a roof. The other stuff that you have to craft with, like a forge and stuff, I agree, should have a roof. Like a crafting bench should not need a roof to craft. Okay. A hoe. I can make a hoe already. Okay. Terraforming. Yeah, that's pretty good. Start with that. Five wide. I need you to level lower, not higher. You fool! Oh, it's where I'm standing, isn't it? Ah. That's... Okay, that's so much nicer. It levels to wherever I'm standing. So if I just stand at the height I want it to be at, and then... Ah. I didn't know that this entire time. We're good now, though. That rock's gonna have to go, let me tell you. Alright, pull out. Pull that out. You like, did it not go lower? I bet that part can't go lower. It feels like it can't go any lower. Damn it. Why not? Yeah, it's like refusing to get rid of that mound right there. I'll need a pickaxe to get rid of that. Well, that's stupid. Okay, fine. Give me my wood back then. I'll just build it along this way. 3 wide is not enough. I need at least 4. Please. Look at that. That's horrible. Look, it's dropping it down over there, just not over here. Bruh. Hang on. I dropped my fish. That got rid of, like, some of it. That's not doing, like, anything. Do I have to lower the stuff around it, maybe, and that's why? Because, like, the ground's trying to connect or something? Let's try that. Nope. It just will not go lower. Okay. And it won't... Oh, man. Well, I guess we're building this way. It looks so jank, though. That's not what I wanted, and that's not even on the ground. Alright, we gotta raise. Okay, that's blue now. That's still not blue. Bro. Come on, you should be blue. Why are you not blue? Whatever. Is that blue? That's not blue. Is that blue? That's not blue. Okay. Then we got to raise that a bit. Just raise that. Okay, that's blue now. So now if I level, still blue? Still blue? Nope. Okay, I can't lower it twice. Missing requirement, rock? Bruh. Oh, there's flint here. Okay. Okay. If anybody's curious what I'm talking about, blue. If something is... So basically, remember how I was showing you the structural integrity of that stuff that was breaking? If something is showing up as blue, it's connected to the ground. So it's grounded. Which means that it has the same structural integrity as the ground. There's nothing that you can do to, like, break it. If I build off of something that is blue, that thing will be green. Because that is one object removed from the ground. Now, if I build something off of green, it'll be a slightly yellower green. And why are all those green? Okay, so if you see, this one is like a deeper green. Then maybe not. Hold on. Is it because I know why? The recent cold came with a cold sore. You're taking recoil eating these nuggies. Nice. All right, here we go. So this thing is one removed off of a green. That's two removed off of a green. That's three removed off of a green. And as you can see, it starts to like yellow out the further out it gets from the structural integrity of a blue. So you want your floor to almost always be blue. This one's not, but I can just put the door there and then it won't matter. So that's fine. Then that's how building in Valheim works. So you can turn that off if you're doing something like in creative, so that things will never break unless you break them. Which I will definitely do at some point. But I understand why they don't want you to be able to make infinitely large structures. There's my hiccups. There's the sneeze. Thank you. I'm already out of wood again. Oh. Okay. Is that fine wood? No, that's normal wood. We can do one more. Okay. I think I'm good on Valheim for now. I'm gonna jump onto something else and work on something else. But that is this is Valheim. And there is much more for me to do. There's bosses and there's dungeons and there's exploration and all sorts of crazy stuff. And at this point, because I'm doing the sequence breaking thing, maybe I'll do a goal where I'll try to progress my gear as far as I can before killing a single boss. Because there's this hilarious trick that you can do. I can get bronze well before intended. And then I can use bronze nails to make a type of furniture. And there's a chair. It's basically the way that you get iron. I'll explain it. The way that you get iron is you go to a different biome. It's called the swamp. It's like honestly one of the hardest areas in the game. There's these things called sunken crypts, and it's quite literally like a little mausoleum structure popping up over the ground that has this big iron gate over it. And the iron gate can be opened with a key that is dropped by the second boss. So normally you have to kill the second boss to get iron. There's a chair that you can craft through bars, and the hitbox of the chair is big enough that you can have the hitbox pop out from the bars while the place that the animation of sitting will put you is on the other side of the bars. So you can use the chair to just get through it and go into the crypts. And as long as you have, technically you don't even need a pickaxe at that point. You can get iron from chests, but you can make a bronze pickaxe at that point. So maybe I'll just sequence break and see how far I can progress my gear before killing a single boss. That'd be fun. That'd be interesting. Do like a low boss percent run more or less. Like see how far in the game I can get without doing any of the actual content that you're supposed to do. That could be an interesting thing. That could be a cool, goofy thing. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. And then we're going to find something else to do on the stream. BRB. Okay, I've returned. I have returned. I'm looking at the development stuff that's coming out whenever they do the Ashlands update. And the stuff they're adding to Valheim looks amazing. Welcome back. Thank you, Lego. Okay. I'll show you guys what I was doing on my other monitor. I was gaming away on old RuneScape here. Just doing some fishing. It's funny because I'm fishing, but I'm not fishing for fish XP. This particular type of fishing is called barbarian fishing. You can see on the XP drops that it also gives me strength and agility XP. I'm really close to maxing my agility. Really close to maxing my agility. Oh, you know what I could do? I could jump a minty pink lemonade and get Zap logged in on there. The technical server. Not quite a technical server. It's a hodgepodge server. There's technical players, there's builders, there's grinders, all that stuff. I could hop over onto that. Maybe that is the method. Be down? This guy's clan symbols are amazing. That's Bob the Cat, I think. And I don't know what the fuck that is. I have no idea what that face is. After you finish securing the thing, no worries. Take your time. In the meantime, I'm going to talk to you guys about my RuneScape plans. Okay, because I do have some plans for RuneScape content. Right now, I've been working in my downtime and on my phone whenever I'm able to at one of my jobs. There's a lot of downtime, and I'm allowed to be on my phone. They don't care. I've been working away at slowly maxing my account. Slowly but surely maxing my account. Which is it's chill, you know? It is relaxed, it is easy, it is simple. It is no big deal. And it's a slow process. I'm still roughly 490 hours away from maxing. But a lot of those 490 hours are doing stuff like this, where I literally am just standing here fishing. So I can do it on the side while I'm working on other stuff. After I max my account, I'm going to be doing some content for RuneScape. I'm going to be making some videos that I have planned. One of them involves doing something with Lamb Lake, where we're going to play through as Group Iron Man, which is, in my opinion, one of the most interesting ways to play the game. Where basically we can only interact, trade, and work with each other. We can't do content with other players. So if we want to kill a boss and we need gear for that boss, we have to get the gear and the food and the equipment all ourselves. We have to work together to be able to do things. I am going to lock my character on the western continent of Zaya, which when Old School came out, this was the first major update, and it quite literally separates. It's like content that was made for people coming back to the game. Is basically we all grew up playing on this continent over here, so this is all old hash. This is all old stuff for us. This is all new. Everything over here is something that's new that wasn't in the game before Old School RuneScape was released, basically. Lamb has never experienced RuneScape. So Lamb is going to chill over here on the old continent and play RuneScape as it was intended back in the day and build his account over here. I am going to do the opposite and build my account on the content that was made for people like me. The new stuff, the fresh stuff. Like the cities and the dungeons that are about the same difficulty, but just different than the ones we spent hundreds of hours doing over on this side of the world, right? With the ultimate goal of entering the Chambers of Xeric, which is RuneScape's first raid. And we're going to set up some kind of system in place to make it so that we either have to, like, beat a raid or green log the raid or something to allow my character to leave the Western continent and come with him over here. And that'll be the end of, like, Season 1. Season 2, I'm thinking about bringing in one of my friends that plays RuneScape a lot, and we're going to lock him in another area. So, like, we're going to lock him over into Mauritania, where the second raid is. And he's going to have to build his account over here. And then we're going to work our way into Mauritania and work with him to finish the second raid and bring him out. And so on and so forth. I think you guys see where I'm going with this. And that's kind of what we're going to be working towards. We're going to work on having our accounts work together while all being, like, asymmetrical. My account is going to be almost entirely built from things that you get or obtain or work on over on this side of the world. Lamb is going to have the main continent, and then we're going to have a friend that's, like, stuck up in the swamp, more or less. And we're going to see how it goes. I think it could be damn cool. We just got to see what we can pull off. We got to see what is possible. But we'll see. I'll see what content's looking like for me at that point, because that's all different stuff. You know, that is completely different content from what I normally do. That would be a video series. That would not be a live stream. Okay, I got a solid, like, 10,000 agility XP. That's not bad. Not quite 10,000, but, like, close to 10,000. Got a lot of fishing XP. 80k, not bad. I'm going to teleport out of here real quick. Hit up the bank real quick. And do a couple of laps on an agility course and see how many laps it says I need to 99. After I finish one lap, it should tell me exactly how many laps I need to max my skill. Let's see. Laps until goal, 801. Not bad. 800 is not a lot. You accidentally did a stupid? How bad? Like, saying saying to check DMs isn't working. No, there we go. You need me to do the thing that you said in DMs? Oh, I see. I see. YouTube wasn't sending the message telling you to check DMs. Not right now. Okay, we could do it later after I end stream. I'll be up for a bit. It's a holiday evening. Down to do the server stuff whenever. Okay. All right. Did 3 little laps. 3 chill, relaxed little laps. 799 laps until 99. That's pretty good. I could get a bunch of those busted out next week. I'm gonna get my first level 99 in RuneScape ever. It's gonna be freaking agility. It's just funny. Before I hop on the server, I'm gonna do a quick herb run because I need the farming XP and also the money. So I'm gonna do that first, and then I will get on the server, whitelist you, and you can goof around. Maybe Lego will get on too, if Lego's not busy or getting ready for bed or something. Okay. We gotta play some farming music. Hang on. Man's quickly coding something up. Ooh. Ooh. Lego the coder. Oh, speaking of coding, Lego. Not right now. I need you to add something to the origin for CryptidCraft for later. It's gonna be like an intermissionary thing. I need something to happen on my character, but it's just a visual thing. Basically, I need for a short while. I could say this on stream because it's not really spoiling anything. For a short while, I'm gonna need Judge to do the shake that you do when you're in the cold, but permanently. If that... What version of this is going to be on, by the way? Most recent? Yeah. Sure. I figured that wouldn't be too complicated because I've seen other origins have that shake, like, in it. That were... Actually, it's funny. Both of them were on CryptidCraft. So I figured that wouldn't be, like, too difficult, or at least it's not impossible. But just that, like, shiver effect. I'm not using it to signify him being cold. I'm using it to signify him being like scared, kind of. But that's for later. It's not. There's no rush on that at all. It's gonna be a bit from now. I'll give you more details later. All right, let's switch it up. We got more farming music. I love RuneScape music. It's so good. Active ability, you can toggle it with a keybind. Oh, that's fair. Yep. Oh, better yet, Lego. Could you put it on the... You remember the origin that I asked you to, or the version of it that I asked you to do that's going to add the active ability? The other form? Could you have it be so that I'm shaking when I'm not in that second form? That makes sense. So like whenever I'm like just like my normal Kappa self, I'm shaking. But then when I activate that form, it turns off the shake. Would that be possible? Because that would actually be perfect. Like that would be like literally perfect. Yeah, sure. Perfect. Perfect. All right. One more. One more herb patch. All right. We harvested our herbs. It's not bad. Not bad loot. Good loot, mate. $415K to 99 farming. I'm gonna get two back-to-back 99s. I'm gonna get agility first because I want that to be the untrimmed cape. I love the infinity robe set. I think it looks great. Some people like shit all over this robe set. I think it looks amazing. I love it. Just wish that it was more useful than it is because it's not really useful. It's not good gear. It's not good gear. It gets you like marginal accuracy increases, and the defenses are terrible. But that's like a good looking mage set in my opinion. I think it's awesome. The infinity robes. What I want the Virtus robes so bad. We'll get there eventually. Doing good. Doing good on the RuneScape grind. Okay. That's enough of that. Actually, I'm going to set myself up to do some more fishing while I'm working on stuff on that server. So we'll log back in. I'm going to mute stuff so you guys aren't hearing that play while we're playing a different game. Excuse me? Thank you. Okay. Click, 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 click. Rod. That. Those. And that. Teleport out of here. Throw those on. Go to the Barbarian Outpost. Go a little bit south. That guy's coming to go do some fishing too. right. And then we chill right here. And I put this guy here. It's gonna look funky when I do this, but that's fine. I shrink it down so that I can slap it on my other monitor. Zoom in. So now all I do is click another fishing spot, and then occasionally I shift click and drop all my fish, and then keep fishing. And that's that. All right, back to Minecraft. Let me boot up real quick. I gotta change the title and everything real quick. Content, live, edit. Want a VC during this? Yes. I'll be in the Discord that I invited you to. Working on stuff. Minecraft. Let me set. Save that. I need to update the game. Customization. No. No. Why can't I change the game? I'm not playing Valheim anymore. There we go. Minecraft. Save. Perfect. Okay. Delete that. Close that. Open that. And boot that. F11 that. I'm going to get you the IP before I show my screen, because I don't want that to be on the internet. Okay. There we go. I sent it to you in DMs. Don't join just yet. I need to whitelist you first. Okay. Let's see. Main, Minecraft window. Okay. We good? We good? Can you guys see? You guys can see, right? Flash. Whitelist. Fantazap. That's right? Zap. That's good. That's your name? I think that's your name. Have I typed it in proper? It's not like Fantazap underscore. Sorry. Whitelist. Add. Fantazap. My bad. Okay, you should be able to connect now. And I'm gonna get on the Discord. We might be joined by Big Ben. Big boy Ben. Should be cool. If not, no worries to Ben. Let's see here. I can get you booted up with some gear. That's better than nothing. Those are both better than nothing. Feather falling is nice. There's a smite sword, an efficiency pickaxe. And Lego, did you collect the elytra that I gave you yet? Because if not, looks like you did. Okay. Yeah, you did. Sorry for going through your things. Waiting for the game to boot. No worries. I'm gonna get you an elytra. I'm gonna fly over to spawn and put stuff in a chest for you, so you have stuff to work with. I'm gonna go through the end and get you an elytra real quick, so that you're up to snuff. You'll see a very powerful iron farm spawn. This first chest by the iron farm is gonna have chestplate, helmet, pickaxe, sword, and boots. What?
You're too kind. Thank you for letting me into here, for getting me an elytra. It's very much appreciated, my dear friend Jorge Alejandro.
Why are you saying that so that it sounds like half sarcastic?
Because wait, I don't remember why. I forgot. I was saying like you're too kind for the elytra, but then I included everything else, but then I'm like, wait, this sounds sarcastic, but I was too far in, so I just kept going.
Gotcha.
And I think it made worse.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Can you prove it? On a scale from 1 to 10, how good is pretty good?
Pretty good?
I see.
Oh, I do have an elytra. I have a spare one. Never mind. I don't need to go in there.
Hell yeah.
Wait, Lego, did I give you the elytra? Or did I leave it somewhere for you? Did you find it? I swear it was like in one of your chests or something. Did you get it?
Carrots.
Because if not, I can give Lego this one and go get you a different one.
Okay. Let's see here.
Yeah, in your barrel? Perfect. Okay. It'll be easier to get home this way.
I want this to show. Let's see here. Biome. Light level. Game time. And then I want this to. If I go. Change position, preset, top right corner, confirm. I'm setting my mini-map settings right now, basically.
Nope. Dude, this guy followed me from the end.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am.
Christ. I don't think they're supposed to do that.
He must have gone... Okay, the only thing I can think of is he barely jumped into the portal before he would have gotten despawned. And then because I flew to spawn, he was able to teleport to me.
Yeah.
Because this is a round where he would have gotten sent. Anyway, here's an elytra. It's not enchanted.
Look how cool armor trims look. Like, that's sick.
That's why we're playing on current version. Because, like, we were a little upset. We were a little frustrated trying to set things up with limited access to, like, updated plugins. But, like, current Minecraft is just too good. It was just too good.
Alright.
So there's not a lot of plugins yet. We've got like Core Protect and Vanish so that we can do like admin stuff. But that's pretty much it for the moment. We're going to have more quality life plugins later. I need to get a chunk loader on here to help with the lag. But yeah, that's about where we are. We got cats spawning. Little cat.
Yeah, it's a village.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Yep. The entrance for the iron farm, if you want to get yourself some iron, is over this way. Been meaning to put a couple of blocks by the entrance so people can find it.
So how long has this server been a thing?
2 months, I want to say.
Okay. So I'm here towards the start.
Yes. I have big plans for this server.
Yeah. Just gonna grab some iron and make some basic gear.
It's been a really long time since I've just had. It's funny because a good way to compare this server, and also like a good way to consider the potential future that it could have. This server
Mm.
is being started the exact same way that was described whenever they talked about how the Dream SMP began. It is just a vanilla
Oh, boy.
Minecraft server with very loose rules that I'm inviting my friends to. And that's what the Dream SMP was. And it turned into like one of the biggest cultural phenomenons of recent years. So like
I think the issue is though, like the Dream SMP basically made it to where people don't want things like the Dream SMP anymore because everyone tried to do it again.
I mean, I guess that's fair, but we don't have
I
to
don't think
do
that was
exactly what the
supposed to
Dream
be done.
SMP did. I'm just using that as like an
Yeah.
example of like that's technically possible, you know?
Anything is technically possible. And I mean, like, to be fair, the amount of dedication you put into, like, servers like this, glances at Fractured. Like, if you want to make something do at least pretty good, you can make it do at least pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think you're capable of making something if you want it to not be completely just, like, fails to get any traction. I don't think you're capable of doing that. Oh, there's some diamond gear in here. Am I allowed to take this?
In where?
It's in a chest right next to the iron farm.
Yeah, I put those there for you. That's for you.
Uh,
I didn't have any pants, sorry.
that's fine.
With the Elytra, you can go and get yourself some really sick gear by just going straight to the end. Like you can just bust a couple of end cities, and then you've got more than enough enchanted tools and stuff to like start yourself off with, and shulkers. So.
Yeah. I would need to get some fireworks for that.
We have a unfortunately really bad creeper farm. That I can go get some gunpowder rum for you.
So I just need to find the paper.
No, we have a sugarcane farm as well.
Hell yeah.
There's a spot that you'll see a very boring non-colored beacon beam whenever you start heading towards where like we're calling it the residential area. The beacon that has
Oh.
no color that's by itself. There's a spot with two beacons, not to be confused with that one. The one that has one beacon beam, we're calling it the industrial district. We're gonna be putting all of the like AFK-able farms that don't interfere with each other there. So like, like automated like sugarcane, bamboo, like pumpkins and melons, stuff like that. Anything that you can AFK.
Right. I was trying to set a setting, and then I just see myself on fire and hear a zombie, and I accidentally hit disconnect because using the menus is incredibly laggy for me right now. What the heck?
Is your internet bad? I'm not lagging at all.
Well, it's not even game lag. It's just like the menus for me right now. And I think what it is, right? It's because I'm loading the game off of a USB stick because this isn't my PC.
Oh yeah, no,
Or it's just,
that
if I'm going through menus and shit, it's gonna be like writing to that. And so
Yeah.
it takes me. And I can play on servers fine because it's not writing to my thing; it's writing to the server.
right.
So it doesn't matter too much. But when I'm altering the settings, I need to like be a little bit careful.
Why don't you for something like that? Why don't you get like an external instead of using a USB?
Because that costs money, Jorge Alejandre, and money is expensive.
That's true. Money is expensive.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna
So which way is the res district?
the residential district.
Yeah.
If you engage or if you go from the iron farm, you'll see a portal up on the hill. Go climb past that portal or go into that portal. Either way, you'll get to the residential area pretty fast. If you go through the portal, you just follow the path and go to the portal that the path leads to. If you go past the portal, you just kind of run across that field and you'll come across where everybody's been like setting up their houses and stuff.
I see a big moon-looking thing. It's a circle.
That is Hex's build.
Oh. So how active are the people on here?
Right now the most active players are, ironically, Lego and Hex. Me and Ben, Ben and Blaze, who started the server, have all been stupidly busy with the job that the three of us share. So we haven't been too busy. But I mean, we've accomplished quite a bit in the time that we have played, and we don't intend to stop. It's just we've been busy. So it's fairly active right now. It's not like super active, but it's fairly active, I would say.
Ongoing raid.
Yeah.
Lego, I appreciate all these enchantment books, but I only have 0 experience. I'd like to keep the inventory space for now. Let me put this actually in the here. I'm just gonna put every enchantment book you've given me in this ender chest. Okay. Lego's just showering me with these gifts, but I can't use them because I'm poor. Alright. See, this is 1.19.2. Whenever 1.20.3 comes out, right? Are you gonna enable experimental settings?
Trade with villagers at the marketplace. Oh yeah, you can get a lot of levels really quickly by going to the if you see the spot where there are 2 beams from the residential district, that's the market district. We're gonna be putting all of the villagers there at some point. There's a lot of iron in a chest there, and sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. There's a lot of iron in a chest there. You can go pull iron from those chests and trade with the toolsmiths to get a lot of experience very quickly.
Okay.
And you can keep any emeralds you get too.
Nice. Are you gonna enable experimental features when 1.20.3 comes out? So we can play around with like the crafter and copper mold?
Oh, that's right. You can do that. I'll talk with Ben about it because Ben does all of the like the back end maintenance and stuff. So as long as that doesn't interfere with anything he's doing, I don't.
Yeah, like as long, and the nice thing is as well, right? Unless it gets fully implemented in the next update, the experimental features does not include the villager rebalance. Like those are separate tabs.
Popular. I understand why it's not popular. And for certain things, it is kind of frustrating. I will not be able to, like, I will need to finish and, like, super duper lock down a villager trading hall before I ever update my ocean only world.
Jesus decides that you don't have a swamp biome within 5,000 blocks, then RNGesus has decided you don't have a swamp biome within 5,000 blocks. You're not practically getting mending. Like, there's issues with it, like with the biome specific stuff. I'm at a base level okay with that, but then it's also a matter of like the trades that you can get from like the maxed out villagers, right?
Yeah.
Outside of the ones that are literally they don't have any other levels. As in like mending infinity, right? They only have the 1 level.
Yeah.
All enchantment books you get from them, other than those 2, are not max leveled. Like, none of them. Even if you max out the villager, you'll get Unbreaking 2. And they're not fixing the anvil issue, right? It'd be fine if they removed, like, the too expensive cap on the anvil. Because that purpose has long since been lost since mending was added, right? Like, that was just so you couldn't repair a tool forever. They added mending, now you can. So that doesn't have a reason to exist.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point.
I will say, they are adding the trial chambers, and apparently the loot in there is, like, actually absurd. But that's gonna get rebalanced before the thing's out. Like, you can get many, many god apples and, like, max level enchants. And it's also a fact of, right, if that becomes the main thing, then villagers are basically going to be... Alright, I'm trying to think of how that would work, right? It's gonna make max enchants kind of similar to, like, it's gonna be one of those items that's just like you have one guy that like speed runs all the trial chambers,
Yeah.
and then it's just a pain in the ass to get max enchants unless you're the guy that speed ran all the trial chambers.
Well, I mean that just what you're describing just sounds like a world border issue because there will be plenty of trial chambers for other people to do as long as they can like fully expand out.
It depends on how often they generate, and also the fact that it's found like exclusively underground makes it a lot more of a pain in the butt to find than like say like you're traveling out a good distance for like an end city or something, right?
Right.
Like those are two different things because one of them you can actually see. Oh, we're on the roof. Nice.
Yep.
Where's our gas farm? Come on, Jack.
Hasn't been built yet. Hasn't been built yet. It will be built at some point. The only reason I haven't built it yet is because I was talking to Ben about it. Ben is a nerdy technical player like us. He's never done a ghast farm, and said he was interested in it. So I've been waiting until he and I both have a day off to do it.
Okay.
But a ghast farm will exist.
I love the raft boat. Like the bamboo boat is wonderful. Oh, the end. Nice. Sweet. Hold up. Is there anything I want to put here? I don't need that on me. I don't need these emeralds. Whee! Alright, where's our sand duper?
That's also will be in the future. I'm still
I
so
see.
sad that they patched out the using of dragon eggs to get rid of bedrock on the roof.
That was a long time ago.
It was. It makes me sad.
I'm so happy with like, okay, so Judge,
Yeah.
here's the thing, right? If you would be interested in this in the slightest, let me know.
Okay. Here, take
You
some
know my
food.
survival thing that
You've
I'm
got
doing?
you got fireworks. You've got food. Go get your things that you need.
Go get him, Tiger.
Yep.
So you know the survival series that I've been doing, right? Like
Yeah.
the multi-person thing? Like, I'm enjoying it quite a bit, because, right, that's giving me access to, like, a lot of features that stop existing, both, like, bugs, or, like, just weird quirks, weird oddities that don't exist anymore, right?
Yeah.
And so...
Oh, the next something killed the guy, and the next wave of the raid started because there's a Ravager out here.
Uh-oh. But, like, in doing that, right, there's gonna be some cool bullshit I get to deal with. Like, for example, one thing I'm gonna do is generate Sky Dimension chunks.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing you can do. If you, like, load the world up as a server and then downgrade, the player data is still having it, like, generate the Dimension 1 stuff,
Yeah.
which, after the end gets removed by downgrading, but that version still just happening to put Sky Dimension in that dimension label, like, literally the version before the end gets added. You're able to just generate those chunks, but in the overworld. It's like some weird bullshit.
That's cool.
And so, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of fun stuff like that. At some point, multiplayer does get added to the game. I would be down to, like, have people on it.
The boy's still in the Bodhi? That was weird, because there was a full-on Ravager right there.
Hmm.
Now, I know that's not the case, but that puts in my head that there's the concept of, oh, the raid bar is gone, so in theory, we kill him and we're fine. Yeah, we're good. In theory, a cool update on harder difficulties, it'd be nice if a Ravager could just show up with the normal Illager patrols.
That'd
That'd be
be
kind of neat.
terrifying.
It'd be terrifying, but it'd be cool. It'd be cool.
But, like, what do you think of being, like, just joining the world sometimes? Like,
That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
It's
I'd be
not
down.
going to be a server. That's still, like, my survival world.
Yeah.
right? So I'm not just gonna have it as like a server that any person can jump on, but
Yeah,
like,
inviting guest stars for certain episodes would be cool.
yeah, even just to like screw around.
Hello, Lego.
Okay, so I don't have unbreaking or mending on this elytra, and this is something that I should have thought of prior.
Well,
This thing is at 176 durability. I just happened upon an end gate. I'm heading back to safety.
messaged me on Steam. I got a notification from Steam, and there's no what? There's a cheater up there. Cheater.
Yo, I beat the game!
You what?
I beat the game! Roll credits! Hell yeah.
What was that sound?
Minecraft Java Edition. I see the player you mean. Phantazap?
I heard
Yes.
a wandering trader. Where is he?
It has reached a higher level now. It can read our thoughts. I'm not doing this again. Okay. I fucking did that like whenever the end first opened up on Fractured. I spent an entire like 40 minutes on stream just reading the entire fucking credits. And
Okay.
Strando by the end of that just wanted to like shoot me. It was so funny. Any trims that you could duplicate. Duping is allowed?
You don't.
No, I know.
That hurt. That hurt.
You're welcome. Yes.
You said. Did you just say the word test?
Wait, shit. That's the wrong one.
Here, I threw him on the ground next to you, Lego, to your left.
Alright, so I'm just at like the pink beacon right now because I don't know where to go. I'm just living my best life. I need work. I need something. Something to like. I don't even know anymore. Also, wait, has this person just. Okay, Big Shower is on. When did you get on?
He joined with Vanish. That's why you didn't see the connect.
Okay.
That's
That's
Big Dog. That's Big Dog. Big Dog Ben.
Big.
Um,
Big.
Okay, so I would love for a patrol to show up. I want to do a raid. I need totems.
Okay. Why don't you make a raid farm?
Huh?
Why not make a raid farm?
We are going to after we change to a server host that can handle raid farms.
Touche.
What?
I said touche.
Like we could build a small one that's not complex, but there are like
But
very impressive raid farms, and I'd like to go all out for something like that.
Is that God? That's God. They're flying. Hero bird?
Hero
Is
burn.
that Crabburn? Hebron?
Habrin.
Hero Burn? Herburn real? Hero Burn, break some leaves, do the thing. Why nice is that you?
I'm just gonna fly around and see if I can find like a pillager outpost. Oh wait, no. I have a map for I gave it to Ben actually. Ben, can I have the woodland map?
Or like handsome Brian. Okay. Whee! Alright, I'm gonna put him on a fishing rod. Aha! I got him.
Why am I using fireworks whenever it's raining? I'm too
Why
rich.
are you fireworks?
What?
Oh my god, you can pull people in creative with a fishing rod. Like, you can pull people who are actively flying with a fishing rod.
He's not actually in creative mode. He's in Vanish Fly, so that's why.
Ah.
Vanish Fly is weird. Let me tell you, it's real weird.
Alright. I see sheep. I see potion stand. So wait, if they're not in creative, can I attack them? Does that work?
It might let you hit him. I'm not sure.
It did. Alright, well, now that I hit the big man, I'm going to run.
You're so stupid. Why are you stupid?
My Elytra's at 29 durability. This is a sad day for the Elytra community. Discord SRV is not active in plugin. That would do it. That would do it. What host is this using?
Shockbite for now. I'm gonna be upgrading after Thanksgiving.
That would do it, yeah. Shockbite's okay, right? Like, it gets the job done, but if you're doing a technical server...
Shockbite
gonna-
is, I like Shockbite. They get a lot of slack, but they're very upfront. Like if you go to their website and you actually read their stuff, they're pretty straightforward. Where they're like, "Yo, this shit is cheap as balls, but we do not have a customer support staff. Like, we do not pay anybody to help you deal with your problems. You are doing everything on your own. We are here to provide the server. What happens with and on the server is up to you and you alone."
Like, not the support staff is normally fine. Occasionally it's been very annoying, because sometimes I'll get, like, an error that does not seem to be caused by any mod whatsoever. Or, like, anything that I can fix.
Yeah.
And then there's just not jack shit you can do at that point. Like, sometimes you'll get a bug that, like, persists even after resetting the entire, like, server, like, wiping the file clean.
Yeah.
So I normally use Bisect in that regard, just because it's a little bit stronger hardware, and also the support does exist. That's usually my go-to.
Hello, Mushroom Island.
Mushroom.
Hello, Ocean Temple. We have a
Sir.
Mushroom Island that has two ocean monuments very close to it. I plan on draining both of those as projects at some point.
Are there any, like, actively ongoing projects?
Actively ongoing projects? You'd have to ask Ben on that one, actually.
Hmm.
Ask Ben what needs doing. I don't have any projects of my own at the moment.
You know what, let me check the MCDF wiki. Let's see what's available to even do on this version.
Ooh, another Ocean Temple. Screenshot those coordinates.
Every time I look up the MCDF wiki, like Minecraft Discontinued Features wiki,
Yeah.
it always, like, I always have to hit the, like, I mean what I'm searching button.
Yeah.
You know how, like, it'll be like, did you mean this? Because
Yeah.
it's always like, did you mean the McDonald's wiki? Without fail. Every time.
That's kind of funny.
It's fucking hysterical, but also, jeez. Let's see. Let me check.
Okay, this
What?
Woodland Mansion is actually really close.
Ayo?
I'm already
Yeah,
there, and my coordinates are like 2K, negative 2K, roughly.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This will be used in the future. This will be used in the future. I'm gonna check the whole outside for any nearby lava pools, because fire tick is on, and I don't want this thing to go up in flames just yet. Lord knows these things can burn. Yeah, I don't see any fire sources. Obviously, lava or lightning is still a thing, but it's not thunderstorming right now, so I think we're good. Can always set up some lightning rods to prevent. Okay. Woodland Mansion. Haven't done one of these in a minute. Slap that guy in the offhand. Put the golden apple in the hotbar. I think I'm
There's
good.
a cat begging for my attention. Hello. What do you need? You just need pets? Is that all you want? Just need pets? Pets, pets, Pete's. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Why are you in such a petting mood? What's going on here? Alright guys, when are we switching to 23W13 A or B?
Not right now, I'll tell you that.
I wanna do.
Ooh, I heard my evoker.
I'm
Dude,
trying to think.
Vindicators
Like-
hurt so bad.
Yeah. Vindicators are bloody horrifying. You wanna try getting some Johnny Vindicators on here? Like Johnny Raid ones on here, Judge?
You definitely could. After the stuff that you showed me, those things are neat.
Yeah, no, I am looking forward to fucking around with those guys.
I was thinking about it, and the endless healing potions thing would actually be a great base for a shulker dude farm.
Yeah, no, people have, like, pointed out in the comments on that videos, like, in shulker farms, that'd be lovely. Because you're stopping the shulkers from potentially dying because of the damage they take shooting each other. Now, there are some other issues with shulker farms that doesn't exclusively, like, you can't, it's not a fix for shulker farms breaking entirely,
Yeah.
right? Because, like, shulkers can teleport, there's weird bullshit that happens, but that is something that can definitely help with them, from what people have seen. But also just, like, having, I think, a heal pool and a base would be so fun.
Oh yeah, it would. A place that you run to. Like if you're doing a raid, and you're doing like a legitimate raid, you're not doing a raid farm, right? And like, you know, like after the wave ends, you run to the pool and get all your health back. Yeah, that's dope. That's
Yeah.
like better yet, if you also have regen things coming down, it's also like a buff pool. It's not just a heal pool, right?
Yeah. No. Well, I guess you could do that. Like you would, instead of having, you would just do the setup twice, right? Like have
Yeah, one side is doing regens, one's doing healing. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And just have have two Johnnies detecting two different mobs at different amounts of health.
Having one throwing endless weakness potions at your villager auto cure would also be sick too.
Yeah, that was like an idea that I wanted to work with, because I think the video shows. I don't know if it shows that.
Yeah,
Right?
you can get them. It doesn't show, but he explains that you could also get the witch to throw weakness potions.
Yeah. No, I was thinking of something else actually, like of using a skeleton. So it's easier, right, with that in theory. Well, I say that. You can accomplish the same effect just getting a skeleton to like shoot some witches. But I think it's easier to like affect, because normally what you would do, right, the strat for getting witches to throw your weakness pots in like a chamber is you get a skeleton to shoot an arrow, have the arrow ignite TNT, and then blow up so that it barely touches the witches with the explosion, and it aggroes all of the witches. Instead of having to like
Oh.
wait for aggro progress, you can just like set up that, and they'll all be aggro whatever Johnny sees. Then you just move the potions with like a bubble column thing.
You need a
Should we
cat.
make a wither? Should we bring the wither cage onto here from Fractured?
I mean, if you want to, sure.
I think that'd be funny.
Put it
My
somewhere where
magma
somebody isn't going to like break it out and fuck up everybody's builds. Because
Yeah.
there will be idiots on this server.
Oh.
In fact, there already are idiots on the server. Hold on, sorry, there was something in my throat.
Alden will be too busy shiny hunting to break anything, don't worry.
You underestimate his ability to break things.
Fair. I will never get over the angry mob incident. That's just, I think if I had to say like what's my favorite moment from Fractured, it would be the entire like angry mob showing up because some guy trapped what they worshipped as a god in a box, and now everyone's terrified of each other. Like, that was fucking phenomenal. Let's see.
How have I not found or fought a single evoker yet? Okay, there's a third floor. Let's not go there.
Yeah, Voker's gonna be up on the top.
There's a lot of bookshelves here. I should definitely roll back through with the
Wouldn't-
silk touch pickaxe. What?
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to take those.
Woo! They cornered me.
I don't know what to do right now. I think I'm too tired to, like, properly think.
You could just work on gear and stuff. We have an enchanting table down by a zombie spawner.
How long do you think you're gonna be streaming for?
No idea.
Here. Oh, what's that in the sky? Hold on.
That's all in
Oh.
space.
Oh, my elytra is... Okay.
Is it broken?
It's that wonder ability,
Gotcha.
which... Yeah, it's tattered.
Go get some EXP and put that mending on it.
Yeah, I'm going to. Wait, when did I get 26 levels?
Did you trade with the villagers before?
Yeah, I guess I did. I didn't register that it gave me that many. Like, I am... Like, being up until 5 a.m., right? It messes with you the next day. Especially if you're already sick. Like, this is not good for my body, but also... We've not talked in a while, so I'll take the excuses that I can get. I like the new Bat and Vex models. Like, if they're finally going ahead and just like updating the models of some of those older mobs, it's quite nice. Because the villagers, they got their like improvements with Village and Pillage. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
I want to say the horses got a slight change somewhere around that time as well.
Still want to be able to put an elytra on my horse to make it a Pegasus.
Okay, you say that? Here's a fun fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, horses, they were originally added to the game from a mod.
Yeah, I know.
And so, like, the mechanics of the horses, the models, textures, all that, they were from a mod. They got added to the game. But not all the mechanics. Because in the original mod, the point was to basically use those breeding mechanics to eventually breed a unicorn or a Pegasus. But that part in specific got scrapped.
Sad.
Indeed.
Ooh, got the Vex armor trim. Let's go.
They kept, like, the the fairly convoluted like breeding stats, right? Like
Yeah.
the stats of breeding horses are nothing like any other feature in the game. Right? Like you just don't run into that.
Yeah.
They kept that, but they didn't add like the reward for working with that. They didn't keep that. So you can have like a pretty fast horse. You can have a pretty like fancy one. But its original intent for like warranting that kind of system where it's like pretty difficult to get the high stat ones did not go through.
There was literally one evoker in this entire place.
Yeah, at least you got the trim.
Yeah, the trim made it worth it for sure. That's a collectible. But I was hoping to get more than one totem.
Yeah.
I came here thinking like I was gonna get like 5 or 6, but I guess it's not a very big. It's not one of the bigger mansions. It's pretty tame. But I'm glad that it's so close to spawn. We can like light this up and repurpose this for something.
I forget, do Vindicators just like naturally spawn in a mansion or is it just on Gen? I don't remember.
Say again?
Do Vindicators spawn within the mansion or is it just on Generation?
Just on generation.
Okay.
It's not like they won't despawn because they're tagged.
Oh, yeah.
But they
But not like a Pillager Outpost.
yeah, pillager outposts are where you go to get the respawning.
I need to
pillagers.
see how the game handles things like Nether Fortresses and Pillager Outposts. I want to say they just have like an invisible structure block with no collision in there that tells the game that it's something along those lines. Like structure blocks are capable of some weird bullshit and they're like used in things.
I love structure blocks.
Have you messed around with the trial chambers yet?
No, I haven't. I've been waiting because I want to do all that on stream.
Yeah.
And I want to do it in a hardcore world, which is like, as far as I'm concerned, that is as intended. At least for me.
Yeah. Like, the trial chambers, they look just really cool in concept. I still wonder what that key is going to do. Like, the leading theory, right? Which, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I think is also the, like, it's not going to be this. But the theory that people keep bringing up is, like, the key is copper, right? But, like, the dark part kind of reminds people of the deep dark, right? Of Skulk.
Yeah.
And so people think it's going to, like, be used to open up the portal.
I
in
doubt
the
that.
ancient-
I don't think they're doing
I
that.
sincerely doubt that. Although, I think if they did, right, the idea I saw that was, like, I think would be the most interesting is, like, like, someone brought up, what if they, like, unlock the... Yeah, it's the face on the spawner. So it's either going to be, I think, like, a way to just, like, get that to go, like, skip the cooldown. If it was, for some reason, something to do with, like, the ancient city, deep, dark thing. Christ on a stick. I love being sick. If it
Why
is
did that
something
rhyme?
to do with
Christ on a
Because-
stick, I love being sick.
Regardless, if it is to do with the portal, I think it would be like people have been saying like you'd unlock each individual reinforced deep slate on this massive one, like this massive portal.
Oh no, they're not. It's not gonna be something like that.
So like you'd be forced to go ahead and like do a bunch of trial chambers and
Do like
eventually
60 trial chambers. Yeah, no. That,
and then just like come there. It's like finally after all these years, I have them all. Opens the portal. I don't know. I think it'd be interesting if they did that, depending on like if you can get multiple keys per chamber and how often the chambers spawn.
I
right?
don't want trial chambers to be linked to the deep dark.
I think it'd be interesting given the fact that like they're both underground
I feel like the deep dark and Skulk and stuff
and like
should.
they're made of tough, right? Like tough and copper. And tough is like... That spawns down the deep slate levels that's associated with the deep dark. If you want to, like, draw the red threads in your mind, if you want to, like, set up your conspiracy bulletin board, there's stuff to do it, but I also severely doubt it would.
I feel like you'd see more signs of Skulk in the trial chambers if they wanted them to be like...
We've also only seen part of the trial chambers. Because they said there's going to be a lot of different types of rooms, which they implied would also potentially be made out of different materials. We've only seen, like, a set of what's going to be in the chambers, right? So, maybe there'll be some Skulk stuff. It wouldn't surprise me. But also, I don't think there will be, because despite the fact that this is like, you know, it's a test of player strength, and the Deep Dark is just, like, you know, it's the hardest area in the game, some people might consider. Just given, like, the Warden having to sneak around. Now, it's Minecraft, you can cheese anything, but the intent's there, right?
Yeah.
So some people might think, like, oh, it makes sense to, like, try and draw them together. The trial chamber is supposed to be difficult. But the thing is, the Warden, you're not supposed to fight it. It's supposed to be a natural disaster. And that's the only, like, thing unique to their mob-wise. So I don't see, like, them doing that.
By the way, I could rant about the Warden's design for so long. I think they messed it up, man.
I liked the old design. It reminded me, like, I liked the old one.
Me
where
too.
it was like the white, like the holes. Scary creature.
I don't mean that. I mean like the mechanics of the Warden. I think they messed it up.
Oh.
So the way that the Warden was teased, I could literally rant about this because it pisses me off. The way the Warden was teased, if you watch the original trailer for the Warden, like the reveal video for the Warden shows up, and the method that is used, what? Hold on, Lego's showing me something.
Oh.
Oh, that's pink. Nice. It's the way that the Warden shows up and interacts with the player is the Warden like arrives the same way. It's woken up by like a sensor and a shrieker, and the Warden starts wandering around, and the player distracts the Warden with a snowball, throws it at the wall, it makes a noise, and the Warden goes to where the sound came from, where the snowball impacted the ground. And the way that was intended to deal with the Warden upon that design was for you to hold the shift key and sneak, which currently there is literally nothing in Minecraft that requires you to sneak. The way that sneak is actually used is so that you do not fall off of a block. That's it. You don't actually do any sneaking. That's not a thing that you do. It's not. There's nothing in the game that sneaking benefits for you, unless you're talking PvP because it hides your name tag. But that's really niche, and PvP obviously isn't in like. It's not. That's not something that's going to occur in your average Minecraft playthrough, right? So it was cool. It was neat and it was interesting. The way to deal with a Warden was to sneak around and avoid it, and avoid touching it, avoid making noise, and avoid fighting it, right? Now, when a Warden spawns, there is a high likelihood that the first action that it will perform is sniffing and seeing your exact location and immediately walking towards you. So the best strategy for dealing with a Warden is to run away while it is spawning. You don't sneak. Sneaking will literally get you killed. You will just die. You can't sneak. It doesn't work. And
Yeah.
you can't even be close to a Warden. If you allow yourself to be close to a Warden and you don't have a way to get away like a Pearl or Elytra or something, that's just a fight you lose. You just die. And there's no point in sneaking or distracting it with a snowball. And there was an easy fix for this. I understand why they added the sniff. They added the sniff because sneaking made it similarly too easy to deal with a Warden, right? You literally could just hold shift and not move. And as long as it never accidentally walked into you, you wouldn't die, right? So there needed to be basically like, There needed to be something that was like threatening to you. There needed to be a reason to get away from it. The problem is, it does the sniff like on RNG. It's literally random. Like, it'll just do it. It'll just spawn and then sniff because it just happened to like roll that imaginary number. And because you can't take that chance, you have to assume that every warden that spawns is immediately going to sniff and know where you are. Because the sniff radius is too big and it's too random, deciding on whether or not it's going to sniff. So there's no point in even letting yourself ever be close to a warden, which is like good and cool. There are a few things that they could have done to make the sniff not ruin that core design behind the warden, where you would actually benefit from sneaking around and not drawing its attention. First thing, you could have the sniff work just like the shriekers, where every time you throw a snowball or make a noise, let's say you open a chest or place a block or you accidentally jump and take damage, something, every time you make a noise, the warden gets more suspicious if it can't find the source of the noise. Like, it's like, oh, somebody's over there, right? I heard a noise. It walks over and doesn't find anything there. It gets a little bit more suspicious. So let's say after 3 failed snowballs or 3 failed attempts of drawing the warden away, then it should sniff, right? And then there'd actually be a reason for you to sneak when there's a warden. There'd be a purpose in that entire mechanic that was the entire original design idea behind the warden in the first place. And
then they just added the fact that you can place down a bunch of carpets and then you don't even have to worry about it spawning in the first place.
Yeah, and it's like they added the carpet thing and they realized, wow, this is OP because like you could just walk around on carpets and then a warden wouldn't ever be able to kill you. We need to make the warden stronger to compensate. And it's like, what? Come on. The sniff is broken. And the only reason I like feel this way so strongly about it was because Lamb and I, like, whenever we were doing the warden only run, we planned so much of our plan revolved around getting wool early, because we were like, okay, well, if we can like properly sneak around in certain areas, like we want to like wool proof areas that we need to stay in for an extended period of time so that we can do things like get blaze rods, right? And we're gonna have to manage.
Wool? Would that just be like cobwebs from mine shafts?
Say again.
So how do you even get wool on that? Is it just cobweb from mine shafts, or did sheep still spawn?
Sheep still spawn. It replaced all hostile mobs.
Okay.
But like so much of our plan revolved around getting wool. So much of our plan revolved around it. Every single time a warden spawned, within like 3 seconds, it sniffed. To be fair, it was a little bit gimmicky because they were not spawning correctly. They weren't spawning via a shrieker, so they didn't have the animation. So normally you do have a little bit more time. Wardens were spawning as if they were a skeleton or a zombie. They would literally just appear, which did make it a little bit more difficult than was originally intended. But like, that shouldn't really have mattered. They shouldn't be able to spawn and then sniff. That's dumb. Like, that's just so stupid. It led for some interesting moments. Like whenever we went into the Nether, there's a really funny clip of us going into the Nether, spawning in a Soul Sand Valley, which is like absolute hell because everything that spawns in a Soul Sand Valley is a hostile mob. And just hearing like 15 wardens instantly sniff us out and start walking towards us, that was cool.
Oh.
But it's kind of lame, right? Like it would have been so much cooler if we were sneaking through a Soul Sand Valley with like permanent darkness, not being able to see 10 blocks ahead of us while wardens are like stumbling around in the darkness with us. That would have been fucking cool. But they just sniff and immediately walk towards you in a straight line, which is dumb. I genuinely think they ruined the design of the warden. Wardens would have been so cool for like horror maps where it's like you're navigating a maze and there's wardens in the map and you have to sneak around and not run into them. You could not do that as wardens are now. You'd have to mod them to not sniff. Because if you're walking around in a maze and you're within 15 to 30 blocks of a warden, he might just randomly be like, and then you're dead. It's over. You're gonna die.
Yeah, like your point was like, it's a sneaking mob, right? It can't see. And I understand, like, you know, having good hearing, good scent to deal with. The issue is, right, sound is a mechanic in the game. You can do stuff about making sound. You can't do jack shit about how you smell.
Yeah.
That's just not a. It's not a mechanic. It's not something the player has the ability to interact with.
That's true. If they put in a way for you to get rid of the smell, then that'd be fine too. So it's like, okay, you're getting punished for not preparing. Like you didn't like jump on a mud block and press shift 3 times before you went. Something like that, right? Like if there was a way for you to cover your scent, that would be cool. I would complain about it less. But wardens are not
like a bit too convoluted of a feature to even warrant that in the first place, right?
Yeah. The sniffing was a bad idea to begin with, but they could have implemented it better than they did. And like they just like implemented something that shouldn't have been in the game, and they implemented it in the stupidest way possible, which is just RNG. It'll just decide it wants to sniff. And so there's no reason to ever let yourself be close to a warden. Like there'd be so many cool intense moments on like in like streams and videos of people like sneaking past a warden and being greedy trying to get the chest and then run away. But you can't sneak past the warden. You can't do that. It doesn't work, right? You'll be sneaking and then Mans will just go and then he literally looks perfectly at you and walks at you in a perfectly straight line as if he sees you. You can literally move from where you were when he sniffed and he will adjust course to keep walking towards you. And it's like, what's the point of having him be blind? What was...
Yeah.
Just let him see me at that point.
So, like, whenever I had built the Dark Lab on Fractured, right? Like, you know how one of the rooms I had a warden in a bottle, basically?
Yeah.
It's such a pain in the butt. Like, because of the sniffing mechanic, despite, like, the floor being woven there, you can't stand up against the window or it will just attack instantly. Like, despite there being no way that it would be able to hear you, it can smell you through the glass and just attack you. Like, through multiple layers of glass.
So
and just launch a shockwave.
that shit's dumb. That shit's stupid.
Yeah. Like, on one hand, I was very proud of what I had done down there. I think it was, like, a very interesting area that I wish we got to go more into. But, like, outside of, like, any lore stuff, outside of any character stuff, there's just, like, some mild annoyances that I had to deal with while making it, and it was like, Jesus.
Also, I love that they changed tune for no reason. They talked about, like, they talked so much about, like, because people were like, well, why isn't the warden going to drop anything? And they're like, well, because you're not supposed to kill the warden. Like, you're supposed to always avoid it. And then they added the Skulk Catalyst as a drop. And they were like, well, we just wanted there to be a point for you to design a warden farm. What happened to not being supposed to kill it? You want me to farm it? I'm supposed to lock it in a box and have it killed automatically?
No, they said, like, the reason for that was just to make Skulk, like, have it be renewable.
No,
right?
they literally said, because somebody asked King B Dogs on Twitter, I believe it was King B Dogs. Why did you like? Why is the warden the source of like unlimited Skulk? He said we wanted there to be a point to a warden farm.
Christ.
So it's like I thought we weren't supposed to kill it. I thought you weren't.
Well, I mean, you're not killing it. The farm's killing it.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. I just think that they messed up the warden. It was so hype when they showed it. And then, like, final implementation is just dumb. It's just boring.
Yeah. Like, I love the Deep Dark. I love the ancient cities. And I I think the sneaking around to prevent the warden from spawning is more fun than, like, avoiding the warden.
Agreed. But, like, they should have worked hand in hand. Like...
Yeah.
Like I said, like, they could literally take the exact same mechanic that Shriekers use. Where the way that Shriekers work is... The first 3 sounds are raising an invisible number called suspicion, right? And once suspicion hits a certain number, normally is 4, but there are different parameters. Or no, you hit 3, and then on 4, instead of raising it to 4, it summons a word. So on your 4th like fuck up, you get like 4 tries basically, right? It's like you get 3 levels of suspicion, and then the warden spawns. The sniffing could have been the exact same thing. where like you've made the warden aware of you being there 3 separate times and he can't find you. Now that he's frustrated, he's realizing that his ears aren't sufficient to find you. So now he sniffs you out. That would be cool. Because then it's like, okay, well, you failed to use snowballs or sounds to lure him away from you 3 times. Like, that's your fault. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that is a player error. Now, it's possible
Like,
that you...
like the snowballs would be like, if you, like, say, you jump, you accidentally make a noise, and it goes there, but you've moved away in time,
Right.
then it... Like, that would be a good point to sniff, right? It's like, wait, where the fuck did you go? I heard something.
Yeah. Something like that. Like, there should be levels of suspicion where if it tries to track you down, you've made too many noises, so it knows that something is there, but it's having a hard time finding you, so it stops resorting on sound, right? It starts resorting on its scent. That would be cool. That'd be interesting as fuck. Like, that'd be dope as hell. But it's literally just RNG. It can literally just decide to sniff for no reason. It can literally just be like, I wonder
Like,
if anything's near me. And then it just starts going towards you. Like,
I think, like, having the sniff be like, so it goes directly to where it heard, right?
yeah.
And if it doesn't bump into anything, then just to make sure that, like, you didn't move, like, 2 blocks away from there, then it does a sniff. Just, like, get the area right where the sound happened, like, get an AoE of that area.
Yeah, that'd be cool too. And you could even have it so that like every sniff it inhales more, so that like the AoE is larger. So like if you continue to fail, it's like it's putting you in more and more danger, right? Like if you keep alerting it that you're there and it keeps failing to find you, eventually it will track you down. Like, you know, like maybe the first one it's like, you know, and like it like looks like it like turns its head left and right while it's doing it, doesn't get anything, and then starts wandering again. And then the second time maybe then it's like, you know, and it like turns its head more and more. Maybe it like actually does like a full like look behind itself kind of thing. And then like by the third time, then it like puts its head like straight up and like a dog and like, and then it turns towards you.
Sniffing into the mic.
What?
I just love the aggressive sniffing into the mic.
I mean that's definitely how they voice acted the warden. So accurate depiction. But like that'd be cool. That would be actually that would make the warden cooler, I would say. That'd be a cool way of introducing the sniff. But as it is now, I wish they didn't add it. The sneaking thing was cool, and then they like ruined it. Like there's literally no point to sneaking around a warden at all. If the warden starts spawning, you just walk away. Which is funny because the sniff was supposed to be anti-cheese. And the ultimate cheese of just no, like Mr. Miyagi once said, no be there. Like you just walk away and then the warden is useless. It spawned for literally no reason.
You literally just book it to get like as much distance as you can and then crouch.
Yeah.
Because you can't be within that sniffing range. Or else you're fucked.
Yeah. It's dumb. I think it's dumb. Anyway, I'm done ranting about the warden. I've felt that way since they added it. I feel like I won't say they've like ruined the warden, but it is so much less interesting of a mob. I would have loved wardens to be in like horror maps where it's like stumbling around blind trying to find you, right?
Yeah.
But like that killed a lot of that creativity because a lot of like adventure maps and stuff, those people aren't coders, right? They're using like command blocks at most. They're not gonna like write an entire like mod or plugin. Now some of them will, not like talking shit on the adventure map community. But a lot of people who make adventure maps are just using the mechanics that are already in the game and then like a few more, right?
Yeah.
It's just like
actively not doing anything, but I'm giving this podcast energy.
That's fair. What to work on in the meantime? Oh, free food here, by the way. Pull out a bowl, slurp it down, right-click the boy, and he gives you some food back.
It's the boy. We ought to strike him with lightning.
This is Chef.
Hello, Chef. How you doing? Look at them pants.
Yeah.
Some pantle.
If you come with me, I'll show you. I can show you around the server. That's something we can do.
Yeah, tour time.
Down here are a few things. Mainly, this was
Is my father?
what?
Is my father down here?
Yep,
Oh,
I heard a zombie villager.
I see one on the menu. Do we care about that? We have a villager breeder.
We have a
Okay,
breeder.
hello.
If you come this way, there are no shriekers, so don't panic. We destroyed them all. Come over this way. There
You
is.
should have kept one breaker just for making a mob turn offing thing.
Oh, a mob switch. We'll do that later.
Yeah.
This boy is the. This was like our first project on the server. A lot of people's first project. Good old zombie spawner.
Hell yeah.
And it's not fast, it's not efficient, but you could just chill down here for like 7 hours, talking to your bros, taking turns getting XP. If you pull the rotten flesh out of the chest underneath you, and trade it to Mr. Cleric over. He's always down here. This is his little store, right?
Oh look, a brewing stand. I forgot what this looked like.
So yeah, he's down here.
Yeah.
He doesn't sell pearls, which was heartbreaking at the time. Let me tell you. We cured him down there and everything. It was interesting. We cured him because we didn't want to go to the end, or we didn't want to go into the Nether until Alden was able to play. So me, Ben, and Blaze cured him by like painstakingly combing through snowy biomes to find an igloo, and then cured him with the weakness potion that was found in the igloo, which just felt cool. It just felt cool, right?
You went into the snowy mountainous lands and managed to find the cure to the apocalypse.
Yeah. This is like my little base area. It's more of like a community base area. Anybody can take more or less anything from these barrels. So we can go. I can put these in here. At the Vex tree.
I'm gonna turn all these emeralds into blocks real quick.
Well.
There we go.
Over here, this was one of our first villagers. He's a farmer.
I'll save you, Squid. Get in the water. You fool. You fool. No.
Sorry.
It's always an exercise in futility.
Yeah.
At rest, friend.
This guy will buy your melons and pumpkins. We have an automated melon pumpkin farm, so he's a decent source of emeralds. There's the Ender Dragon egg that Alden put on the ugliest thing imaginable. You get the egg by hitting the button. You can get the achievement if you want real quick. And then place it on the piston. Yeah. We're gonna dupe the egg at some point and hand them out. Today's not that day.
I'm guessing you're gonna like make sure you have the original one backed up.
Pretty much, yeah. We go this way. In here, this is the mending guy. He's got some alloys that I haven't decided what I want to do with yet.
$14 emeralds, okay. Not bad.
For me, it's one.
Yeah.
Up here, that's Blaze's house right there in the wall.
Okay. What's in here?
That's just a topiary garden thing that Blaze put
There's
in.
a secret in there.
What?
I'm gonna jump in. I bet there's a secret behind the lava fall.
It would be fucking cool, but I don't think there is.
You never know until you jump.
Sorry, I was messing in my inventory. I hear a zombie. Over here is the absolutely jank and non-finished, not permanent villager hall. This was very temporary. We just it's basically on the 5th day of the server, instead of grinding out my own max gear, which would have taken a couple of hours with the zombie breeder, and that's it. It made more sense to grind out max armor trades and maxing out everybody's armor, right?
No, yeah, that's just a logical thing to do.
Yeah, because it took about maybe a little bit longer than upgrading my own, but I maxed out 4 people's armor instead of 1 person's armor, right? So
Yeah, it's a long-term thing, right? Like
yeah.
you can go ahead and use a grinder, right? And that's okay. But having those enchantment books is just so nice.
Yeah. Well, those guys we were gonna kill and build an actual trading hall. Like, this was very temporary. It was just like, it was literally like, I just need them to buy three or four books of each type, right? And then that's it. Here's the breeder. It's currently turned off because there are too many fucking villagers down there. Like way too many. We're gonna like redo the village at some point and make it look nice, so feel free to tear any of those down and replace them with a nicer looking building. Totally within the rules. Just make sure if you tear down a building to replace it. That's kind of the rule.
Yeah, make sure there's something where it was.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Like, replace the village, just make the village nicer, I guess.
I forget what this guy is. He is a looting 2. Alden made him, I think. He also happens to have a mending trade, which is fun. This guy is a Fletcher that keeps getting infected by baby zombies, which is just funny.
How does that even happen? There's a railway there.
I think what happens is they see a villager and they run so fast because they're baby zombies that they don't process that they are running towards an unpathable area, and they'll run just far enough to clip on top of the rail and then run in and kill him. That's the only thing that I can think of. Because he keeps getting infected, and the only thing that could get him are baby zombies, right? Like, it's definitely not an adult zombie.
Alright, we fixed it.
There you go.
Hopefully.
He's gonna be killed anyway at some point, because, you know, like I said, we're working on a proper haul. I'll take you over here. This is Ben's area. What do you say?
I jumped off. I forgot that my elytra is at 1 durability.
Oh. Here, I'll just TP you. For the sake of a tour, this isn't really giving you an advantage.
Admin abuse.
Yes, actually. Two beacons. Which one of them is like a community beacon for us to put somewhere that's useful. The other one is for Ben to keep here at the market hall, however he wants to place it. Iron Tradie Boys, other Iron Tradie Boys. And then this is Ben's like storage area. It's like a little mini warehouse. Your typical like
hiding.
What?
I was hiding in here earlier.
So yeah, that's what this is.
Okay.
What else we got? Oh yeah, the industrial district. You don't have durability on your elytra. What?
I don't.
Is there a way for if I had a lead and a pig with a saddle, we could do fun stuff. Well, anyway.
What I want to have come to Java so badly is the fact that on Bedrock, you can put a lead on a boat. So you can, like, drag boats with mobs in them. So, like, it's really cool, say, if you're, like, transporting animals across the ocean, normally you just have to have, like, the singular boat.
Yeah.
And, like, bring one in at a time. It makes it so much more convenient. That's one of those parity changes that I'd like to have come to Java, and not nerfing the fucking copper bulb, because fuck you, I suppose. I'm still upset about the copper bulb nerf. I don't know if you've seen anything about that.
I saw a thumbnail talking about it, but I didn't click the video.
So, the copper bulb, right, in the first snapshot it was introduced in, had a 1-tick delay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, upon receiving the signal, it would take a tick to activate. A game tick, not a redstone tick. That's important. A redstone tick is 2 ticks. Having this thing have a just delay built in of 1 tick basically meant you could access odd ticks with a redstone. Like, you could do very... And they changed it to where it has no delay now. After, like, presumably, because a lot of people were loving this. This is not a feature that was causing issues. This was a feature that was being actively used.
Yeah.
Like, they removed it, presumably for the sake of parity with Bedrock, because Bedrock doesn't have odd ticks. Bedrock just has, like, it has 10 ticks per second instead of 20, right?
Yeah.
So,
Stay here
from
for a
what
second.
people
I'll be right back.
say, it's presumably for, like, parity.
Yeah.
The issue with that, just fundamentally, is that Redstone has always been different between Bedrock and Java.
Yeah, it
Why
still
the fuck
is.
do you make a parity change relating to Redstone if you're not just like fixing the entire system? Like, why are you gonna leave the rest of the Redstone shit the same and just take away a feature that people actually like?
Yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah, it is. And we're a couple snapshots past that change being made, and still no sign of it getting like changed back, despite all the outcry for it from the technical community, which seemed like what they were trying to please with this feature in the first place. Like, copper bulbs existing are very much like a feature that is like meant to be loved by the like Redstone community,
Yeah.
because its base purpose is still fucking phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
A compact T flip-flop that can be pushed by a piston, that shit's absurd. Like, you can make like a memory tape, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can do some cool shit with that. But they took away a feature of it, and people have been actively complaining about that. But it's not been reverted, so
Here.
it probably won't be.
I'm gonna go buy some whatchamacallits, bottles of enchanting for you.
Alright.
Can't be living with an unmaxed elytra, my friend. That's just gross.
Oh, I know.
Forgot to answer the question earlier. Someone needs something to do. We need a load of cleric villagers. Ben has requested a load of clerics. We need them over at the market area. That's where we would like to have them, rather.
So what's going on with that?
What do you mean?
Like, what trade are you wanting that for?
Now you sleep. Good night, big dog. Have a good day tomorrow. Or no. Do you have to work tomorrow or no? No, you said you don't because one of the partners that's closer is going in. So yeah, well, have a good Thanksgiving. What'd you say, Zap? Sorry.
What trade is that for in the marketplace? I'm guessing just like rotten flesh or something?
Ender pearls that are easy to access. You don't have to go to the end for. To trade rotten flesh because we've got a large excess of it because of a gold farm, and glowstone.
5 stars, best Minecraft bed ever.
Glowstone
What's
is
this
nice
trap?
to be able to buy without needing to go to the Nether.
Oh. I found the Lego dungeon.
Yep. I'll be on when I'm not eating, and you as well. Mary gobble gobble. Heck yeah. Okay. Here are some enchantment bottles.
So you have work tomorrow on Thanksgiving?
What?
You have work tomorrow on Thanksgiving?
No. Neither of us do. I was asking him if he did. Basically, the place that we work, it's a restaurant. I can say that much without doxing myself. It's a restaurant.
No, yeah.
And it's
People will go to restaurants on Thanksgiving. Like, some people
no.
do it.
Well, yes, but we're not open on Thanksgiving. Somebody has to go in because we have some like slow cooked things in the restaurant that has to be made the night before. So somebody has to go in to basically like throw stuff in to be cooked and fired, so that it's ready for the next day. Because you want it to be relatively fresh, but you need it to be ready for the day. Like, you can't just make it in the morning because then it won't be ready by the time you open for service. Unless everybody went in like literally like 6 or 7 hours early, which is just, I think they'd rather one person go in the day before for 2 hours than have like several people show up 6 hours early. Like, right? Like, that's just a better deal.
Yes, yeah.
For more XP, just fly over there and trade iron. if you need to repair your elytra anymore. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
if you want a project to work on, Ben requested clerics over there.
All right. I mean, I
and-
know where the village leader is. So.
Yeah, it's up there. And then the method, I can show you the way that I've been pulling villagers out. You can kind of see with the rails. But if you just there's 2 gates up here. If you open the top gate first and then just double click the bottom gate, usually 1 villager pops out. And then you just scoop him up with a minecart. And then if you want to, you could just build a long bridge with whatever block you want. Just make sure you clean it up after. And then
I can make it better later. I'm gonna make the collection system far better than that. That
Okay.
is-
I mean, this
Because
works
what
really
you-
well.
It works well, but the practical system you normally want to do, right,
Yeah.
is you just have them go into like a 1-by-1 spot. Because this solves both the overpopulation of dead villagers and makes it convenient. You have them go into like a 1-by-1 area of glass, and then like you do a thing so that the minecart picks them up through the glass while not like going into it, right?
Yeah.
And then you just pull it out from there. Plus, they'll basically suffocate each other after a point going in there, so that you never just completely overflow on villagers, and you can just leave the breeder on. It won't overpopulate.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'll do
well
that.
then, sure. Go right ahead. If you want to, I don't think anybody would be against you even killing all of them, just killing the 2 villagers upstairs and moving the breeder over to the market district. I don't think anybody would bat an eyelash. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so basically the only rules that I have right now that you need to follow is if it's not in those barrels down there, it's not a community chest, so don't steal from people. With the exception of if it's clearly an automated farm,
Yeah.
then you could take it. Like farms are for everyone. If you're gonna build
Yeah.
something that's AFK and a farm, and it doesn't need to be in a specific biome or something, try to build it in the industrial district, and build it in a spot where it's not like overlapping with one of the other farms, or so that it leaves room for those other farms to be expanded if needed. Because eventually we will make the industrial district look industrial, like it'll look like a factory, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna do like any creative building or like functional building, try to keep it somewhere close to spawn. Like if you want to put a secret base far away for yourself, that's fine. But like if you're gonna build something sick as shit, put it somewhere where people will see it. Like my favorite thing on Minecraft servers are people who join, go 10,000 blocks northeast, and then never play with anybody else. Like, why did you join a server? Like, what's the fucking point?
Actually avoiding every single, like, unless it's on like a lore server, right? And
Yeah,
your entire
yeah.
a hermit, but you still like normally that's just like you go out 5,000 blocks,
Right.
something like that.
Yeah.
10,000 excessive.
We would like to populate the areas around spawn with cool builds. So somewhere around here would be preferred.
Okay.
The description sounds like Rachel. Lego. Don't even get me started on the rabbit pyre in Fractured. Don't even get me
I
started.
love, like, I got
It
brought
became
over
a
there.
lore hub. She wanted it to be far away, and it ended up being important for the lore. So you just had to awkwardly walk for like 27 minutes at the start of every lore stream if you had lore with Rachel. Every single time.
Like me and Shrando and
I love
like,
Rachel. To be clear, I love Rachel. But, oh my god.
a couple people like from the colony, like that was the first place we went, right? Just like
Yeah.
day one, we didn't have a base. Rachel brought us over there because half the other people seemed like they wanted us dead, just because everyone on Fractured is canonically racist. Regardless, like that was the first place we went, and it was like, wow, this is a cool area, and we hung around there for like a few days, and it's like, wow, there's no one else here. We're going to spawn. And then the end colony was born. Best decision was replacing the end colony blocks with actual end shit.
I love the people that joined, mined my entire end ship, and then logged out and didn't play on my server anymore.
Like, what?
It wasn't just Blake. It was not just Blake.
I mean, whenever I was there, it was like Blake and Void actively working on that.
It was Blake and Void and somebody else. I'm not gonna talk too much shit on my stream. At least Blake was on the server and playing a character, which is a little bit better. A little bit better than somebody else that was there. Again, I'm not naming names.
There was just one ship, right?
There was,
Because I
yes.
was there when it was getting torn apart. Like I was there for like the whole thing.
You're forgetting a third person. I promise you're forgetting a third person because I know who ended up getting most of the end blocks from that ship, and it is neither Blake nor Void.
Huh. I don't know if I still have the VOD from back then, but I'm vaguely curious now. I might check it later, or you can
Again,
just tell me. Like,
I'll tell you later. Yeah, I'll tell you when I'm not live. I'll tell you when I'm not live.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It's been a long time anyway.
Yeah, it has. Fractured Part 2 will be better. Fractured Part 2 will be better.
I'm so happy that Magpie's back for that.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. That was like one of the best things that's ever happened to me. I was ecstatic.
I think I should get you started because you sound very happy about it.
What?
I think I should get you started because you sound very happy about it.
I mean, I don't want to talk about stuff like that on stream.
Touche.
So
You can go on about that later if you'd like to, like
Yeah.
off stream.
yeah. So yeah. If you go out to the industrial district, from the industrial district, you can see what looks like a giant stone air balloon. That is the really slow creeper farm. So if you need gunpowder, you can just go up there. And I would say you could work on replacing it, but it will eventually. When did we get a red llama? Admin sitting chair. Oh, I guess Ben made a red carpet llama. Nice. Anyway, if you go over to well, don't yank him because you're gonna break the lead. Anyway, that big stone air balloon up there is the creeper farm. You could make a better creeper farm if you wanted to, but a creeper farm will be obsolete the moment I make a good ghast farm. So, honestly, that thing is fast enough that it's fine.
The rate, okay, right? The rate of ghasts dropping gunpowder. Because you're not going to make a player kill one, right? You're not going to be using looting. It's going to be AFK.
Yes.
While it is fast enough to, like, produce a good amount of gunpowder, the ghast tiers definitely come out on top in terms of drops. That having just a dedicated gunpowder farm for mass amounts of, like, TNT and shit is normally better.
I think you underestimate my ghast farm, my friend.
Okay, right?
One of the benefits, one of the major benefits of a ghast farm, because I can explain this. One of the major benefits of a ghast farm is they are best prepared on the roof of the Nether, which means it will always be at max efficiency unless you're like outside of like issues caused by other people being online, which you will have to deal with that less by it being in the Nether, because there's a high likelihood other players will be around in the overworld spawning mobs. There's a very low likelihood that players will be over in the Nether spawning mobs. So that's a big plus. On top of that, by having a creeper farm active in the overworld, if let's say you put a creeper farm right here in the industrial district, right? If we need another farm somewhere in the world that relies on mob cap, like say like a slime farm or something, this is actively harming that farm's rates, right? By being here in the overworld and loaded. Where having a ghast farm in the Nether that you have to like specifically go to and is efficient is like not harming that farm because it's in a different dimension, right? Kind of like that's kind of one of the reasons why like Enderman farms will, even though you can get that level of experience from other means, Enderman farms will always be like the top on servers because it's in the dimension that is used the least. So you never have to worry about it being impacted or it impacting others, right? Like it's basically, unless somebody else needs to use it at the same time as you, it's not like a harmful thing. A creeper farm can be if you can't turn it off and you put it somewhere where it's going to be frequently loaded. So I argue firmly for a ghast farm to be the to be the preferred. Like I said, if you want to like replace that thing up there with one that's a little bit better, you could. But I do genuinely think it would be made obsolete by a gas farm. Because, like, yes, the creeper farm might be slightly more efficient for gunpowder, but if I'm going to AFK at one of them so that I get loot when I log in 4 hours from now, I'd much rather do the one that gives me gunpowder and gas tiers, even if I do get less gunpowder. So, if you really want to, go ahead, but I do think it'll be obsolete.
Also, like, the part of what's it? I lost my train of thought. Oh no, yeah. Thank you, that helped. TNT duper, they're allowed, right?
As long as you're not griefing with them, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, if you need mass amounts of TNT for something, it's usually something that a TNT duper can just solve.
No.
So, like, at the end of the day, gunpowder, I feel probably would be mostly used for, like, what's it, fireworks.
Yeah, it's gonna be elytra travel, yeah. It's gonna be the major use of gunpowder.
Like, if you need a lot of TNT, I'm sure you can have enough to craft it. But if you need a lot, then you'll just use a duper at that point.
Yeah. It sucks that that's a thing. It sucks that that's a thing. And Mojang has also talked about, because people pointed out, like, hey, you know, TNT duplication has been an active bug for a really long time. Why haven't you guys patched it out? And Mojang more or less said, like, well, we don't feel comfortable patching it out until there is a proper solution to the TNT problem. So put one in the game. Like, it's your guys' game. Like, like what do you mean a solution to the problem? Like,
Make careful about that, given how many, like, absurd projects people have used TNT duping for.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
It's not something that they can just slap a solution on and say that it'll be good, especially with, like, given their means of, quote, having solutions being often very controversial.
Well, no, we're pretty close to a pretty clean one. It's not like 100% because it's not exactly as compact as a TNT duper, but with auto crafters, like, if there was just a way to get sand renewably that didn't require you to, again, duplicate it, then you would absolutely be able to make, like, a fully automated TNT, like, machine, right? Like a TNT pumping machine. You just have gunpowder coming in from one side, from either your creeper farm or your gas farm or wherever you're getting your gunpowder from. There are several sources, right? And then on the other hand, you also have, into the same autocrafter, you have there be pumping sand that you're getting from a place that you renewably get sand. And then you're good. Like, as long as you have something supplying that autocrafter, then you can quote unquote solve the infinite TNT problem. So you wouldn't ever need a duper.
Is a person going to build an entire creeper farm everywhere they need that? Plus,
no. You play Factorio, right? You have the creeper farm shipping gunpowder to the places that gunpowder is needed.
Like, TNT dupers have so much in common with flying machines that, like, you basically can just tape them on there, right? Like, that's like the biggest thing they have going for them, right? Like, you can make a TNT duper for, like, a cannon or some shit. You can also just put a bunch of TNT into a cannon. You can't take that entire cannon and fly it around. You can do that kind of thing with a TNT duper, right? Like, that's how you have people, like, ripping apart the entire, like, bottom of the nether, or, like, doing, like, AFK bedrock removal devices that, like, are a flying machine going across, like, a sheet of bedrock in the nether.
You could still do this with an autocrafter.
Not really.
Yes, you can, absolutely. So let's say you have a perimeter, right? You have a perimeter that you're trying to clear in the nether. You're trying to blow up every block that you possibly could with TNT. You have a flying machine going back and forth that's not duping TNT, but is dropping TNT, right? A flying machine that is using TNT that is inside of a dispenser, drops it on the ground, that TNT explodes and does what it needs to do. At either end, or at one end, it doesn't need to be at either end. At one end of that, you have a mechanism where the flying machine will dock, be restocked with TNT where an autocrafter is. The autocrafter there is being fueled by, I don't know, a gas farm on the roof 30 odd blocks that way, right? Because that's like, maybe I have a Soul Sand Valley that's like over that way. And you have some method of the TNT or the gunpowder getting from that gas farm over to where you're at, right? And then for the sand, whatever the sand method is that you get in from it, sand, you have sand being dumped into the autocrafter as well. The flying machine comes back, docks, is refilled. Once it's full, it launches, just like how you have this thing right here, where the minecart comes up, it turns off the powered rail whenever there are things inside. Once the minecart is empty, the powered rail turns back on, and then it goes up to pick up more items. You just have a mechanism where it will stop the device to restock it, so it'll be slightly slower. But I would argue that it's cooler because you don't need to dupe. Like, you actually have fully automated it, right? I do think that most things that you see people doing with like a TNT duper, you could absolutely accomplish. You just need to.
It would be accomplished. It would just be like substantially reduced in efficiency to the point that like.
I wouldn't say substantially. I'd say slightly.
It's substantially. Dupers are cracked.
Okay,
like
well so then I would argue if a duper is that efficient compared to, like, if you lose that much efficiency off of getting rid of the duplication, then the duplication shouldn't be there because that's too strong. That's overpowered, and nerfing it by forcing you to do something like automate it is a good change.
I argue otherwise, just for the fact that if you don't want something to do if you don't want someone to do something that overpowered on like a multiplayer server, then you can just say, yeah, don't do this in the rules. That's not something you can exactly hide. Versus, like in a single player world, there are people that have made incredibly advanced and really fucking cool contraptions that removing that feature just for the sake of, you know,
balancing. Yeah, that's a good reason. That's a good. No, you can't. I'm sorry. Big disagreement. If you're like that is a good reason. That is a really good reason.
Balancing in a single player of a sandbox game, I think no, you don't need it when it's when it's a feature that's like usually only ever abused by people making like these massive, like, terrifying contraptions. Like your average, like little Timmy's not gonna open up the thing, make like a multiple bedrock breaking block AFK device, or like making something to shred the entire nether like floor. Like, that's something used by technical players. It doesn't hurt people by existing. And if you have a technical player in your thing that's like threatening to rip apart the entire bedrock floor of the nether, then just say you can't do this in the rules and you don't have to do that. It's taking away like an entire field of redstone technology.
No, it's not taking it away. That's why I completely disagree. You're not removing the things that can be accomplished by a TNT duper. You are increasing the amount of effort it takes to make something that can work as efficient as they are right now. You're basically saying it takes longer and more effort for you to accomplish the same level of efficiency with a device that doesn't rely on duplication. You're not removing anything. Yes, you're removing a specific feature, and that might break specific redstone devices. But the things that you're accomplishing with dupers could be accomplished without dupers if you put in enough effort as a technical player to replace the need for duplication. The only thing that you're doing, like the only way that you're losing efficiency is if like you hit the theoretical maximum amount of possible generated like gunpowder because you've maxed out mob spawns and you're using gunpowder faster than it is possible for you to even collect it. And if you've gone that far, then like it's like that's a good bottleneck. Like that's a good way to slow you down so that you don't run out of things to do. Like
That's not done by people that are like worried about having things to do. I will say, like right there, that's not really. If you're building that sort of thing, you are building it because you are passionate about breaking the game. You're not doing it just because you're looking for the most efficient way for it to be efficient. You're looking for the most efficient way because you want to have the most efficient way be there. Usually just as like a proof of concept or done on like those super big technical
Okay,
servers where
so-
people like break millions of blocks.
By your own argument, then, if the goal was to find the most efficient way, making the most efficient way slightly less efficient but take longer to achieve is not a harmful thing. It doesn't hurt anything because it just changed your goal to be slightly less like it's slightly less high of a mountain, but it's a taller climb because it takes longer for you to achieve that. So like if anything, it's beneficial because it gives you more work to do and you're still like accomplishing something of a very similar caliber. Like if the goal was just to find the most possible efficiency, then it doesn't hurt you at all to slightly adjust that efficiency. It literally causes no harm because the goal was never to hit duplication. The goal was to hit maximum efficiency. So if maximum efficiency is adjusted, your goal is exactly the same. You're still trying to find what the most efficient thing is. So that's not, even by your own description, that's not a harmful thing to get rid of duplication.
I think, right, I think having it removed would work fine with what you're saying. I'm sure like it could be done if and only if Mojang adds the fucking parity change to put movable tile entities on the Java. That would be game changing. At that point, combined with crafters, having movable tile entities with pistons would be fucking cracked. That I can see like being used in conjunction to like get close enough to be like it's about finding the maximum efficiency, yes. Those big numbers are definitely very nice to see. So having it be such like I think a substantial nerf to the output of anything like that.
See, you're saying
like
substantial, and I completely disagree. You would have to be using so much gunpowder. Like you would have to be using enough gunpowder that you are again like breaking the theoretical like maximum amount of gunpowder that you could generate to be a true substantial nerf. You're not nerfing the possible efficiency of a TNT duper. You are just nerfing what is the like potential maximum by making it so that you actually have to use a resource to power a TNT duper, right? So substantial is a very like that's affecting like so like the number of like the like percentage of players that are technical players is probably like 0.2% or something like that, right? The percentage of technical players that are hitting the theoretical maximum number of gunpowder that you can form without using creative mode or like just doing like a test is like 0.2% of that 0.2%. Like there are not many people who are building like maximum efficiency light suppression nether portal like creeper farm that produces like 178,000 gunpowder per hour. Nobody's doing that, right? So like if there's a reason for you to make your creeper farm more efficient because holy shit, this duplication like thing being replaced by auto crafting has reduced the efficiency of my TNT flyer. I need to get more gunpowder. Then you have a reason to go build a slightly better creeper farm. That is the solution to the problem. And again, if you hit that theoretical maximum where you are using more gunpowder than is theoretically possible, then that's not hurting you. Like that doesn't hurt you to put that to if anything, now you being that weird niche person have a reason to build that 178,000 gunpowder per hour light suppression farm because the duping doesn't work anymore. So if anything, it gives you more stuff to do. That's not a nerf. I just disagree. I
think I agree with your point if they put pushable tile entities on. Because, like, I hear what you're saying, and I do acknowledge, like, yeah, if you could push crafters, for example, because you can't do that, right? Except on Bedrock.
No, I don't want you to push crafters. If they want to put in like pushable tile entities, I think that's cool. But pushing crafters, no, that's
and having that combined with the fact that like how Java Redstone works and the stuff that's like doable, at that point you can get something comparable and something that I think fits your description of like moving your thing around and docking it at like your farms and shit would definitely be doable within like a practical standpoint, within the fact that like the thing about dupers as well is just how mobile they are as compared to like having an entire like flying machine set up with like mine carts. I'm trying to think of how you would like move the amount of TNT you need, because your bottleneck wouldn't be how much gunpowder you can make, it's how much TNT you can fit in a dispenser, and then like the distance you're able to cover with that, right? Because dupers is a constant stream versus like you'd only get so far with the dispenser skewing it out at that point before that dispenser runs out. And it's a substantially lower number. So I'm trying to think, like, if there was pushable tile entities, like on Bedrock, if you could just, like, counteract that with some chests. I'm trying to think, that'd probably be, like...
Again, I don't even think that that's necessary. I feel like if you don't want to have it, like, let's say, like, so my original pitch of, like, okay, having it dock here and go that way, well, you'll run out of TNT before you go far enough. Then you build a dock halfway across that like the flying machine will reach it, stop, be refueled, and then continue its path. Like you don't need a pushable tile entity to do the thing that I'm describing.
Well, yes, but you can only have like so many gunpowder farms up at the nether roof before you're like messing up the efficiency of the other gunpowder farms and making each dock worse.
No, you don't have multiple. You don't use multiple like gunpowder farms. You use something to transport the gunpowder along the roof that loads up those docking stations. Of which there are many methods.
Like I'm just trying to think of like the practicality of that, the distance you can get, and the fact that you'd have to like make docks, split those resources from the single farm. Objectively, TNT dupers are going to be better. Like, and I think by a substantial...
Okay, them being more powerful does not mean they are better. That's the argument that we're having. It being slightly less efficient doesn't matter if the goal was to hit maximum efficiency. It doesn't matter.
It's a thing of like, the goal's to hit maximum efficiency, but it's not something that's like... It's pushing the limits of what's possible within it, right? But if there's like such a bottleneck like that, it's just taking away from that field that exists.
I disagree. I disagree. So you just said it. You just said it. The verbiage you used, because this is important. You said it is pushing the limit, right? Having there be limitations is required. Duplicating TNT means there is no limit. You are not pushing anything. You have broken the limit. Like it is you've used the word broken and cracked multiple times. TNT duplicators break the limit. There is no limit. There is no theoretical like cap. It is literally infinite. You have to have a limit to break the limit, right? You have to go past the limitation. And removing the limitation by having infinite is like harmful even to that ideology that you're describing. Because the answer, think about it like this. The answer is and will always be, to every situation, a TNT duper if dupers exist. Why would you use anything other than infinite if infinite is an option? Right?
You don't want to go through the effort of setting all that up for that kind of project?
They're not that hard to set up. TNT dupers are incredibly easy to make.
Yeah. For like a small scale project though, if it's something like, it's easy to make. I'm talking for the fact of, like, people doing incredibly big bullshit that's just, like, doable by that, that's just interesting to see, because they're taking infinite and they're pushing that to its limit. They're seeing, okay, we have this way of getting an infinite amount of shite, let's take this and just use it to, like, break the games in ways that you're definitely not supposed to. I'll give you the point of, you're not supposed to do that, but the fact that it's possible is fascinating, and it's such a cool field to watch. Because on a small
So
scale,
I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but I don't see how that thing that you just described is harmed or ruined in any way by slightly
because
changing those limitations.
a feature that is, you're taking away the infinity from the aspect of pushing that to its limit, right? Like, you can take that kind of device and translate it over to crafters. Alright, I'll give you the point on that. You can do a lot of the same things, but the output's going to be substantially reduced, because at that point you are working within you're working within a bottleneck, right?
Yes,
As to
and
being-
pushing limits, like you said, is to see what is possible within those limitations, and when possible, to push those limitations as far as possible. With infinite, with dupers, with infinite, there is no limit. You're not doing anything impressive when you build a TNT duper. Yes, you can do impressive things with a TNT duper, but the TNT duper by itself is boring. Like, that is, like, it's so easy to make. You can make it so early, and you can accomplish so much with it that the answer will almost always be, whenever you need TNT for a project, to just make infinite TNT. That's boring. Like, it's like literally a one size fits all. Like, it's like a shoe that like can be applied to almost any problem. Where it's like, if there is a bottleneck, if there is a limitation, the things that you accomplish are actually cool and interesting because you had to overcome a bottleneck or a limitation, right? For example, like, if to compare to a much more simple thing, like the whole like getting gear before I have the ability to like acquire the resources on Valheim is interesting because I'm not supposed to have access to that tree yet, right? And the method that I'm using to obtain that is something that requires me to like actually think and work towards it, and like requires like effort, and there is a bottleneck there. There's a maximum number of like cheesable trees that I could possibly break per hour. If I could just build something in Valheim that just rolls through the forest and destroys all the birch trees, it's suddenly a lot less cool when I get a fine wood bow before killing the first boss. It's like, okay, well, you just built the auto tree destroyer. Congratulations. Yeah, it's really cool. It's cool that I broke the forest. Like, it's damn cool that I built something that broke the forest, but how long is that interesting for? Like, once everybody starts putting that in their, like, Valheim technical server, the auto tree crusher is not cool anymore. Like, it's just, like, it's that you're just gonna build that every time you make a new world, right? There's no, like, process of, like, getting that thing set up if that thing will always just give me infinite wood, right? Where it's like...
I think the thing with that is, though, like, you have... I think this is a point that we're not going to agree on for the fact of we're thinking with two very different mindsets. You're thinking of, like, you know, you wouldn't want to make that automatic farm for the bow. Like, it's not impressive because... How did you word that? It's
Okay,
not impressive that you got the bow because you made this massive thing and, like, it's so simple to do it. You're not having to think about it, right? So suddenly the result of it becomes a lot less interesting. Right? Like, that's the point you were going on for with that?
Not quite. I'm saying that if the answer to the solution is I need to always build this one thing that is like gets me infinite of that thing, and anytime that I need that thing, I'm just going to build this thing every time, this thing becomes less interesting because it's always the answer. The answer, again, whenever you're talking about like TNT or clearing out large areas or whatever, people are always just going to build a TNT duper because there isn't a way to do those things that is reasonable outside of the TNT duper. So the TNT duper is not cool or interesting anymore because it's just the thing that you always make to solve all of your problems, right? If that thing requires effort and requires planning and requires you to like put effort in, something that powerful should be difficult to make, right? So having this giant area that's clearing out a bunch of blocks, instead of just building 6 TNT dupers and pressing the on button and walking away and letting it handle for me, that's not cool. If I build this system where I have something that's dropping TNT and that's stopping every, like, I don't know, every 64 drops of TNT, or every 9 stacks of 64, whatever that distance is, right? It goes as far as it can, and then it needs more TNT, so it stops at a docking station, it gets refueled and keeps going, and I need to find a way to keep that docking station refueled. I'm actually putting in effort to make something. I'm putting in a level of effort that is reasonable to expect for as something as powerful as what a TNT duper is already, right? Whereas a TNT duper right now does not require the amount of effort for how much utility you are getting from it. In your own words, you've said it's broken, it's cracked, it's busted. I agree. Having something broken or cracked or busted is fine if it's implemented in a healthy way. If it's that easy to get something that strong, then it's boring. It's not cool. It's boring. If I log into a technical server and literally every 10 blocks I see this giant area being cleared out by TNT dupers, that's boring. I'm sorry, that's boring. If somebody asks me like, "Hey Alex, do you want to like dig out this big perimeter for this giant farm I want to make?" I don't want to make TNT dupers. I'm gonna grab like 6 pickaxes and go crazy with some beacons, because like that is just more interesting than duplicating TNT. What?
I don't think breaking. Okay, first off, I think breaking a metric shit ton of blocks is calming. I don't think it's interesting in the slightest than watching a bunch of explosions, but I think that's a matter of personal preference on that point specifically. Now, I think TNT dupers, as they are, right? The way I view them, I think having heard this whole conversation, the way I view them is like as a redstone component. They are an advanced component that's not supposed to exist, that people use to make impressive things, and I like seeing the impressive things made with them. I'm not looking at them from the perspective of you make a TNT duper to do a thing. I'm looking at them from the perspective of you make a TNT duper to be used as a component in a much larger thing that I find interesting.
That thing is more impressive and more interesting if it's using something that requires the amount of that has an effort of obtaining or building that is on par with how useful it is. Like it makes the thing that you're talking about more interesting and impressive. So like this is the issue that I'm taking with your arguments, is like pretty much every argument that you've made, not every single one, but almost every argument that you've made is like it's self-defeating as like conceptually. Like you're impressed by the things that people do with TNT dupers. Those things would be more impressive if TNT was not infinite. It just would be. It would just be more impressive. You would be like, that is even cooler than if you use TNT dupers. If somebody builds this giant machine using TNT dupers, and then I build the same machine, but instead of duping the TNT, I've found a way to automate the TNT and reload those machines that are dropping the TNT, my device is just cooler than his. I'm sorry. Yes, I used his design, but I improved it because it's not relying on a mechanic that is, by your own definition, broken, cracked, etc., right? And if you disagree and you think that his is more cool because he's using infinite TNT, I think you're just wrong, right? I think by your own logic, mine would be the more interesting thing. So even though mine takes more effort, because the same thing is possible, if the goal was an impressive or interesting structure, lowering the peak, like the top of the mountain slightly, but increasing the time it takes to get there is not a harmful change. If anything, it is a beneficial change by your own descriptions and like ideologies and like theories. Like, you see what I'm saying?
I'm going to say that this is an agree to disagree, because quite frankly, like I do think that like it's not a slight decrease.
It is a slight decrease.
Infinite is infinitely more than any number that you can reach with that.
Again, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Most people, okay? So like when you're saying like the amount of people that actually need infinite compared to people who need somewhere between 0 and theoretical maximum generated per hour with an efficient farm. Then like the number of people who need that much, like the ladder, is a lot higher than the number of people who would actually benefit, like who actually need infinite to accomplish the things that they are capable of accomplishing, right? The number, there's like whatever the theoretical maximum number of gunpowder like obtained and theoretical maximum number of sand per, like whatever that number ends up being, if they design those things properly, per hour is higher than what you could theoretically use, then infinite is not necessary. The people who need infinite is such a small number of people inside of an already small number of people. And the people who would use a number between, again, 0 and whatever the theoretical maximum, that number of people is so much larger than the group of people who need infinite, and their gameplay would be enriched by also needing to build, like needing to include not having an infinite source of TNT. Like, you're enriching their experience by making them have to go build a slightly better creeper farm because, holy shit, my TNT droppers are using more gunpowder than I'm making. So go build a better gunpowder farm. It's possible, you can go do it. That limit thing, that limitation thing, has more of a point. There's a reason for you to go build the slightly better gunpowder farm, or develop or design a better transportation method for that gunpowder to your docking stations, to refuel your flyer. Like, it makes your gameplay and the things that you're accomplishing more interesting because you have to put in that extra effort. The number of people that need infinite, like you're saying, is so small. And those people, I would still argue, are going to have their experience enriched because they're going to have a limit now. Okay, I have all of these automated TNT droppers, and I'm using more gunpowder than is theoretically possible. So now you have a different obstacle to cross. So you have a limit that you now need to break. So it's not hurting your experience. Like, again,
you're basically trying to, like, I think the issue, and I think the issue with, I think where I am just not, I'm not willing to budge on the point, is the fact that you're saying that, like, Phantoms, Christ, what did I name my name after you people? Okay, like, I'm thinking of this in the fact that there's, like, two very separate, like, kind of communities within that, right? When I say communities, that's a bad word. It's like two different fields. There's, like, you're pushing the limits of what you're supposed to be able to do, which is what you're talking about, and that's very impressive, objectively. And then there's pushing the limits of what you're technically able to do, but not supposed to. Pushing the limits of, like, say, infinite TNT dupers, you are objectively going to have different things done for the fact that infinite is a bigger number, right? And this is just an objective, you can do more with infinite stuff. I enjoy seeing what you can do with, objectively, from a gameplay point, TNT duper should get removed. I would not be happy personally to see them removed. I'm not going to argue against the point that they should. Right?
That was the entire argument. I said that they should get rid of it, and you were like, no, they shouldn't.
I've said multiple times, for balance, it would make sense to remove them. I'm going to argue against them because I like seeing what's capable with them, and that's just who I am as a player.
So so be honest. If somebody built something, going by the logic that I described earlier, if somebody built something with TNT dupers, and then somebody else built it with docking stations and it, like, actually fully automated it without duplicating TNT, and it was either as efficient as the infinite or almost as efficient as the infinite, but didn't require infinite TNT, you wouldn't think that's more impressive? You don't think that's more interesting?
If you can do something, okay.
No, it's yes or no. It's yes or no, Zab. It's yes or no. You don't think that's more interesting?
You're comparing two things that are not the same.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I 100% am. If somebody no, listen. If somebody builds this really impressive machine, and they're using TNT dupers to clear out a 168 by 168 chunk area, and it's clearing it all out automated with TNT using TNT dupers. I build the exact same machine, right? But I'm not using duplicated TNT, and it's still automated. You don't think that's more interesting?
That it is objectively going to, you cannot reach the efficiency of infinite with non-infinite.
No,
It's
no. Yes, you can, because the bottleneck is not, the efficiency is not based off of the TNT. If they are destroying a 168 chunk by 168 chunk area with TNT dupers, and I am destroying the exact same size area with TNT droppers that I'm supplying with my own sources of TNT, and they're doing it like let's say theirs takes 15 hours to do it automated, and mine takes somewhere between 15 hours and 16 hours to do it. But mine's not duplicating the TNT. You think that theirs is more impressive because it did it an hour quicker?
That is not an hour quicker, and I feel like the concept of infinite TNT, infinite of anything, like, you're not having to take the time to load up the incredibly limited storage space that you have in the first place. You're going to have to dock frequently. You are building two separate devices at that point.
9 stacks of 64 is not frequently.
I am, in the context of the amount of TNT that's being spat out by infinite TNT dupers, it is frequently judged. It is, like, you are trying to say that I have to compare these two things, that I have to say one is objectively cooler than the other. They are two different fields of Minecraft technology.
Okay, I'll answer the question for you. The person who doesn't need the infinite TNT built something cooler. It's pretty easy. That's like a pretty objective and easy thing to conceptualize. If you were able to accomplish the same thing, but you didn't require a glitch that duplicated the items for you, that's more impressive than the person who needed to use the infinite. Like that's just a more impressive device. If you were able to accomplish something, of the same or similar caliber, but you weren't using a game-breaking glitch, and you actually put in like effort to like properly, within the bounds of what is supposed to be possible, accomplish the same thing, that's more impressive.
I think that's insulting towards people that work with that kind of thing. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Do you think that the people that make these like massive structures full of like precisely placed slime blocks and like TNT shite and like working with the dupers and doing the maths to make these things couldn't figure out how to do it? I think it's an active choice that they use those things, because it's like, you can choose to use dupers, right? There are farms for a lot of things that don't use that. Like, you look at wither tree farms instead of TNT duper ones. You look at just, like, withers tend to be a commonly used thing for that. Like, there are things that don't use TNT dupers for things that often do. There are two different fields of redstone, and I think saying that one is objectively better than the other...
There's a hole in your argument again, because you just said, okay, well, you could make a tree farm that doesn't need the TNT duper, or
yes,
you could make the tree farm that uses a TNT duper, but instead of duping the TNT, you use the auto crafter and a source of sand and gunpowder to fuel it. Thereby, ergo, it is a TNT dropper, and it is not using duplicated TNT, but it is still accomplishing the exact same thing that it would have accomplished with the TNT duper. So yes, that is more impressive than using the TNT duper. You could still do that with a dropper.
You do that, but it's a matter of like, it's two different fields. That's a tiny scale thing. That's a tree farm. I use that as like a cheap example.
No. That's a great example, because that's part of so like you said, that would be insulting to the people that are in that community. First of all, I disagree with that, because yes, there is a level of competition. The whole point of building these things is to see, as you said, what is theoretically possible. And if you are able to do something that is almost as cool or as efficient as something that used, as you said, infinity, but you're not using infinity, and you still pull off something that is either as efficient in some cases, like that tree farm, it would be easily as efficient, right? But
tree farm, yeah.
So in some cases as efficient, in other cases nearly as efficient, or in some cases, I'll grant you, sure, yes, maybe you have so many TNT dupers that it would be physically impossible for you to make enough gunpowder to fuel all of them. Fair enough. Maybe those things are possible. But Making that
It's
thing
not
making that thing not possible harms literally if we're talking the percentage of people who play Minecraft compared to the population of the world is a small number. The percentage of people who are in like technical communities is an even smaller number. The percentage of people in technical communities that even go through the effort of building things like that is an even smaller number. And the number of people who make theoretical maximums is like it is an even smaller percentage of that percentage of that percentage of that percentage. Whereas literally everybody else would find their experiences and their devices and their work and their effort enriched by not needing access to something that uses infinite. And again,
I'm gonna
again, this all goes around. The people that are getting hurt are the people who push the theoretical maximum. The theoretical maximum being slightly less it does not harm them.
I will say this over and over. You keep using slightly or like 1 hour, barely. No. It is a substantial difference. That's the entire reason I'm making this point of how I think it's two separate fields. Because use a tree farm, right? That's the basic level, right? That's something that you can easily pull off. As you scale things up, the only way you can keep up, like the amount of resources you need to keep up keeps on going higher until having an infinite amount is the only way. That is an entirely separate field of redstone shite at that point. And that's what I am fond of in the context.
Okay. That field though is again, so if we're using that field, I won't use the word slightly for that field, but that field again is self-defeating. That argument in and of itself, the thing that you're arguing for, theoretical maximum, is self-defeating. If the theoretical maximum is pulled slightly back, then it's not less impressive because the thing that you're trying to accomplish just isn't possible anymore. There are other things that are not possible, and there are other theoretical maximums. So if anything, you're just back to square one, and you have to do it again, which is the whole point, right? So again, let me use a specific let's use numeric values to make this argument, because this is fair, because it is all about numbers. That is the whole thing. When you're talking about theoretical maximum, is how far can I push? How big can I make a number, right? If you make like a light suppression farm that generates like 360,000 drops per hour, right? That is the theoretical maximum. We have literally not found a mob farm that is better than that. Let's say they tweak something, and now that farm specifically isn't possible anymore because they slightly changed one thing in the way Minecraft works. And now the new theoretical maximum, as far as we know, is 180,000. Finding that 180,000 and building that 180,000 is just as impressive and cool as that 360,000, because it is the theoretical maximum. So when you talk about theoretical maximums, that is self-defeating. If anything, you can argue the enrichment argument that I'm making is even furthered, because if you want to do the theoretical maximum involving TNT dupers, you just go to a version of the game that allows TNT dupers. The theoretical maximum that I can accomplish on this version of the game, because there are TNT dupers, is this much. Okay, next version of the game, there's no duping TNT. There is a new theoretical maximum, and you have to find it in a different way. So going to the next version of the game, you just have to get to the theoretical maximum again in a different method, which is the whole point of finding a theoretical maximum. So when you say the whole theoretical maximum argument, that is self-defeating, because if the theoretical maximum is less, it's just a theoretical maximum. You were just doing it for theory. You just wanted to know what the maximum was. Making that number less doesn't change the fact that it's the theoretical maximum. It still is the maximum.
There's a difference between a theoretical maximum is working within the fact that maximum is not an infinite amount. I'm treating, like I've said before, this is more of a component in the point that I'm arguing for. I'm just arguing for the fact that there's really cool shit that cannot be done outside of that. I think both are valid fields. I think that objectively working with like a tileable amount of things that produce an infinite amount of things, like that is objectively, can we agree on that point? You are going to be able to do far different things, right? Just on an objective level, there are things that cannot be done with a crafter, with a dispenser, as compared to the fact that having infinite of something, it opens up certain doors. I am arguing for the fact that I like what people do with that technology.
You asked if we can agree. I don't agree.
You think that there's nothing that can be done with infinite stuff, nothing that can be done, like no impressive things that can only be done under the context of you have this much resources. Like not even this
I disagree
much
with the framing. I disagree with the framing. Because again, whenever you say are there things that you can do with infinite that you can't do without infinite? Yes, you can. But that is against the entire argument that you're making about theoretical maximums. It doesn't matter if it is or isn't possible, because yes, the number is not as large when infinite is not there. The amount of things that you can accomplish is not as large. But that doesn't matter when you're talking about infinite, or like talking about theoretical maximum as a concept. Like that's
I'm not saying, like, what's the maximum amount of blocks you can break? What's a maximum amount of TNT you can, like, place down within point A to point B? I'm saying that there are redstone contraptions, redstone machines that are made with that cannot be done, and I like seeing those exist.
If they're on a single scale, yes, you can do everything with. If you can automatically get that dispenser to be filled up with TNT, then everything that you can do with an infinite TNT, if we're talking about a single TNT dropper, a dropper is just as capable of anything that a duper is. You could literally do exactly the same things. If you can keep getting it TNT, then that is the same as it getting TNT by itself. It's the same thing.
But we're not talking about a single dropper. Right, I'm not reducing the argument to a finite number when my entire argument is the fact
theoretical maximums?
With the fact that you can have infinite as a component in a larger redstone contraption.
So so again,
right, people back in the good old days, they used to use BUDs. You'd have to like detect the block update, break the shite. Right, that wasn't necessarily an intended mechanic. But the things people did with it was very impressive. They added observers. Makes sense. It's something that you should be able to do, right? It was used as a component. That's what I see it as. I don't care, right? Like, I fully agree if someone's using, like, a tree farm, like, if someone's doing a simple tree farm, you can do it with dupers, you can do it without. I don't care how you do it. A tree farm's a tree farm. People will do different things. People will make different designs for the playstyles they prefer. Objectively, at a large scale, you're able to do things with an infinite amount of TNT that could not be done earlier. It's not a matter of what's the maximum of something.
No. You just said there are things that are possible that are only possible with that. That is, by definition, talking about theoretical maximums. You can't say, well, there's a theoretical maximum that can be obtained with TNT dupers, but it's not about the theoretical maximum. Yes, it is. That's what you just said that. You just said that.
How do you move blocks with redstone?
What?
How do you move a block using redstone? It's a piston, Judge. You place down a piston, you use it. Right?
Yeah.
What else can do it? Not much. I don't think there's any way to push a block other than a piston. Right?
Okay.
You can pick it up, you can place it back down. It's a component, Judge. I'm not arguing for the fact that, like, you only use it to find the theoretical maximum of things. I'm saying that there are technologies that people have made, be it, like, fancy-ass rail cannons, or just, like, various, like, bedrock destroying bullshit. Like, there's shit that you can do with that as a component. that cannot be practically done, and I just enjoy seeing that field. That's it.
They
That's the
could be
entire-
practically done though. If you're doing something that destroys bedrock automatically and it's using TNT dupers, you can replace those dupers with droppers and have them restock. That's still possible. The only issue is if you want it to destroy the bedrock on a larger scale or faster, right? And if you're talking about a larger scale or faster, we are going back into the theoretical maximum argument, right? That's the thing. Like, you can still make it, like, if it uses a TNT duper and it destroys bedrock, you can have it do that, but restock it with TNT. Like, instead of using a duper, you could just restock the TNT and it'll do the exact same thing, right? You could, like, if it's possible to make it with duplication, it's possible to make it without it duplicating.
Like, it's possible, but really, like, how are you going to get all the sand over there? How are you going to, like,
So,
set up all
okay,
the farms?
that thing that you're describing is what makes it cool. Okay, because
Like-
the question, the question whenever you were building that is, I need to get rid of this bedrock. How the fuck am I supposed to get rid of bedrock, right? So you built a device that was cool that got rid of bedrock. So whenever your new bottleneck is, how the fuck do I get the sand over there? Build something cool that puts the sand over there. That's like, it's still in your field. It's still in the impressive field that you're describing. Yes, it makes it more complicated. Yes, it makes it more difficult. But is that a bad thing? No, it's not. If anything, like, the fact that it was difficult to build this giant contraption that's getting rid of the bedrock on the roof or the floor for you, that was difficult. That took time. That took testing. That took designing. That took engineering for you to make that. For you to bring that thing the resources it needs to accomplish that is just part of that project. It just makes that project bigger in scale.
Like, I think they're two separate categories of redstone building, okay? I don't think it's fair saying that one is, like, requiring less planning for the things that I'm talking about, and maybe we're just both thinking of different things. With what I am actively thinking of, I agree with my point. This isn't a agree to disagree.
with what I'm thinking of, I agree with my point. That's a great one.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one before. That's a new one. That's...
Oh, that's the only way I can describe this, because from a balance perspective, I'm not going to argue that it's worse. I'm just saying that the things I enjoy seeing done with it, I enjoy seeing done with it, and I will defend the fact
So
that
you would
I like
enjoy it
seeing-
less if the theoretical maximum was slightly less? You would enjoy it less? You would enjoy watching it less? What?
I enjoy seeing what's doable with it, right?
Okay.
I
So
don't want to see it taken away. It
you
doesn't
would-
mean
no,
I
you-
don't like what can be done without it, Judge. It does not mean I don't like seeing what can be done without it. I never said that. I just said I like seeing what can be done with it. I like seeing both of them, and it just makes me a little bit unhappy if it would get removed. That's it. Because that's one less thing to see. Would it kill me? No. Would I be like would I reactivate my x.com account to go on a rant about how Mojang deserves to burn in a fire because they removed TNT dupers? No. I just like seeing what can be done with that as much as I like seeing what can be done without it. Like, I will argue for it existing because it can do things that I find incredibly impressive as a person who enjoys that, like, field of Minecraft.
I also enjoy
That-
that field of Minecraft, and I think that those same things would be more impressive if you were to find those limits and push those boundaries and weren't using infinite TNT.
And how impressive a person finds something is, in my opinion, subjective. Different people might find different
No, I
things
think
impressive.
it is objectively more impressive if you're doing it without without the access to infinity. Like, I just think that, like, it's like if you do something, like, if somebody builds a house and they have an entire construction company behind them helping them build that house, and then somebody else builds the exact same house on their own by themselves, I'm sorry, that's cooler. And if you disagree, I like, you have a different idea of objectivity. Like, but it is just more impressive to build something that as cool but with less. That's just cooler. Like by definition, that takes more. Like that is a more impressive feat. Like if you think like now, like if your argument is okay, well I like to see what is possible with a team of builders behind you, which is what I believe the argument you're making is. I want to know what's possible with that construction company behind you. I don't think it's fair to take that construction company from you because I want to see what you can accomplish with that construction company. That's fine, and I don't have any issues with that. But if you take away one tool from that construction company and now that construction company is slightly less efficient, that doesn't change the thing that you were hoping to see them accomplish. That construction company is still going to make really cool things. If anything, those things will be cooler because they don't have access to that tool.
I just don't think objectively, like, in the context of Redstone stuff, where, like, people put all these different things to, like, they do massive amounts of, like, planning and research on any given contraption like that, with or without it. I find both of them impressive, and I think I'm allowed to say that, yeah, I wouldn't like it to be removed just for the fact of I like to see what people can do with that. Not that I don't like to... I'm not saying that I hate waffles because I like pancakes. I can like both. My argument comes down to I think this should be in the game because it's able to do things that I find very impressive. I've made this clear. And yes, you can do, like, similar things. I think objectively far less powerful. And I think objectively there are things that cannot feasibly be done due to, like, how you'd have to build a massive creeper farm and, like, hopefully not a sand duper in the timeline we're talking about where you don't do TNT duping, because I think that kind of defeats the point of that argument. Regardless, some source of sand, right? You can do similar things, and you can do impressive things. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm saying I like seeing...
I want the raid, but thank you, Lego.
That's the entire argument. You're not going to convince me to not want to see that. You're not going to convince me to be on the side of, I think it definitely should be removed and it's bad for the community. You have my agreement on it's bad for balance, but that won't change my subjective opinion that I think it's really cool to see what people can do given any given resource they have to work with. That's... Like, this is entirely of my own opinion that I like seeing what they can do, even if it's not an intended game feature, even if it's bad for the gameplay. The fact that it exists, I want to see it abused.
Okay, so if your argument is because it exists, you want to see it abused, then you shouldn't take issue with it being taken away.
I will take slight issue with it, but I'm not going to go on Twitter.com and scream about it. I'm just going to argue that I enjoy it and that I don't think it should in a stream, and if it gets removed, then I'll be like, well, shit, it got removed. Well, that's annoying. Anyway, like, it's not a matter of life and death. I won't take issue in the grand scheme of things of it, but I'm not going to say I want to see it removed. Right?
Okay, so then, that's the statement you're making, then I'm going to make my statement. I think that the game would, in general, be healthier. It would be a not necessarily fully, but near net positive to remove it. Like,
that would be true.
It would benefit more things, substantially more things, to put in a way for you to properly make TNT droppers and, like, produce TNT in a way that didn't require dupers, and removing TNT duplicators. It would benefit the game in more ways, and it would benefit more people, and it would benefit more projects on a factor that is kind of unfathomable to even like put into words, or like to even calculate, rather, more than it would harm. The number of people and the amount of things that it would hurt to remove TNT duping, and like when I say hurt, I don't mean like okay, well, technically this one thing isn't like possible to its capacity anymore, but it is still possible at a slightly lesser capacity, just takes more effort. I don't think that's harm. I think that defining that as harm is just incorrect. I think you're looking at it in an incorrect way, and your philosophy is just wrong when you're looking at it. But like the amount of things that you are removing from the realm of possibilities, the amount of things that you are actually harming is so substantially lower than the amount of things that you would benefit by removing TNT duplication and replacing it with a on par feature of obtaining and replacing TNT in those droppers is like a near net positive, a near 100% net gain. And so the game would just benefit greatly from its removal. And similarly, I'm not going to lose my mind if they don't get rid of TNT duplicators, and I'm not going to go on servers and like flame people who use them because they are doing impressive and cool things. And I'm not going to be like, well, you shouldn't be using a duplicator. You should be using something that does the same thing without a duplicator. But I do think that their projects and their work and the things that they're doing would be more interesting with that limitation and those ways around the limitation to be added to the game. So I think that the things that they are accomplishing would be more interesting post change. So I want them to get rid of TNT duplications and replace it.
And I think like you're allowed to have that opinion, and I'm allowed to have mine. It's a matter like if I don't think it needs to be within the bounds of this was an intended feature to be interesting. I just personally don't think that's
not
necessary.
what I said. That's not the argument I was making. It's not even remotely close to the argument that I was making.
I'm trying to think. I worded that poorly. I don't think it becomes less impressive when they're doing that. That's just in my mind. I see those things and I'm like, this is not something that I could even fathom doing in the first place, with or without intended game mechanics. I love seeing the stuff that can be done. It would make me very sad to see TNT duping go. It would make you happy to see it go. We both agree that it would be objectively better for game balance.
Not just game balance. Game balance is part of it, but I think that it would be better for the game in multiple aspects. Balance is just one of the things that it would improve upon. Balance is just one branch of that tree.
I think it would really just be good for like the balance of the fact, because in my opinion, I don't care if it's using intended or unintended mechanics. I find it interesting anyway, and so I like to see the features that exist keep existing.
See, that's the thing. Is again, that's not something that I take issue with either. Whether or not it's using an intended or unintended feature is fine, but having like reasonable limitations is what makes breaking limits cool. Okay, again, the things that you can accomplish with infinity, like you can accomplish anything with infinity because it's infinity, right? So it's like there is no limit, and that was the part of the argument that we were having earlier, where you brought up theoretical limits. And to be fair, I know I've been harping back on it, but you were the one to bring it up. You were the one that said the theoretical limits was part of the reason why you want to see it stay, which is fine, right? But like there needs to be a limit for the thing to be interesting when you break it. Like if there is no limit, then there wasn't a limit. It's not interesting because there wasn't a limit on what you could accomplish with that thing. If you have unlimited power, the things that you accomplish with unlimited power are like, okay, you could do anything. It's unlimited. You could literally do whatever you want, right? So the theoretical limit being infinite, whenever you have access to infinity, makes infinite less cool because that's what you could do.
Of an item, right? This isn't you have TNT duping, and then suddenly anything you do with that isn't going to be, like you said, it's not interesting. And
it's less interesting. It is significantly less interesting than if there was a bottleneck that you had to overcome. Significantly less.
People use that as a tool in larger things that they do. It's not like having a TNT duper lets you then just instantaneously destroy everything. You still have to like do massive amounts of planning and building and like cool redstone stuff to account for that, right? Hello, Corinthians. Like, that's the point I'm arguing for. I'm just saying that I like seeing what people can do, and I would not like to see it go because of it. I have bad omen. I'm too tired for this bullshit. Like, This is an agree to disagree because I think this is exclusively a subjective opinion. At the end of the argument, my opinion is that I don't want it to go just because it's a tool people can use and I like seeing what can be done with it. You think it's significantly less interesting? That's fair. I don't really give a shit. I think that's also fair. It's a feature that can be used. Seeing like these massive structures people build with that incorporated, it's just phenomenal to look at. Right? I don't care if it's duplicated. It doesn't matter the authenticity of the TNT to me. All that matters is the fact that, like, these people are fucking geniuses. They use the resources they have available.
See that right there? You just destroyed your own argument again. You just destroyed. No, Zap. You just said they use the resources they have available to them to accomplish something cool. If they have less resources, they're still geniuses, and what they do is still cool. So there's no loss. There's no loss on removing the infinity because you've given them a new limitation. They're still going to do something fucking awesome within that new limitation. So because okay, so again, like it's impressive what they were able to do with the resources that were allocated to them. That's going back to the theoretical maximum argument, which again is self-defeating. Like you're doing this thing where you're like destroying your own argument. If you
because I've said this is exclusively my opinion and that it would be better to have it gone anyway. I don't care if this is self-defeating. I am just saying why I like this. They are abusing a feature in the game. They are abusing it. It exists. I don't want to see it go. I don't need to back that up. I don't need to say it's going to be better to stay, because it's not. I'm just saying that I don't want to see it go because I like it, Judge. Because I enjoy the feature existing.
Okay, that's fine. If you're saying that you want it to stay because you like it, that's fine. But to add on these caveats and say, and the reason why I'm right is this, well, you just said something that's like is literally a paradox. Like it is something that defeats itself by the own logic that you are using to justify it.
At 2:40 in the fucking morning. I'm going to try defending my points because fuck it, I'm an American. Freedom of speech or some shit, and also I'm fucking sleep deprived, Judge. I'm not expecting to make sense. And frankly, I'm more than willing to walk around in circles in these conversations because I like hearing the sound of my own voice. Let's be honest here. I'm a streamer. Like, at the end of the day, taking away me feeling the ADHD required, I need to defend everything that comes out of my mouth because something self-consciousness, I think it's cool, I like it, and I want it to stay.
That's fine. I'm not gonna argue with that. That's fine. That's fine. There's nothing unreasonable about what you just said.
I said before, probably full of shit. I'm tired and I don't remember half of it anymore. Unironically. Like, the amount of things I'm comprehending at this moment are minimal. I'm sure most of my argument, vast majority of it, was full of shit and was just me trying to justify me liking this existing. Okay? That is what my brain is trying to spit out right now, and I'm just bad at doing.
Then I think the issue is we were at some point we started arguing for different things. Because my argument was, and maintains, that the game would be better in most ways and for most people and in most fields of view if TNT dupers were gone. And that's it. Like, if somebody likes TNT dupers and likes playing with TNT dupers, I'm not saying that they're wrong or bad or destroying Minecraft. I'm just saying that I think deep down, even they, most of them, would have enriched experience playing Minecraft without TNT dupers, was part of my argument. So that's why I brought up that stuff, and that's why I combated you on that stuff. If somebody says, well, I just like them and I think they're fun, I'm not telling that person that they're wrong and that they're not allowed to like it. That's fine. If you like TNT dupers and you want to build stuff with them, that's fine. If you run a server that allows TNT dupers and you want to do them, I have servers that I'm okay with using people using TNT dupers on this one. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna be like, Zap, that's bad. You have to go get the sand and the gunpowder on your own because this is illegitimate because you used duplication and infinite is overpowered. Like, I'm not saying any of that.
Half health. Jesus Christ, that was terrifying.
It was a pie. It was a pie.
I just got like attacked by what felt like a Florida man. Like, you're not even wearing a shirt, and I was just like almost killed.
It's a pie. It's a pie. I was hitting you with a pie.
Listen, the theoretical maximum of this pie is my entire health bar.
Okay, let's see. Strength 2. Okay. No. Is Strength 3 possible? I forget. I don't think so. Strength 2. And then you get hit with... No, there's nothing that would make you take more damage, because weakness lowers your damage, not how much damage you take. So no, Strength 2, if I crit you every hit... No, I could do more damage than crits, because when you're not using a weapon, there's Sprint Hit Crit, which damages you more damage per second than just critting. So Strength 2, Sprint Hits, and crits, and I do it flawlessly, so I'm hitting you the maximum... Well, no, I don't even want to try to do all that math. That's too much. Ohio man throws pie at Jester. No, I wasn't throwing the pie. I was beating him to death with the pie. That is way more terrifying than throwing...
Down to below half. Like, I was actually scared for my life. Too fucking late for this shit, man.
When we meet in real life, Zap, I'm buying a pumpkin pie, taking it out of the shell, and hitting you with it. I hope you know.
Okay, Judge, have you seen, like, the... Like, most likely faked, but still fucking hysterical, like, 4chan screenshot, or series of screenshots, about the guy that allegedly tormented their school bully by, like, stalking them and hiding a pineapple wherever they went?
That's fucking hilarious.
So, I'll show you the video later, because it's actually hysterical. Like, according to the post, that guy had, like, PTSD. Like, they had a panic attack in a Walmart some years later, like, they heard about this.
Yeah.
That there was a pineapple in the wrong aisle, and they just broke down. And, like, I'm sure it's fake, it's 4chan, but it still is fucking hysterical. And, like, with 4chan, you always have to just think, but what if it was real, though? And it makes it so much funnier.
Fair enough. Anyway,
but, like,
I want to finish the thing I was saying. I want to finish the point that I was trying to make.
Before you mercilessly attacked me with a fucking pie.
Well, it was part of my argument. Anyway, I'm not saying that there's anything, like, wrong or, like, illegitimate or, like, embarrassing or sad or unimpressive about the concept of using a TNT duplicator. What I am saying is that, like, subjectively, I think that removing the TNT duplicator and replacing it with alternatives would be a nearly, I'll admit, not 100%, but a nearly net positive. It would be almost all good. The amount of things that would be harmed is substantially outperformed by the amount of things that would not be harmed by the removal of a TNT duplicator. That did a lot of damage.
I got a crossbow from a pillager, but I don't have any arrows, just what was in it.
I have one arrow, but that's for my infinity bow. Now, that's my subjective opinion. Objectively, to justify that, because I do feel confident objectively defending my argument, or basing my subjective opinion off of facts that are objective. Those are the objective facts that I do believe are 100% true. And it's not even about believing, it's just they are. Depending on your definition of the word enriched, which I think that generally speaking, most people use the same definitions for the word enrichment, right? Depending on your definition of the word enrichment, I think that most players, even players that would be affected, especially players that would be affected by the removal of TNT duplicators, which is already a small number, especially those people, their experience in Minecraft and the things that they are capable of accomplishing would be enriched by the removal of TNT duplicators. So even the negative aspects of that we were talking about earlier, because I didn't say a 100% net gain, I said a mostly net gain, even those negative things, I think, are outperformed by the limitations that are being added also just being conceptually different by definition, meaning that limit pushing and limit breaking is simply changed, not harmed, whenever something like that is changed. So I think that subjectively, the game would be better with the removal, and objectively, I think that most people who would be affected by it would have their gameplay enriched by its removal. So there you go. That is what I believe. That's what I believe, and that's why I believe it. There you go.
I think we've both given our opinions, and I'm tired. Not so much that I feel like falling asleep right now, but I think I've drained my debate energy for the day. At 3 a.m. I'm out of energy for the debates. I feel like if we meet up in real life at some point, something really stupid is going to happen, and we are just going to spend 2 hours fucking, I don't know, some guy tosses a banana on the ground and gets devoured by ants.
Hello, fun name.
Some stupid shit like that. We're just gonna end up in some 2-hour deadlock of saying shit, and then by the end of it, it turns out that at least one of us, let's be honest, probably me, is just really bad at saying what I'm trying to.
No. I'm not trying to back you in a corner or say that you're stupid and your points are stupid, or that you're bad at articulating. I think you're a generally good debater. I think you're a generally good debater, and I think that you are pretty good at articulating your points. I think that in this argument in particular, a lot of your arguments, at least from my perspective, and maybe it's a perspective thing, but I'm pretty confident in this. At least from my perspective, a lot of the arguments you were making just happened to be self-defeating. If we're talking logical conclusion stuff, I think that a lot of the points that you were making, if you take them to their logical conclusions, aren't necessarily a point that stands up in the context of the argument that we were having.
And I'm sure if there's something done by messaging, this would be a lot different, because at that point I'd have to think before I send each message, and I'm not just running on 3 a.m. brain, saying the first thought that comes to mind with the confidence of my opinion is right, because at the end of the day, my opinion, what it actually was just correct, of that I'm allowed to subjectively like this in the future. I'm just bad at saying what I like.
Zap is very smart. What debate did you guys have? We were debating the ethics of euthanizing cancer patients that are in extreme amounts of pain. And you wouldn't believe it if I told you what Zap said about cancer patients. It was messed up. That's what set me off, and then it just got out of hand.
And then it devolved into TNT dupers from there.
But no, in all seriousness, we were talking about whether so it's kind of hard to say, because in the end it really does seem like the reason why we kept arguing was because we were both arguing different points, if I'm being completely honest. The debate was, oh shit, I just started a raid. Well, that's fine. I'll just trap the last raider in the boat.
I'm about to start a raid too.
What?
Alright, I started a raid too.
What did Zap say? Zap didn't say anything. It wasn't like that. Basically,
personally, I think cancer patients should get well soon. Come on, guys. You guys can do it. I believe in you.
I mean, just drink, have you tried apple cider vinegar? That always helps me.
Have you tried eating an apple a day?
Oh, I should have just trapped the Vindicator with the... I'm sorry, Zap. I fucked up.
There's multiple waves.
You're right. Yeah. The second wave we can keep the banner man.
Basically, lure one out of the range of the raid and put it in a boat.
We were debating about TNT duplicates. TNT duplicators in the game. One of us was arguing for why they are cool and why they should stay in the game, and one of us was arguing why the game would be better with their removal. That's the easiest way to put it into words without okay, this guy's got this is what we want, right?
What is he doing? He's just running. He doesn't have his axe out. He's just walking. He's leaving.
He's targeted something that he's having issues reaching, I believe. I don't know what, but I'm gonna
Alright,
grab.
well, do you have,
I'm getting wood
you have
right
a
now.
boat?
Can you keep an eye on him? Can you
yeah,
kill
he's
everything that
just
isn't
heading
him?
down the mountain.
What?
He's just heading down the mountain.
It's okay. I have
He
a
just
boat.
fell down a substantial distance down the mountain.
He's still alive though.
Probably only barely. He just fell down and missed the water.
Lead him this way. Lead him this way. I have a boat.
Are we out of raid distance though?
I can like drive the boat if he gets in it.
Oh yeah, true. 'Cause he's aggroed on them. No, he's
Ow.
aggroed onto you.
Ow. 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 Okay, that's about as much as I could take. We just gotta like, we just gotta heal before we get back in the boat, because he can only do so much damage.
You can like toss at him because his health is like probably abysmal.
I've got healing potions and a brewing stand, so yes. Also, let's not push him out of range yet. Let's let the raid end in 40 minutes. You don't have to stay on if you want to go to bed. But I don't actually want to do a raid here because the evokers will actually get Vexes into the breeder, and that will be chaos.
What? No, just get another guy in a boat and then just
Okay,
have him stay.
that's fair. Okay, I have a potion of healing.
I really want to like fix the thing before I end up passing out. If you'd be willing to still help with that,
Sure.
unless you want to do it another time. But then I just can't log onto that server until it's fixed. So
I think Blaze
only this
has...
guy remaining.
What?
There's only this guy remaining. You know what? Frankly, more of these guys will spawn later. It doesn't matter if we just use this guy as the one in the boat and we can just get one later. It's not like it's a thing in a rush.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. It doesn't matter too much if this one specifically lives or dies.
Well, I don't want him to die yet because it'll start the next wave of the raid, and I don't want to fight a raid here, so...
I'm saying just like leave him in the boat and it doesn't matter if he dies later.
Oh, I see. Okay. I mean, he shouldn't die here. He'll be fine right there.
Yeah. You can just drag him out whenever you want it. You should probably put like a box around him this time so Lego doesn't, you know, commit pillager genocide again. Oh, I looked at you. Hello. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I also didn't mean to stab you, but, you know, that was in self-defense, to be fair.
I hear drown. Any Trident boys?
No. I've killed like 10 Trident drowns today on Europe, and not a single one dropped one. Cause like I spent a lot of time in the ocean basically, because I was working on the railway to Denmark, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of Trident drowns that popped up, but at no point did any one of them drop it, and I was very, very sad.
There you go. Man's is in a box.
Alright. Box that man. How long do you think you're gonna continue stream? How long have you been going for? 4 hours, great. Popping off.
Almost 5 actually.
Let me
4
know what the
a.m. I'll
watch
probably.
time afterwards.
What do you say?
Let me know what the watch time is on that after you end up ending it.
Sure.
I'm curious now. The other day I streamed on Europe and I managed to get 13 hours and I was so happy.
Nice.
It was like an average 40-minute view duration, which is kind of phenomenal.
Yeah, that's really good.
good.
That's actually really good. Yeah.
Which makes me disappointed that I can't really stream that because I'm not at my laptop and I don't have a mic. So I'm just like locked out of any content creation for the vast majority of, you know, Thanksgiving break where I don't have to worry about anything. But can't be helped. So what were you saying after, like I mentioned when you were going to end it, I think? You said something about it being 4 a.m., but then you didn't finish that
Oh yeah,
statement.
it's 4 a.m. so I'll probably end pretty soon here. I've done many things on this stream today.
But
The debate was cool. I'll keep this VOD for the debate because that's good. That's content.
the debate, I feel like I'm gonna hear this like not tomorrow, but whenever I bother to like rewatch the VOD, and I'll be like, wow, I sound stupid. Because it's 3 a.m. and I am not coherent. I've said this on multiple occasions. I'm never going to drink, I'm never going to smoke, I'm never going to do drugs. I don't need them. I can get perfectly high and perfectly drunk off of just being sleep deprived. Like, that's just what I'm like right now.
That's fair. Oh, something that I was gonna say earlier, because you were talking about like meeting up and debating things. First of all, you should see me and Alden. Like, you should hang out with me and Alden in real life, because that happens like literally all the time. Like, we debate and argue and like discuss and all the time. It's just like part of the dynamic of our friendship. Like, that's just like a normal thing.
Yeah.
You should see the argument that fucking dragon egg caused. Right there, this motherfucker right here. You should see the argument that thing caused. Anyway, like,
The perfect heist.
if you and I have like a debate IRL, I think that it could be, depending on how we do it and the format and whatever, could be interesting. I don't see that as a bad thing if like we meet up and then we have like an actual debate. Because like I don't think neither one of us is the type of person that's gonna get like angry or physical, which is the only thing that matters, right? Like, that's the only, like, as long as that doesn't happen, there's really like nothing like wrong with like having a disagreement or an argument or a debate, right? Like,
I feel like we don't get angry, we turn into sarcastic jackasses.
That's true. I'll agree with that. That's 100% true.
Which is just objectively better, right?
Yeah.
So wait, raids just end after 40 minutes?
I think it's like 40 minutes or something like that.
That makes sense, I suppose. Like, you don't want to get soft locked and that like a Vindicator somehow got stuck somewhere or like spawned in the wrong spot
Yeah.
and you just find it. Because bells, they technically work, but they're janky as fuck in that regard.
They are, and they don't, and it doesn't always help, because you might have somebody that's spawned in like a very much so not accessible spot unless you like go digging, right? And it's like, at that point, is it really intended for you to like have to dig into a cave to finish your raid? Like, that's definitely not, talking about intended features that definitely should be removed.
The bell is just like a band-aid fix for like...
Yeah, it is, 100%.
Minecraft's a jank game. Like, I'm not gonna be that guy that compares Minecraft to Skyrim, but... Come on. Like...
To be fair, a lot of its jankness is a lot more reasonable than Skyrim. Skyrim had its own engine built for it. Mojang built this shit and is maintaining this shit on the popsicle stick chewing gum program that is Java, right? Like, that shit should have ended like a decade ago, and it is still going.
Also,
like,
working with an 11-year-old program as well.
Yeah.
All still off of Java this entire time. Like, this shit, and especially you look at good old Bug Rock, right, on the consoles just wanting to shoot itself because, shocker, right, porting a mobile game to consoles and trying to make it work as the console port when there was already an existing console port, you're gonna run into issues.
Yeah.
Glances at the conditions button, just committing seppuku on PS5. Like,
I love that they still haven't figured out a way how to make hardcore mode work.
yeah, they are only recently, like, getting fucking spectator mode in, and it's still not fully
Where
implemented.
the hell did you spawn? Where was it dark enough for a skeleton to spawn over here?
Carefully. Huh?
He spawned over here and then walked all the way up top? Damn.
Feel free to use the horse. Maybe I will.
Did you get on the horse and then log out?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
But, like, I don't even remember what I was waffling about. No, yeah, these games were held together by, like, duct tape at times. And, like, at this point, a lot of the time, the only fix that they can reasonably put in without, like, let's be honest, breaking everything else, is like the Band-Aid fixes, which is why I feel like there's so many of them. Like the bells is just one example, but like if they wanted to somehow make the pillagers, not spawn in caves, then that's messing with mob spawning shit, and you can only imagine that that's gonna break things even more. Or they're going to then say, well, we're going to only have this be a fix, and we're gonna delay another update for a while because, development hard. Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I am not on the side of, like, I think Minecraft has gone downhill so much and every update's making the game worse. No, that's just objectively wrong. And I'm not fully on the side, like, I do think that I wish there was more features in any given update, right? But given how, like,
Hi, Dark Wolf.
barely the game holds itself together so often, it's easy to see why development takes so long on this shit, because they're worried about the Jenga tower just collapsing with any single change to a line of code. And this isn't a new thing. Like, look at back when the Wither got added originally. Like, Wither explosions from the skulls were gonna cause fire. But that kept causing the game to crash. Like, for no apparent reason. The code seemed perfectly fine, but removing it causing the fire fixed it. Right? Like, this game is jank as fuck. It makes sense why it takes so long to get features out in that aspect.
I have a different opinion and a different logic on the same subject. Not disagreeing with what you said. But I actually think that most of the updates that have come out recently have been like actually quite wonderful. And I think that most of them, some of them I would have changed like one or two things. And I definitely have things that I don't like about certain ones. Again, I think that the warden is just like getting rid of the sniffing thing which is an unnecessary thing. Making it slightly less complicated would have made it more interesting. Would have made it a more interesting thing, right? So like I definitely don't think that they're all like perfect, and I don't like 100% like everything that's in every update. But for the most part, every update recently has added and changed about as much as I would want an update to. Because there are two camps there are two camps of thought when it comes to like how Minecraft should be handled with updates. Now there are some people who think that they should go full send, add as much really cool stuff as they possibly can, which I would like I've kind of like thought about, because I've thought about this a lot, because like there's always people arguing about this online. I would call this like it's like I would say this is like the Terraria camp, where it's like they want the game to be more complex, they want them to add more things, they want more bosses, more biomes, more stuff to do, more things, like more places to go, etc., etc. Like they want it to be expanded upon as much as possible. And there's reason to want that, and it's okay to want that, and there's nothing wrong with wanting that. And if Minecraft was taken that direction, I'm sure I would still love it. Then there are also people who are like, I don't want them to change too much. I want it to stay the same simple sandbox, like kid-friendly, easy game, and them to like slowly incorporate things to make it feel fresh, but not implement things too quickly to like flood the game with content and make it feel messy and convoluted and like overwhelming for somebody who picks up the game that's 7 like next year, right? And I agree with both of those lines of thinking. Now, there is a
matter of balance.
It is a balance that needs to be struck. Now, in theory, both of these people can be pleased and should be pleased by the fact that Mojang can add as much shit as they fucking want to. Which, like, this is an interesting point that neither of us really brought up in the TNT duplicator argument, but this is a good point that I actually feel like I should have brought up. Removing something, adding something, or changing something right now does not actually mean that it was removed, added, or changed in Minecraft. There's a new version of the game on Java Edition that you can play with those changes. The old stuff is still there. Any version of Minecraft that I want to go play still exists. It is still there.
Unless you're on Bedrock, but let's be honest, that's just another issue with Bedrock among many.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's an issue with Minecraft. I would say that's an issue with Bedrock, right? Like, I don't attribute that to being a Minecraft problem.
I still think Minecraft, like, Mojang has, like, at least, like, a lot of their staff members, right? They have versions of Minecraft that have been lost to time.
Oh yes, they do.
This is like, even just like some of the staff members, for example. Like I think Dinnerbone himself at one point contributed some versions to Omni Archive. Fun fact.
That's cool.
So like, I wish that they would just go ahead and be like, look, here's everything you're missing. We've added the compatibility needed to run it because the technology exists to like fix the bugs that come with running Minecraft, like the old versions on modern hardware.
Yeah.
Like the Betacraft launcher exists. That's what I use for my survival world. Like the technology exists. I wish Mojang would just go ahead and like fill in the list with everything that currently does exist in their archives, right? That's like been a dream of mine. Like as of the time where I started being like I want to play as many versions of the game as possible. Fucking getting Pocket Alpha working in OBS. Like that's been something I'm like it would be so nice if they do this.
I agree with that for the most part. I do like them having the ability to and want them to continue to have the right and discretion to not release versions of the game that they don't want released to the public. For example, there are a few versions, I don't know if you know about this, and there are a few versions of the game where if you change the language pack to Nigerian, the person who offered to do the translation for that, because a lot of the translator work is stuff that people like offer to do in volunteer work. There are a few versions of Minecraft where it literally just says the N-word because the person who volunteered was just racist and they were just volunteering so that they could make a funny haha joke. And they couldn't really, like, they didn't really check the work because they consider the person who's doing that work for them the quote unquote expert, right? So they just kind of like trusted somebody who they shouldn't have, which is like, okay, like, you know, it's easy. It's not hard to get like 2 layers, right? Like to have like 1 layer of separation and have like 2 parties look at it, and then you don't have, like, you are dramatically reducing the likelihood of something like that happening. But at the same time, it's like it's an understandable thing to have go wrong, and I don't think that Mojang is racist for letting that happen. It was just an oversight, right? It was just a stupid mistake. Them not wanting to release the versions of the game that had that, I agree with, and then
That's an entirely like different boat, I will say. Like that's an what's the word? That's an outlier, right?
Well,
like,
no, yeah, correct.
Minecraft
I agree
But,
that
like,
it's an outlier, but by that logic, I'm okay with them having like red lines on this version of Minecraft has something in it that we don't want attributed to Minecraft. I'm okay with them having and having and maintaining like that ideology for certain things, and I respect their decision for whatever those things are. Let's say there's a version of Minecraft that just has something in it that for whatever reason they do not want that thing to be associated with Minecraft or like their brand or whatever. While it is like a community thing when you're talking about a video game, if there's an artist who works on something and they don't want something associated with their artwork, I respect that, right? And I think that
yeah, it's just not something that really applies to Minecraft. Like, not in a matter. No, okay, I worded that poorly. It's not that it doesn't apply to Minecraft. There's just not really many cases where there'd be any reason for that. It's really just like versions where a feature that's still in the game got added that were publicly released that have just been lost to time, right? Like, that's the vast majority of missing things. It's not like a matter of it got taken off the launcher because it had something bad. At the most, there's been some times where like a snapshot will get uploaded because it has like a thing that crashes things, right?
yeah.
Like, there's not really like I get what you're saying and I fully agree with that. It's just not something that Minecraft really has run into aside from I'm only now hearing of this Minecraft racist edition. Like,
Well, I was using the racist example as like an extreme example. I do think like I can't conceptualize those because I'm not the one working on the game, but I'm sure if I was a game developer, there would be things that were like in like versions of my product that I wouldn't want associated with me. I'm sure like that's a thing. Like I feel like that is something that I would come across. And I'm sure that there would be things that I would have worked on that people would be like, well, I want that, so let me have that, and I wouldn't be comfortable adding that. Like I wouldn't be comfortable adding access to that thing. I'm sure that that's something that would happen if I were in those shoes. Like I'm sure I would have red lines to that capacity.
With the way that Minecraft is though, and the fact that like we have documentation on what's been in all the versions, and the fact that like it's not bad stuff, it really is just things that got released and then
right, but I'm not using the word bad. I'm saying that there might just be things that I don't want associated with my product, right? And even if the people who bought my product are like, okay, well, I feel entitled to it and I want it because I'm a part of the community, I might just disagree with them and say, I'm sorry, like I don't want that particular thing to be accessible. If you want to like mod that thing in, go right ahead, but I'm not releasing that version. Like I could see myself feeling that way, and I would hope that people would respect that decision.
Like I'm thinking in the context of Minecraft. Like I agree with that statement 100%. I'm literally just trying to think of what that would even apply to with Minecraft. When it's features that have like that are still in the game. It's not stuff that we don't have, right? It's not stuff that's like we didn't get. It's just stuff like we don't have the original update that added redstone, for example. That's one that's been lost. Yeah. Like the Secret Friday update that added redstone, that's been lost to time. Like that's a lot of those things. I'm genuinely right now, I'm just trying to think of like where this would apply, because it's not like these are features they don't want associated with Minecraft. It's not bad things. It's like these are just things that are still in the game, right? It's just like their entry point. It's not a matter of I don't think like there's any reason they wouldn't want it associated. If anything, they very well might just not have stuff, or they don't want to go through the effort of bug fixing in the launcher. Because I'll give them this, the fact that Betacraft has to exist for these things to be stable on modern hardware is definitely a point of why they don't have all of them.
Lego also brings up something that is important that kind of like it removes the need for my argument, and I'll admit. So actually they're really like with that in place, I completely agree with you that there's no reason that they couldn't just release every version. Lego said they could even update, like he was using the language thing that I was talking about, that racist thing. They could even update or remove the language without needing to rebuild it, as you can change assets via things like WinRAR. So that's true. Like if there's a version of the game that has something in it that you truly don't want, you could still release that version, but release it after you've made that one minor change that gets rid of that one tiny thing that you don't want associated with it. So like, I guess there really isn't a point to what I said. Like if there was something in that version, let's say there's a particular version that the community wants, like that Secret Friday update that you were talking about. Maybe there is something in it that Mojang doesn't want public and doesn't want people to have access to. For whatever reason, maybe there is something that Mojang is like, no, we're just not comfortable releasing it because of that. There's no reason why they couldn't just fix that one small thing and then release it in its almost entirety. I think most people wouldn't take issue with that, right? If they were like, sorry, there was just one thing in this that we had to change that we didn't want in it. But other than that, this is the update that you guys needed for your archive. I think that's fine, right?
Yeah, that's the thing within OmniArchive, right? Like, they do make differentiations between, like, there's different things for, like, found versions and then found but modified, right?
Yeah.
But, like, found but modified is a very fair thing to have, right?
Yeah.
Like, the version exists. Like, on some occasion, it's been, like, say some launcher builds have, like, different dates, but, like, say they're, like, compared to one that, say it was, like, a launcher build with a different date, but then they checked everything else and it's literally the exact same.
Yeah.
Like, there's stuff like that, and then there's some stuff that, like, might have minor modifications. Like, that's a thing that exists. It wouldn't even be new for the archive community. They would just put that under, like, the... not original, but we have it, and that's what counts.
Yeah. And to that I will say, like, I see both sides of that too. Where I definitely understand the argument, and I've always understood the argument of, like, archivists who would say, okay, listen, I know that this version of Minecraft has something racist in it, but for archival purposes, I still want it to exist because it might be important one day. And also, it's good to know, it's good to have access to it because it did at one point exist, and because it used to exist, it should continue to exist. Like, I understand feeling that way and believing that, but I also
Minecraft
understand.
is like the highest grossing, like it's the best selling game in the world, right? Which is also like it puts Minecraft in a very unique position of like you have a lot of people just wanting to like understand as much about the game as possible
Yeah,
and like exactly what makes it tick, and that involves, you know, like going through all these different development builds. Like Minecraft has the unique position of being the highest selling game in the world, and also, from what I can tell, one of the best games in terms of update preservation. Right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
if you can go onto Steam, right, and then choose, at least for most games, choose what version you're playing on, right? Like, technically, you can download the old versions off of Steam. It's not a practical thing to do, though. Like, you have to, like, go a little bit out of your way.
Yeah.
Minecraft makes it incredibly simple to do, but that also then means that because it's so easy to do for most of the versions, we're gonna want all of them. It's the human nature.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you see this list of all the versions, and you know that there are gaps, and the preservationist within us, within me, within the people that like do this stuff, we're gonna want it, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's a fair thing to want, even when you have some things that like they should not have been released versions of the game, right? I agree with the fact of archiving them, mainly just for like seeing how the development went, because the fact that like it had that in it doesn't mean that people shouldn't be able to like have access to the things that it did change, right?
Right.
Like, if you're not playing the Nigerian translation, then it's not something that's there. It's horrible that that somehow managed to get through QA, but I do think it should be something that's available to exist, right? Not official, but archived. Because that's, like, two very different things.
Well, see,
Like, if it didn't exist already archived, right, then I would not expect Mojang to release it, right? It's very fair that they wouldn't. But I'm not gonna say, like, it should be taken down from archives.
oh
I
yeah,
do
no, I
understand.
would never say that. Yeah, no.
But if they had it and we didn't, I wouldn't expect them to give that up, right?
Yeah.
Like, in that case, yeah. In that case, it's best that it stays gone.
I'm basically in agreement with that. Where it's like people who like if somebody has it and they're like, hey, I have this version of the game, I'm adding it to the archive, I don't begrudge them at all. If it's not already in the archive and the only source of it would be Mojang, and Mojang saying, sorry, we're red line on this one we're not releasing, like, and here's why, and I also respect that decision, right? Like, I'm okay with both sides, and I don't think that either side is wrong. I don't think that wrong would be the correct word to use in any
The
capacity.
fact that we have, like, this much of a preservation scene in itself is already impressive.
It is, yeah, it is.
Like,
If anything, you
playing
can
the
argue.
old-
Honestly, I would argue this, right? I do believe that this is a fair point to make. The fact that there is an archive, and the fact that the archive is almost complete, but is barely not complete. I think the archive is more interesting because there are holes and gaps. Because those gaps are, by definition, the most interesting things because they're not accessible, right? Like, so it's like, it's kind of like,
for, like, actively sought out, like, by the preservation community. What hurts me the most, right, is that so much of Minecraft in dev has been lost, right?
oh
Minecraft
yeah,
in
yeah,
has, like, some of the most, like, it has, like, the highest amount, I want to say, off the top of my head. Maybe not. But most of InDev is missing. And InDev is where, like, most of the features that define the game, other than, like, infinite terrain generation, were added. crafting, furnaces, breeding, farming. Like, so many of the features that make this game the way it is were added then. Redstone, but so much of it's gone. And that, like, InDev specifically hurts me. Like, Minecraft Classic as well, I'd like to see all that stuff exist. Minecraft Classic's a really difficult one to preserve, it seems. Because at that point, it was still a browser game, right?
Yeah.
So, like, that has to be, like, backed up on, like, a computer's, like, browser cache from all that time ago, having never cleared it. Like, unless someone at the time backed it up from there. Like, Classic Editions, I feel like the only way we're ever gonna get all of them is gonna be with Mojang intervention, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember if InDev was a browser. I'd have to check. But, like, anything past the point of it is not, like, anything after the point of which these are things now just directly downloaded into the computer, so someone realistically does have it out there, I'm sure one day they will all turn up, right? Like, given enough time, like, the people that do this will somehow, because it's the highest selling game in the world, right? People have those versions. They exist. We just don't know where.
Absolutely worst case scenario, eventually some crazy motherfucker will be insane enough to go to college, get a degree in game design, and work their way into being a Mojang employee just so they can get access to those and release them. Because people are that crazy.
Yeah, like, they break the NDAs, they send themselves to jail just for the sake of the archive community, and then sparks an entire... Like, you're saying this, and it is the worst case scenario, right? Because I can tell you this right now, this sort of thing has happened not in the Minecraft community, but in the Pokemon community. Not through a person getting in, but from a guy hacking Nintendo's servers and stealing like 8 terabytes worth of data, including a lot of prototype shit. Like the Pokemon Space World demo, when that got released, that was from that. And the amount of like chaos that caused in like the like TCRF and like archival communities was absurd. Because, like, there's an entire debate, like, on, for example, is it legal to possess the scrapped Luigi model for Mario 64? Because it came from a data breach. Because it came from a hack. Like, the amount of pain that caused, like, for, like, disassembly things, for example. Like, if you're decompiling a game, right, you have to have it be clean room, right? For the sake of copyright and shit, you can't have seen the source code. Lots of source code for lots of games got released during then. And so you have some asshats that will go ahead and think they're helping and upload, like, directly copy-pasted leaked source code from, like, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl onto the disassembly. So people have to go ahead and clear that out so that the thing remains, like, clean. Or then you look at emulation. That's another thing that's been happening. Like, the entire N64's, like, code for, like, the software and hardware exists. People could make a perfectly accurate 64 emulator in, like, now. With 64 emulators are generally some of the worst ones that exist. Like, that could be fixed, but that code was not obtained legally. And so, any person that was to use it could be sued. Like, you have a person that does that, and it would cause so much, like, strife within the archive community for Minecraft. Like, it would be absurd.
But it would be amazing.
But it would be amazing.
I want to live in a universe where that chaos happens, I'm gonna be honest. I want to be a part of that fight. You know what I mean? Like I want to be in that space when that happens. I want to watch that unfold. Like that's good chaos. I would argue that that is good chaos, right?
Yeah. What happened with the Giga Leak, right? With the Nintendo Giga Leak, the dust settles. Given some time, like source code should still an issue. People have to keep like taking that out of things. But other than that, like Nintendo never came after people for like modding the Luigi model into the also like finished around that time Mario PC port. Like Nintendo never went after them. They don't take down videos about the Space World demo. The dust would settle, the archives would accept the versions, that guy would be sitting around in jail, and everyone would be happy. That man's just sitting in his prison cell. It's like, what are you in for? Well, I committed murder. How about you? Oh, I leaked the Minecraft in-dev versions online. And then everything just continues to go on. Like, it's not something that would ruin things. It would really just be like some intense online debate within that community. And I know how much you enjoy that kind of thing.
I do. I love that. That's like I live for that shit. So, like I said, I wanna live in the universe where that happens. Like,
If it ever happens, I'm sure I will hear about it very quickly, and I will let you know, and I will invite you to the Omni Archive Discord where you can bust out some popcorn, watch the chaos unfold.
I'm not gonna watch. I'm gonna participate, Zap. I'm picking up somebody's like severed leg on the side of the battle and running in using that as my weapon. I'm participating in the fight.
I'm back as Zap insulting cancer patients again. Oh. Listen, okay? I'm just saying, cancer patients, maybe if they just didn't get cancer, then like they're okay, I said that with too much confidence. I was gonna try and make that sound like I was gonna turn that around into sounding nice, but I said that too confidently, and now I feel really bad. If cancer patients just didn't get cancer, the world would be a better place. No one needs to deal with that suffering. What if cancer just didn't exist?
Cancer sounds like a skill issue. Oh, I don't need that kind of toxicity in my community. Dark Wolf, ban him. Dark Wolf, get him out of here. Ship him out on a cart. Wow. Wow.
You see my issue here? This is why I don't speak at 3:32 a.m.
Cancer sounds like a skill issue. Bruh. Thank you, Lego. Thank you.
If cancer patients just didn't get cancer and then pause for as long as I did.
Lego saying the quiet part loud. That's what we were all thinking, but none of us were brave to say it. Thank you, Lego. Thank you for putting words to my beliefs.
Lego?
I think Lego got timed out.
Braver person than I am.
I think Lego got timed out.
Deserved, honestly. Can't believe anyone would say something like that. How could someone insult cancer patients? You know, some of my best friends have been cancer patients. Am I friends with any cancer patients?
How many? Okay, is the number of people that you are friends with between like around your age?
I don't think I know any cancer patients.
No, hold on. I'm trying to think of the number. I'm doing like quick math in my head. Do you have a number of friends that is larger than 30?
Probably.
Then there is an excessively large likelihood that you are friends with many future cancer patients, like several future cancer patients.
I mean, like, there's some people that I find pretty chill at work that like constantly smoke and vape. So I'm sure like one of them will get something.
Well, that's only a specific type of cancer. Like if we're talking cancer in general, there are so many types of cancer, and some people are just genetically predisposed to like they're probably just going to have that type of cancer when they're older. And if you have like I like if you're saying like the chances of me getting like lung cancer might be really low, but the chances of me getting cancer are actually relatively high.
Yeah, like the sun deadly laser and skin cancer exists.
So like if you have a like for every friend that you have, it's kind of like okay, you think about it like this. Like here's a fun statistic. I think it's like
Okay.
you only need to be friends with like 29 people to have like a 90+% chance of having two friends with the same birthday.
Huh.
Or no, it might be more than that. It's like less than like 70. It's like you only need to. I'm gonna look it up. Hang on. Number of people to have overlapping birthday. Okay. In a room with just 23 people, it's a 50-50 chance of two people having the same birthday or not.
Right. What is this? Like, what's the math on that?
So, basically the idea is every time you add a person to the list, you're like making it like multiplicatively more likely that somebody has the same birthday. So even though 365, you would think that you need 365 people, right? You'd think that, oh, I need 366 people to have it be more than likely that two people have the same birthday. But 50-50,
No, 'cause then you're like focusing on like one birthday, right? Like if
exactly,
you have,
exactly. So
yeah, so
if
that makes sense then. Yeah.
if I have one person in a room, they likely have one birthday, right? If I have a second person in the room, that's two birthdays taken up. Third person, you have to miss two birthdays, not one birthday, right? And then the fourth person, you have to miss three birthdays, right? And then the fifth person has to miss five birthdays, right? Or no, four birthdays to have a different birthday. Now, the problem is every time you add a new person, not only does that new person need to miss everyone's birthday, everybody who's there also needs to miss another person's birthday because it cuts in both directions, right? So
Wait, no, that's not how that would work. Like if you're checking for like if that guy needs to miss everyone else's birthday, then that just like includes like if every new person who's added, right, checks all the existing ones' birthdays and they're not the same one, then that means like none of those people share a birthday with each other.
no,
so
that's not
they
quite
only
what
have
I'm
to
saying. I said it weird, but that's not what I mean, right?
Okay.
So like let's say we get to the fifth person, right? He has to miss four birthdays, but you're also already assuming that we live in a world where those first four people missed, right? And then
it's very likely. It's 4 people.
yeah, but like as you keep adding adding, right? Once you get to the 23rd person, that person had to miss 22 birthdays. But at the same
Which is
time,
still
you're already
not-
assuming that those 22 people also had different birthdays.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we're not saying like is very likely to. We're saying a 50-50, right? It's like a coin
Yeah.
flip on whether or not the 23rd person had a birthday that matched with any of the previous 22, and the 22nd guy had a birthday that didn't match the previous 21, and the 21st guy didn't have a birthday that matched the previous 20, and the 20th guy had a birthday that didn't match the previous 19, and the 19th guy didn't have a birthday that and so on and so like all the way down the line. So it's like it like compounds very quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. To further put it, because this is the number I was looking at. In a room with 75 people, there's a 99.9% chance of at least two people having a matching birthday.
Alright.
Except on leap years.
The Lances at fucking leap years. The outlier. You know,
But-
thinking about that makes sense, because it's like you have like one person has to miss like say 4, the next one has to miss 5 if that one didn't. So like you're basically just like just soft resetting birthdays, but each time like your odds go up by 1.
Yeah. But the problem is that's a good way to look at it, but you should also consider for you to hit the 23 streak, right? Like for you to get to 23, should you ever lose the streak before hitting 23? So like let's say on like 20 you miss, right? Like you actually have two birthdays, you don't re-roll, you start over, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So that's kind of the caveat. Like you're rolling a 365 sided die, right? And you're rolling it over and over again. And basically by the 23rd roll, it's starting to get to the point where you're eliminating enough possibilities that it's very like it's starting to become more and more likely for you to double up, right? But it's
Do you
not
have
that
any-
it's not
real
that
quick,
it's not that the 24th roll is like very likely to roll the same thing as one of the 23. It's just it's just a little bit less unlikely that all 24 of those rolls didn't match one another, right? That you've made it to the 24th roll, right?
Okay.
Math. Math.
Judge, I'm gonna do something very funny.
Okay.
Follow me, Judge. We're gonna commit the ultimate crime.
Okay.
Alright, watch this, right? So I'm gonna do... it's gonna be annoying to work around. Wait, does this have a hitbox? It does. A small one, but one nonetheless. Alright. What the?
You broke an item frame.
I broke an item frame by placing down the fence. I guess that makes sense as a weird jank hitbox. Alright. So we're gonna take this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I need to get out of here first.
You could bounce over with
Alright.
your Elytra if you're a gamer. Never mind.
Oh, no, I could, yeah, I forgot that was a thing. I've not used Elytra in so long. Alright, we're gonna come over here. We're gonna move you right there. And we're gonna take this. We're gonna put you right there. And we're gonna take this.
You absolute griefer.
I need this dragon head out of the way.
I don't think it's the... Is it the dragon head blocking you?
I think so. Maybe it's these blocks?
I think it's the dirt, yeah, because the horse is too wide to get past the dirt. You have to break two of them. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's more than a block wide and a block long.
There we go.
Something horrible has happened here today.
The perfect crime. Please feel free to use the horse. Well, shit, I guess I've been banned. You know? It was nice knowing all you guys, but looks like I'm gone. Looks like I've been kicked. I'm not wanted. I know when I'm not wanted.
You were banned, not kicked. Also, is Lego still timed out?
You said you were banned, not kicked. You meant kicked, not banned.
Yes.
Lego's not timed out unless it got timed out a second time. But I saw them type something earlier. They're not a mod anymore.
Oh yeah, that probably happened when they got timed out. That's funny.
Mm.
Dark Wolf. It's for the meme. It was for the meme.
So, we're not telling anyone about this, right? We're gonna see how long it takes someone to notice.
86,000 seconds? Oh my god.
Christ, what?
Dark
This is what
Wolf.
they get for insulting cancer patients.
Yeah. Skill issue.
I can't get over just seeing the sign next to the egg inside the fence. That's actually beautiful.
Feel free to use the horse. Oops.
Oh no, he uses the horse.
I did.
I think we leave it right there next to the fence.
The horse has
Some-
been used.
Wait, get a sign. Put a sign
That says the horse has been used.
Yeah.
We're playing dangerous games. Somebody's gonna lose the egg.
I mean, at that point, it's their fault, right? Like, we had it safe. It was nice and secure inside of this fence, and they just In the same way that a person can lose their horse if they use it, they lost the horse. The horse has been used. This is beautiful. I need to screenshot this shit. I love the black text on the sorry. It makes it feel like it's like shy.
No, I have a better idea.
Oh.
Oh, that doesn't work? I thought that's how you made lime. Is blue and
Oh.
yellow not make lime dye?
Blue and yellow? That would be green.
No, because you can't make green dye by crafting. You can only get green dye. Lime dye. Lime dye is green and white. I'm so confused. Then how do you get green dye? Green is from... green dye.
I'm just sending you the screenshot because this is just beautiful.
Do I just burn a cactus? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Gotta toast it, roast it, make it feel the flames.
Oh no, that's a different Lego, so I think Lego is still timed out. So I don't think Lego's lost their mod. They're just
But yeah,
timed out.
MC Lego block. Wait, I'm just not real. Yeah. Skill issue. Is that like an alt or is that just?
I think that's an alt.
Alright.
It's a fake
Wow.
person. Kill them.
I can't believe they're a cancer patient.
Got it before it
It's
broke.
Jover.
What?
It's Jover. My career.
Main
My
still has
future-
mod, just can't speak? That's funny. Wait, can you not untime out yourself? Will it not let you? If it still has mod, I'd imagine you'd be able to.
Judge, how long are you gonna continue the stream?
You don't have to wait for me to end to go to bed.
It's not that I'm waiting to go to bed. Like, it's not that I'm waiting for you to end to go to bed. It's that I do wanna. Well, can you promise to like do what I said in the DM before you pass out?
Oh,
If you
yeah, that's right. You're waiting for me for that, aren't you?
Yeah.
Am I out of my mind? Does it
Huh?
not? Does it not? I thought that's what it said it did.
You're trying to make the. Okay, there we go. Wait, why are you trying to combine lime and blue? What are you trying to accomplish there?
Hold on. Oh.
The heck are you offing about?
Never mind. Lime's fine. I was trying to make cyan. There we go.
Cyan, isn't that blue and white?
Cyan? No, it's blue and green.
Oh, so you turned your green into lime, like a ding nut.
Yep.
Like an absolute fool.
I'm only a standard mod? I see. I don't know what that says though.
That is such a good screenshot.
What is?
The feel free to use the horse. The horse has been used. Sorry.
My light went out? Is that what you're saying? Feel free to use the horse. The horse has been used. Sorry. That's funny.
It's the ultimate crime. I'm gonna get banned. This is a banned speedrun, by the way. A really bad one. Like, this has taken multiple hours. But, you know, you can't win them all. Hi. Oh. Oh. Okay, disconnecting.
Alright. I think I'm ending stream, friends.
Or is he? He is.
We should
Because
name the horse. I do agree we should actually name the original dragon egg on an anvil to help remember it, but we should do that after we dupe it.
yeah. I think the horse should be named Popeyes. I'm hungry.
Papa Eyes.
I think naming the dragon egg Popeyes would be beautiful. Ah. Alright. Alright. Alright, are you gonna like do the whole thing where you're like, well, chat, it's been a great stream. We talked about a lot of very, very cool things like TNT dupers and arson. And we played the Viking game. That was fun. Remember when we did that? When we Viking?
No,
My
I'm
favorite
not.
part of the Judge stream is when Judge said is when Viking said it's Viking time, and then he Vikinged all over the goblins, all over the boars. That was my favorite part of the stream. What was your favorite part, chat? Make sure to leave a comment down in the likes below and subscribe and subscribe for more comments in the likes below, chat. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.
I'm not actually ending as
Oh.
Vap says goodbye.
Shit.
No, I will not talk about things that we did, but I will talk about things that I'm doing. So,
Oh.
current plans for the Judge content. I said this in the Cryptocraft Discord, and I'm gonna say it now. I'm not going to be streaming Judge POV on Cryptocraft anymore.
Oh.
Because I get literally 2 active viewers when I stream it. And I'm not like, I want to be clear. I'm not shaming any of you guys and being like, why aren't you there to support my channel when I'm streaming it? Cryptocraft streams consistently on YouTube are my worst streams. Like the worst view average. And honestly, the content that I'm doing with my character, the way I play my character, I do have plans for him in the story, but it's not anything that's super important to me, and I don't think it's super important to have my perspective streamed. I more want my character to be a contribution to the overall story that is Cryptocraft, and I want to be credited whenever things have concluded, which are things that there's no way that Maddie would not credit me under any circumstances, whether or not I stream. And the reason why it's worth noting that they are my consistently worst streams, like it's when I say that they do the worst on my channel, I mean like to a substantial degree. Even this goofy stream where I played 2 different video games and switched in the middle without ending stream, which you're actually not supposed to do. That's kind of bad. Like there's nothing saying that you're not allowed to do that or it's against like the terms or anything. It's just not great for the algorithm because you get overlapping tags and it removes tags and changes tags, and it's just not good for finding and reaching viewers. It just isn't. But I did anyway.
Yeah,
Even a stream like this, I already have 60 views with 3 concurrent viewers. My Cryptid Craft streams, my views will say 7 and it'll be 2 concurrent viewers at most. That is the high end for my Cryptic Craft streams by far. So I'm not like shaming you guys or being like, how dare you guys not support me? It literally just is not good
The
content.
algorithm doesn't like it.
Yeah, it's just not good content. And consistently uploading and live streaming content that is not good for you algorithmically doesn't like hurt you or set you back, but it does slow your growth. So it's just not worth me putting in the time of doing a stream on Cryptocraft. So for the character Judge that I've been playing, I'm not going to continue streaming him on my YouTube channel. I'm going to continue to play him, and I'm going to show up on other people's streams and do a content with other people when they ask me to or when they want me to be there. And I will gladly do pings in the Discord of when my character is going to show up on somebody else's stream with a link to their channel for people who really want to see me play Judge. So like Lego and Dark Wolf, and if Nezzy were here, if you guys really want to see where I take that character, you still can. I'm just not going to be streaming it myself, and I'm not recording it because there are other things that I would rather edit than a Cryptocraft VOD. It's not that I wouldn't want to upload episodes at one point. It's just that there are things that are my own project that I would rather spend any editing time on than Cryptocraft. So there won't be any more Cryptocraft streams, unfortunately. At least not for the time being. That might change one day, depending on how things go, or if somebody needs me to stream my POV for a specific reason, that's different. But that'll be an exception, not the rule. So that's one thing that's important that's going to change. So sorry to anybody that is upset by that. It just isn't worth it for me to keep streaming. Another thing that's going to be different, I'm getting an appropriate setup for webcam streams soon. I'm going to have a mask and a pair of sunglasses that I'm going to wear so that if my camera does like drift up and show my face, it doesn't ruin the faceless streamer thing that I'm trying to go for. But I will have a webcam up that will sometimes be a face cam with that mask on, but will most of the time just be my neck down and will be mostly just for like being able to do like hand gestures and stuff like that, because I do a lot of that when I'm talking. I just want to be used to being on camera so that when I start doing stuff like Rocksmith streams with my guitar, I can have the camera pointed at my hands and my guitar so you can actually see me playing. Because there are contexts where a face cam or a webcam is useful and beneficial that doesn't require my face to be shown. And I'd like to get to that point. I'd like to get to that point. Gaming A, for example, he has a webcam pointed at his keyboard. And I used to think at first I was like, that's like, I don't see any harm in it, but why would you do that? Used to be my mentality. But after watching some of his streams, seeing him like give thumbs up and point at the camera and stuff like that when he's talking does get rid of some of that feeling of disconnect that you get when you're watching somebody who is doing faceless content, at least in my opinion. Like, I actually do appreciate him having his camera pointed at his hands so that he can like use his hands in like a verbal fashion, right? And also whenever you see him doing something like impressive, if he's doing something mechanically taxing like PvP, where you're doing constant movement and like using your hands on several spots on your keyboard and stuff like that, and moving your mouse around a lot to control like your character in Minecraft and also like aim and stuff like that, it does actually look kind of visually impressive as well. So I'm going to have a camera set up soon, a relatively permanent camera setup, not for all content. There are some instances when I will not be using a camera. Not going to say what that is yet because that would be a spoiler for stuff that I have planned. So those are two things that are happening. A stream schedule is coming finally. Tuesdays, it's either going to be every Tuesday or every other Tuesday. Me and my dad still have to decide, but it's going to be one of those two. Will be the times that I'm streaming with my dad when I go over to my dad's house and we play like a horror game or something like that. And that's just going to be like the off day. Thursdays, I'm going to be streaming stuff with my roommate Steve. You guys remember Eros. He's trying to get me to play through all the Resident Evil games. I'd like those VODs just for me. So even if those don't do well, I'm going to stream those just because I actually want those to be something that I have access to. And I want those to be a part of my history because it's important to me for various reasons. So I'm going to be streaming that stuff on Thursdays. So Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be like spooky game days in their own regards. Slightly different themes behind those spooky games and reasons, but that's going to be a thing that happens. And then the other days of the week I haven't fully locked in yet schedule wise, so I don't know. But I can say for certainty that that's what Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be. Is that everything that I need to update you guys on? Oh no,
You
one more
didn't
thing
tell them
about
I was gonna think of something like silly, goofy to say, but then you said one more thing, and now I want to hear what you're gonna say.
oh, one more thing. I thought about it a lot after I did the poll because everybody seems to want me to bring back hardcore ocean only. Like everybody clicked that option. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. I want to give you guys what you want. And it's not that I would be upset or annoyed if I streamed hardcore ocean only. It's just like when I was streaming hardcore ocean only, I felt kind of stuck in that content. And like it was like when I was streaming ocean only, it was the only thing that I could stream that did well. It was like the only thing that I could stream that had viewers. When I was streaming Fractured, I'm gonna be honest, as much as I love Fractured, nobody fucking watched that shit. Nobody. The people who were watching my Fractured streams were people who were on Fractured SMP. I'm sorry, that doesn't count, right? That just doesn't. Like, now if you want to say, does that help for growth? Yes. So is it like harmful? No. But the point of acting on Fractured and playing the character and role playing, yes, it is fun to just do like a D&D-esque role play like kind of thing in a video game. There's like, even if I wasn't streaming, I probably would be doing some level of Minecraft roleplay because it's fun. Like I like playing a character and telling a story. Even if that story is just for me and the people that are a part of the story, that's still fun and there's value there. But the idea is to make content, right? Like that's the goal. That's what Fractured SMP was. That's what SMPs are. That's the goal, right? My Fractured streams didn't get jack shit. When I was streaming Ocean only, that actually did kind of well, but it was the only thing that I could do. And that led to like an unfortunate mentality where I felt like I had to stream it. I felt like I had to stream my hardcore series, which led me to enjoy it less, which is the problem. Feeling like I have to do something if it's a good reason and it's like positive, like there's nothing wrong with like finding something that you're good at and grinding it out. There's nothing wrong with that. But it went from my Ocean series being like my favorite thing that I've ever done to like it being kind of annoying. Like, all right, I'm gonna stream tonight. Better fire up the hardcore world. And
It became an obligation.
yeah, I became stuck, and I want to enjoy that world. I don't want to ruin it, right? Because like that world is how I started streaming, and it's special to me on so many levels, and I don't want to ruin it with negative feelings. And the answer is not to force myself to stream it. The answer is also not to just stop streaming it. I don't know what the answer is, and I'm still working on that. I'm still trying to decide what I want my relationship with that world to be. At first, my plan was, and I still think that this is an okay middle ground, was to stop streaming it and turn that into a recorded episode style thing. Which the thing about that is I think that would be good for me, and that could be okay for the audience, but for the history of what that world is, it's not so good. Because one big aspect of that world, I don't know if you guys remember, after I AFK'd for a wandering trader for like 40 fucking hours and only got 2 to spawn, neither of which sold sugarcane, motherfuckers, right? I promised that I would never do off-camera content again. Like I would never AFK. Like if I was doing something AFK, the furthest I would go is I would have a small window of my Minecraft screen in the corner while I streamed something else. And we did that a couple of times. Where like I had like when I was using the AFK sand placer, I streamed RuneScape while in the corner you could see my character like auto placing sand because I like did the hold right click and then like shift F3 or whatever the fuck that thing is and then minimize the game before it updates and registers that you let go of the right click. I don't remember how to do it off the top of my head, but there's a way that you can get the game to keep placing something. And, you know, you just have a dispenser continue to put sand in your inventory, and as long as that dispenser has enough sand being pumped into it, you can quite literally just sit there forever or until you've placed so much sand that the pistons can stop pushing it and they break, which means you're done, right? Like, we did that. That's the only AFKing that I did. Every second of that world has been streamed. Unfortunately, a lot of those fucking VODs got deleted. Thank you, Twitch. fucking assholes. Despite me not asking them to and having them checked to stay, they're just gone because as soon I don't know if I talked to you about this app. I think I mentioned it. When I terminated my affiliate agreement, they deleted literally everything on my channel.
That sounds like Twitch.
Even my About Me fucking deleted itself. Like, everything disappeared.
I never bothered to look back.
All of my
so
clips
I
are
don't
gone.
know if that helps.
Like, literally everything except my followers are gone. It kept my
Right.
profile picture. It kept my that was it. It kept my profile picture.
You kept my name.
Anyway, I don't need to talk about that right now. Regardless, every second of that world has been streamed. Like, I've been like as like it is as like it is as like pure as it possibly could be, right? Like, the only exceptions could be like I could have had a stream where I died in the first 8 seconds and then stopped the stream before you guys knew I went live, right? Like, so unless you guys
Yeah.
suspect something like that, there's literally like evidence and witnesses and people that could back up every moment of the history of that world. And I kind of want to keep that. Like, that's part of like the specialness of that being my first project. And switching something that's been historically a core stream of my content as a streamer to be strictly videos also feels like the wrong answer. So
Yeah.
in all honesty, there is a right answer somewhere. I don't know where that right answer is. The right answer might be just to continue the hiatus until I feel the need to stream it again. Right? Like, the answer might just hit me in the face one day. In like a month, I might just be like, I really feel like playing my hardcore world. Right? So I don't know. I don't know.
So you know, a while ago, right? You said you wanted to have like guest people on
Yeah.
to like build structure. Like, I don't know how well that works in the practicality of this, but like, you can all like an ocean only world. There's only so much stuff that you can do, and a lot of that stuff is basically like grinding, right? Making your ocean more livable, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot of fairly, I'm not gonna say uninteresting, non like,
It's repetitive.
what's the word? Yeah. Like, you can basically be talking about anything and playing that, right?
Yeah.
Like, because there's only so much you can talk about within context. Like, one idea you could probably do is, like, have that as, like, background and, like, do a podcast or some shit. And, like, just not, like, bring it back while also, like, changing it up and using it for the background of something else, right? Like, repurpose it with some other content while sticking to streaming it, sticking to keeping it that same thing, giving the content of the world, while also like changing it up, maybe having like people just on a call for it, just like making it into a podcast with like probably Trainer and like I don't know, Magpie, like just people that you would think would be good for that. Like that's one idea that kind of comes to my mind.
I mean,
So that way, like,
I suppose that's not a bad suggestion. There is one drawback to that, and that's
Yeah.
being a big like draw to hardcore streams and hardcore content. And this was something that people always said was true about my Ocean Only world, is that it is like the perfect like relaxed, chill solo content that you can either watch like actively or you can throw it up in the background and fall asleep to. And while that necessarily wouldn't be harmed by having another person in the call, like the connection of me playing the game in with those limitations in that world and having that calmness and that relationship with my viewers, I feel like that's changed if I bring other
Yeah.
people in. Where it's like having somebody on call for the occasional stream, that's totally fine, right? Like if you message me and you're like, "Hey, add me to a call so we could talk about Europe stuff while you're streaming this," that's fine if I'm not doing anything particularly interesting, right? Like let's say I'm just
on like the purpose of the world, which
right.
is very fair.
Yeah.
It's like a difficult thing to do, right? Because like
is.
it sounds like you don't want to bring it back in the exact same way. The content, I don't know if saying it feels stale for you is the right idea. Like I don't know the context of that entirely. I don't know what's going on in your mind with that.
I can actually I think I can put it into pretty good words. I don't know if I would use the word stale. The situation is, there's a lot of nostalgia for it. Um, it is the thing that I like. It was like my whole thing when I started streaming. It was like my gimmick, my whole shtick was I was that hardcore streamer that played on the really cool ocean world. And I would argue that I probably have like one of the coolest like ocean only worlds ever. Like there are YouTubers who have made some and I've like watched their playthroughs for like, like inspiration and stuff. I think mine is pretty fucking sick because mine has
Yeah.
some interesting quirks and gimmicks in it that other people's don't, right? A big example is like because of the versions of which my ocean world were created on, updated to and took place, there are strongholds that generated that I cannot track with eyes, but technically getting to them like is possible. It's just that they're not there in a traditional way, which is weird and interesting and cool. Right? That was like an
Yeah.
entire obstacle that we had to overcome. I played hundreds of days and made hundreds of hours of progress without believing that I had access to the end. That's crazy.
And one day it just showed up.
Yeah, exactly. And like that's so like interesting and cool and unique. The amount of and also there was the big arc where the save file was corrupted and then I saved it with my own data pack and then Lego updated that data pack for me, right? Like I've never coded. I've never taken a coding class. I like went to the wiki and like studied the JSON page of the wiki on back when it was still on fandom. I like studied that page for like 4 hours and then like made like 6 copies of my world and like 3 backups just in case I fucked something up and clicked the wrong thing. And then like messed around in the world generation JSON file and like tried to like learned how data packs worked just to make a data pack to fix the corruption and did. And like I'm a little bit proud of myself for doing that. Like I think that's fucking cool. Like
Yeah. That's like that's a clutch right there.
Because like I thought the world was over. I thought the series was done when that happened. I thought we were starting over, which I was okay with. I had reserved I was like, I'm fine with starting over. I'm okay with starting from scratch and redoing literally everything I just did, right?
Yeah.
I was okay with that, but I saved it, which was even cooler. That was even cooler than starting over. That was so much cooler, right? And then like we
Yeah.
gamed away. We like literally I hit like every goal for season 1 that I had originally set. And then like tidily wrapped everything up at like the 980 some odd day mark, which just felt too perfect, right? It felt too perfect. And then like, we polished some things up, we like made some things look nicer. I've spent a few of those last remaining days on building the Voidiable statue for the Voidiable subathon, and then had one last stream for the last 2 days when I hit 998 when I was done with all of that. And logged out after like I put my suit of armor up on a stand because the version of Minecraft was about to change everything dramatically. We were getting like armor trims and sniffers and all that stuff, and like they were adding the netherite upgrade, and I was like, when I come back, I'm gonna make a new fresh set of netherite, but I'm gonna do it from scratch as like Mojang now intends with the upgrade templates, blah blah blah. Like I had a bunch of stuff planned, so I literally like hung up my armor on an armor stand, looked at the sun as it rose on the 1000th day, and logged out, right? And
Perfect.
it's like to come back from that, I have to have something cool or interesting planned, right? I don't just want to log back in business as usual, right?
Yeah.
But at the same
I
time,
think it would
I
be a
don't want to.
matter of- Yeah.
I
I'm
don't.
sorry, I'm tired.
No, you're good. I don't want to change it, right? Like I at the same time, I want it to I want it to stay the same special thing that it's always been, but I do want to change it. So it's like it's like the paradox of wanting something to change but wanting it to stay the same, which like everybody can relate to that. Everybody's felt that way about something in their life, and that's how I feel about my ocean world. I want it to change, but I do not want it to change at all, right? I simultaneously want both of those things to happen, which is just obviously not even like conceptually possible, right?
Yeah.
And so like
I feel like part of it would be if you were to bring it back, one thing you'd want to find out how to do is figure out how to enable the other ocean biome types.
Oh, Lego's already done that. Lego made me a new data pack for it.
Alright, like
The other,
want to
the other,
figure that out.
expanding on that,
expanding
expanding on that, Lego was also working on adding all of the cave types to possibly generate underneath me as well.
Alright. Like, having the world have some more variance so that you could say, like, you get on, grab a boat, right? And then just boat out, like, 10,000 blocks. And then start anew. And then, like, one day, having, like, accomplished everything you wanted to from there, set up, like, an ice boatway connecting your first home. Or, like, something like that. Just, like, there are definitely ways you can do it, but you have to make it something that feels fresh to you to warrant you wanting to do it, right?
Yeah.
You can't just go in. Like, I think, for one thing, you definitely would want to have a new base, right? Like, I feel like if you go in there and just immediately have all this stuff without the fact that now you have access to the new ocean biome types in the caves, like, in the same way that you said you'd want to get netherite from scratch, I feel like it might make sense to try and, like, see what you can now take advantage of. Like, you were never able to get grass, right? But grass generates in ancient cities. So now that's a thing that you have access to. Like, and your new base, you could at some point compare, like, what you were able to do here in this new world, or I say new world, like, new area of your world, compare it to, like, what you accomplished the first time, and, like, see how that goes. But I don't know.
There's so many possibilities, and there's so many moving parts with that. Not actually not moving parts. Very much so like static parts that like I don't know what to tweak, what to touch, how to approach it. I don't know what the answer is for the ocean only hardcore series. Um, I just know that when I put up a poll that was like, "Do you guys want me to do?" Here's like 8 things that I could do. What do you guys want me to do? And the one that won by far was the Ocean Only series. By far. It wasn't even close. And
Yeah.
and like there were even options on there that were like adjacent. They were like, what if I start over? Like what if I do a new Ocean Only run, right? Like what if I do the Ocean Only but as YouTube videos? And everybody voted to bring back Ocean Only streams. And so it's like I don't know, like that in a way that makes me happy that like people still have that, like still want that thing and remember that that's where I came from and like want that content to continue. Like that's a good thing, but at the same time that does also kind of bring back that, or kind of like it echoes that feeling of I had to, right?
Is there anything you do right now that's, like, vaguely comparable to it? Like, is there any one thing that you do that kind of performs, like, fairly similarly to how the ocean streams did?
Yes, and it's actually rather unfortunate. My RuneScape streams.
Oh.
And I've ranted about this before on live, and I'll gladly do it again because it's not a long rant and it's very straightforward. I will definitely one day do some level of RuneScape content. I don't know if it'll be live streams. I do know that I will do videos. I don't know if they're going to go on this channel. I have no idea. I do know that at some point I will do RuneScape content. The problem is,
I think there wouldn't be any reason not to do it on the channel. I feel like you don't usually want to make, like, a second channel for a different type of content unless you have, like, enough of a following to warrant that.
Right, but it's all about like building a following, right?
Yeah,
It's
but I
like
think
if
it's
I
easier to do that if it stays on the one channel.
say that again.
I think it's easier to do that if it's like all on the one channel. You don't have to dedicate to a single thing.
No, I think it's generally considered easier to build an audience if the content that you are uploading is consistently like viewed by that audience. It would be easier for me to grow if I started a new channel and then only did Minecraft stuff on it. It'd be easier for me
Mm.
to grow that channel than this one, is what I'm saying, right? Um, and that's just unfortunately the way that YouTube's stupid fucking algorithm works. And it's so like they're already halfway there because there's the if I go to my YouTube channel, there's a videos button, a live button, a playlist button, and there's even like a podcast button now that you can get, and all of those things are separate. And the thing is, it's called a channel. It should be easy for me to have multiple things that I do with my channel, and you should be able to subscribe to which ones you want. Playlists already exist, right? It should be easy. It should be easy as shit for me to click a button that's just like notify me when this playlist is updated, right?
Yeah.
And then if somebody who only cares about that playlist on my channel doesn't click one of my videos, the YouTube algorithm shouldn't go, "Oh, he's uploading shit that his viewers hate. We should stop showing this to his subscribers." Like, fuck you. Why are you making that decision for my viewers? But I understand because they've done like they've had thousands of hours of testing and they know what's best for them and they think they know what's best for me, and so that's what the algorithm is in place for, that balance, favoring what's best for them over me. But they're not necessarily throwing me to the wolves. It's just like they're trying to push me in a direction that they truly do believe is what's best for my content, which is dumb.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's just dumb. It's a bad system. They should see those things as like if I were a person who was running YouTube, I would see those as an obstacle that I'm supposed to like come over. Like, this person likes to upload several different kinds of content. This type of content does way better than this type, and there's like a split in his audience. I should be giving you a tool to make that a seamless thing. That's my job. That should be my job. The solution for you should not be to stress about analytics, realize that uploading this video makes you do worse in the month on average than when you don't upload that content, so you make a second channel. That's a stupid solution, and it's unfortunate that that is the solution.
Yeah.
But the YouTube algorithm conversation is a topic for another day.
Yeah. Instead, they focus on the important stuff, like, trying to somehow block ad blockers and making it better.
So fucking stupid. The caves one is an annoying one to work out because not all ocean biomes have a ground layer. The caves can pop into the ocean. Yeah, that's fair. I understand, Lego. If you can't get it to work, there's no worries. Like, at this point, like I said, I still don't even know when I'm going back to it. I don't know. I don't have an answer. Like I said, I know that there's an answer somewhere. I don't know what that answer is.
I think you ended the world. I say ended. You ended the season too perfectly.
I ended
That I think
season 1 and it wasn't even that I ended it. It was just that everything lined up perfectly, right?
Yeah.
Like, I finished everything that I wanted to, and it was so close to 1,000 days that like I spent the last few days polishing things and making things look nice, which was like, that was quite literally like I spent the last days on that world doing like things for me, not because it was part of the project, right? Like, I literally was just making things look nice and feel better because I wanted things to look nicer and feel better. And
Yeah.
and then I like hung up my armor. The sun rose on the 1,000th day, and I saved and quit. Like, everything just lined up. The stars quite literally aligned for that moment. It was honestly perfect, which is like a net good thing, right? But you're right that like it's hard to come back from something like that. Like, it's challenging to think of like what comes after something like that. Should something come after that?
Democracy has said you continue the streams on that world, but it's just hard to imagine how.
See, like,
The idea of voting up 10,000 blocks sounds appealing to me because anything that I think of just says you don't come back from that and then just act like, all right, it's day 1001, back to the normal grind. That
Exactly.
feels like it has to loop back around.
Exactly.
If you're
And
gonna be on the same world, I feel like you have to just go out some distance and start anew.
um on top of that, while democracy has, decided that I should, it's also worth mentioning that whenever it comes to like art, I can't tell you how many times I've like agreed with somebody who will have like written a book or like directed a movie or what have you, and people demand and scream and yell and beg for a sequel, and they're like, guys, there's no sequel, there's no
Like,
part
how
two.
do you follow up with this? Like, like there's so many sequels, right? Or normally I see this with like third things as well. Because like sequels, they do often happen just for like to fix the issues with the first, right? Now that you know what you want this to be because you've made the first, you make the second to like polish the world, polish the mechanics if it's a game, make the story make more sense, fix your plot holes. And a lot of the time, like the second thing will be better than the first. But then you go into your threequels and your fours and your fives, and you end up like the fucking dinosaur movie show thing from all that time. What's it? The Land Before Time. Like 15 movies. Like, there's a reason most things don't do that, because, like, at some point, it's being forced, right?
Yeah, and I'm even that, like you said, that like a lot of things will get a sequel. I'm talking about things that ended in a way that my series did, where like it was a
It ended
satisfying
perfectly. Yeah.
start, middle, and end. And I can't tell you how many things where like I wish, for like the sake of like knowing more about like the characters and like what happens and wanting to know what happened next, I wish there was a sequel. But I completely understand the person who was behind it saying that they don't want to make one. A great example of this is like the movie and the book Coraline is like one of my favorite things that has ever been made by mankind ever. And I would love for there to be more Coraline content in any capacity, right? Like a remake of the movie would be great. Like a sequel to the book would be great. A sequel to the movie would be great. But you can't make a sequel to the movie because the movie was based on the book and they covered all of the source material. There's not like It's not like a manga where they left like half of it out or anything like that. There is no season 2, right? There was just Coraline the book and then Coraline the movie. And the author of the book has literally said they're like I would have to think up something insane to go back to Coraline, because I that was a self-contained story. I like how it started and I like how it ended, and that's like I can't conceptualize going back to it, right? And while I would love for there to be a Coraline 2, the person who wrote it doesn't necessarily want to continue it. They're happy with like sitting on a throne of success and not like risking ruining that throne by making a sequel and having the sequel not like live up, right? That's part of it too, you know? It's like
You
how
can always try like a different thing as well within the same category. Like you could always make a new hardcore world to
see
try
see
just to
that
see how that
that
goes.
that was one of the options on the poll. Nobody voted for that one.
Okay, but consider this, Jorge Alejandro, my dear pal, my dear friend. Is democracy ever truly a democracy sometimes? Like, the good people of the Jorge Alejandro community can vote that they want it. And so now you know you're gonna do that. You never said on the poll when you were going to. And look, an entirely unrelated new hardcore stream. Just to see how that goes, maybe. Oh, it looks like it's performing kind of decently. Maybe people were after that type of content, and they just grew so attached to the world itself that, given the option to have it back, they're going to take it. But I'm sure that if it was just presented to them something different, I'm sure that it would be like taken well, right?
Yeah, nobody would get mad at me. It's just like I think that thinking about the poll and thinking about what my viewers want to see is an important part of making these decisions. So it's something that I do need to consider, right? Um, So it's not about like the people said that they want to see hardcore, so I feel like I have to do it, and that's the only. And if I do anything else on that poll, I'm basically saying that poll was for nothing. I don't really care about any of that. Nobody would get mad at me for being like, "Sorry guys, I know I did the poll and you guys voted for the ocean only, but I'm not ready to go back." I don't think my viewers would like mass unsubscribe and be like, "Fake streamer." Like I know it's fine and it would be fine, and I know that I'm probably to some degree like overthinking it, and I should just do whatever the fuck I want. But at the same
You're
time,
also like this is also what 5:30 a.m. for you.
yeah.
I don't know if this is the best time to try and come up with an answer, right?
No,
'Cause
I'm not
that-
trying to. I'm not trying to come up with the answer right now. I was mostly just saying, like, hey, I don't know when that's coming back or what I'm doing regarding that.
Yeah.
Um, and a point that I wanna finish because I didn't get to finish that point earlier. We talked.
Okay.
You asked, do I have content that is comparable in success to the hardcore streams? And I was talking about why, like, it was talking about RuneScape and why, unfortunately, I wouldn't feel comfortable like full sending RuneScape content. Um, I I'm okay with being a variety streamer for the time being. Variety streamers historically plateau very quickly. Um, you you don't. It's very hard for a variety streamer to make a name for themselves. It's very difficult. It is like an uphill climb on a hill that was already uphill. Like you are uphill climbing on an uphill climb. Like
You bought stilts for your hike.
exactly. Um, and I'm okay with it for the time being while streaming is just a hobby. But at some point, I will take it relatively seriously because it is something that I think I'm relatively good at, and
Yeah.
I'd like to see what limits I can push myself to. Right? Like I like in a very healthy way. I want to see how far I could go as a content creator in the time that I have youthful, and that content creation is still a viable thing, right? Which are all important aspects of that. Um, and that's gonna happen at some point, probably in the next like year or so, maybe two, something like that. Like I figured out my finances. I'm gonna be getting my degree soon, and I'm gonna be working towards getting a job that is more cohesive towards having hobbies than the one I currently have. And when that time
Yeah.
comes, the hobby that I do have is streaming, and I'm gonna throw myself at it. Like that's inevitable. When that time comes, I am going to take things like the algorithm and viewership seriously because I want to. Not because I feel like I have to, but because I want to, right? Which I'm okay with. And if I ever get sick of it, I'll just stop. Like it's not like I'm gonna get like addicted or it's gonna become bad or anything like that. But
Yeah.
something that is to be said, something that I will say, when that time comes, I want to be a Minecraft streamer. When the time comes to stop being a variety streamer and focus on something, I want to do Minecraft content. Minecraft is my favorite game. It probably always will be. I will argue to the end of time until something comes out that makes me feel otherwise. I think that it is the best video game that has ever been made.
There's
It's
a
like,
reason it's the highest selling.
yeah, it's a
There's a
cultural
reason
phenomenon. It is a generational bridge. Like I've met people like 10 years older than me, and I've met people 10 years younger than me, 12 years younger than me playing Minecraft. It is a generational bridge. It is like a connective tissue of a gaming of the gaming community. Like it literally can bring anyone together. Like there are so many things that I could say that are a positive plus happy or healthy thing about Minecraft. Like I just like there
It's
are
always like so strange. Like if age ever gets brought up in like a Discord call, because like someone might be talking about something and they're like, "Wait, shit, no one in here's like a child, right?" And then
Yeah.
there's always someone that's like, "Yeah, I'm 15." I'm like, "Christ, 4 years." Like that, you're. How am I 19? And how has this game been out for this long? And it's just it's impressive, right? Like on Europe, like cheese is very chill, right?
Yeah.
Like I've been talking to Cheese a good bit because like we've just been hanging out in VCs and doing stupid shite on the server, right?
Yeah.
And they're Domin's age. They're a
Yeah.
little tiny little gremlin. It's like, geez. And then yeah, there's Domin right there. Domin's Domin's a child. Like,
You got me and Zombie Dwarf who are 27.
you're fucking 27?
Yep. You didn't know that?
You're 8 years older than me, Judge.
Yeah. We knew this. We had this
You're a
conversation.
fucking boomer. You're old.
Yes, I am.
Now I feel like a fucking child. Okay, well, that's my morning ruined. How are you doing, Alejandro?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Anyway, back to what the topic that actually matters. When that time comes, I want to make Minecraft content. And I know people are going to make fun of me. 28 years old, still playing Minecraft, making Minecraft videos for kids. Yeah. What of it?
Judge
Like-
is just gonna be Skyrim grandma for Minecraft.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm okay with that. And I'm not going to be the only one doing that. Zombie Dwarf is in the exact same boat as me. He's like a few months younger than me. Like, we're very close in age. He's also ancient. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that being my shtick. Like, Zombie Dwarf is like that. He's like the old man. Like, that's what he is in his circles. I'm the same. I'm going to be thought of the same way very quickly, and I'm okay with that. That doesn't bother me. Like, that's people call me dad. I'm fine with being dad, right? Which is funny because you think I'm old. I'm 27 and streaming Minecraft. My dad is streaming Dead Space with me on Tuesdays. My dad. So, like, if I'm internet dad, internet grandpa is playing Dead Space on stream with me. Which, by the way, those streams are great. And if, what?
You scare me.
Why do I scare you? How am I scaring you?
And scarily, that's how.
How? Explain. What's scary about that?
That you're old. And that this is just the age is a thing. I'm reminded of the inevitability of being more adulthoody than I currently am.
You'll be fine.
And that years will come for me, along with the back pain.
You're gonna
And
be
the
fine.
only thing left to comfort me will be my own wait, where was I going with that sentence? Hi, Graham. Here's a cat.
You want to hear a hot take? Even though I'm 27, if you, what?
Let's
This-
hear a hot take.
This actually isn't a hot take because, like, I read this online and I agree with it completely. Even though I'm 27, if you ask me like how I feel like mentally, I feel like I'm 22, and I'm not saying that in a I'm old and I'm hip with the young ones kind of way. I feel like
Hello there, fellow kids.
I'm not saying it in that way. Like, I am to terms with the fact that I'm 27 and that I'm like rapidly approaching a midlife crisis. I'm well aware. Okay, like I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not stressing
on the
about how
verge.
old I am. But, like, mentally and with like things that have happened to me in my life, I feel like I've missed out on so much that, like, I am like in the space of like where I should have been when I was 22.
Mm.
And what I mean by that, there are a couple of factors that matter incredibly so. One, where it's like between the ages of like 18 and 22, like those actual years, those were like quite literally like the worst years of my life. Like, I was literally just depressed and suicidal, and that is how I would describe myself. I don't really have a way to tell you how I was other than those things. If you met me back then, I would quite literally be like, I would be unrecognizable. You would not even think we were the same person if you met me then and then met me today. And
Yeah.
I'm not insulting myself. That's just the way things were back then. I was not in a good space. I was quite literally surviving. Like, it was like I woke up, I turned off my brain, listened to like music or podcasts, drove to work, clocked in, worked for 8 to 12 hours, depending on what the fuck was going on that day, went home, swallowed too many sleeping pills, and fell asleep. And that happened every day, more or less, for like 4 years. I was surviving. This isn't like a sob story or a pity story. I'm doing much better now. You don't have to feel bad for me. Everything's fine. I've made substantially good things and improvements in my life. I'm making up for lost time. It's okay.
Yeah.
But those years, like, those basically didn't exist. There was no personal growth. There was no like experiencing life. There was no living life. There was no making friends, meeting people, making positive, happy memories. If you ask me, Alex, what was the best thing that ever happened to you between the ages of 18 and 22? I literally could not name a single thing. I'm not,
The
I'm
best
not,
thing that
I'm not
happened to
exaggerating.
you-
Say again?
the best things that happened to you between the age of 18 and 22. You had your 23rd birthday.
Yeah. The best thing that happened to me in those 4 years is I didn't give up and kill myself. That's like
That's that's an accomplishment.
it is, but it's not like a good happy memory, right?
Yeah.
I like started to be a person when I left GameStop. Like I started to be a human being again, like an adult male when I left GameStop and started working at the library. And
GameStop would do that to you.
it's not the only one, but yeah, GameStop is like it was like second place on like the list of top 10 worst places to work a few times or a few years in a row or something like that.
That track.
GameStop wasn't the only thing. It was a massive part of it, but it wasn't the only thing. I was surviving for those few years. I was quite literally just surviving. And I didn't again, I wasn't a person. I was like a husk. I was like a shell that was going through the motions and just trying to make it to the next day. And I eventually
The
did.
unskippable cutscenes of life.
I got to the library, right? 20 like halfway through being 24 more or less. I started working at the library. And
Yeah.
I started healing. I wouldn't even say I started being a person. I started healing. And then like 24 years old, I started to like be myself again. I started to like rediscover who I was and like started to like build habits and like experience things and live in the moment and stuff like that and stopped feeling so anxious, stressed or depressed quite literally 24/7, right? And
Yeah.
then at like in the middle of that, COVID-19 happens. And then I spend the next like 3 years just consuming YouTube and like making friends online, and that's it. Which those two things are fine, but again, there was no like personal growth, right? There was no work on myself or anything like that. COVID was also kind of just got to make it through this part kind of thing in its own way. A lot less horrible than the suicidal depressive years, but like still like I was largely the same person at the start of COVID that I was at the end, right? And
I'm like, all things considered, COVID, like the COVID years, fucking suck. Horrible, right?
yeah,
Probably the best thing that's ever happened to me as a human being. Because just during that, right, there is so much. Like, I was born, or not. No, I was born down in Texas, but I didn't really live there for long. Most of my life, I've lived in like a relatively like border of suburban and rural town in Missouri, right? And so you're raised in that kind of environment. You grow up with certain worldviews, certain things that are just kind of taught to you, and a lot of those, not the greatest of things to have, like despising gay and trans people for existing, but then trying to make it sound like they're they're the problem or something. Don't force it down my throat. It's just my belief. That kind of bullshit. That used to be me. But being trapped inside your house for like a year straight, not being in school, dealing with all the other people that were also raised by that, and just kind of echoing everything around, back and forth, back and forth. Not being in that environment and having unrestricted internet access to see a lot of the stuff that was going on during that time. Like, you had the whole, like, Black Lives Matter, that was one of the big things going on in COVID. Like, for a lot of that, I would look at it and just still have the same things of like, oh, well, yeah, these people are like going against the police, like they're doing these riots, yada yada. But like, I kept seeing more things, and it kept being harder and harder to like excuse shit. It's like,
Christ. Okay, what even happened this time? Like, what's going on? And then just like throughout the course of the years of the year that started expanding to like being more tolerant of just gay and trans people and like meeting those kinds of people outside of the vacuum of living in a small town just through online, right? And just over like the course of like the last couple of years, like I've grown substantially as a person, I think. And now I see myself as like, well, I'm a pan person now, so that's character development, and I've worn skirts on multiple occasions, so that's character development. I've fallen down the pipeline. Not sure how to feel about it.
Well done.
But like, yeah, I've escaped that. I'm not out of the mostly suicidal and depressed shite, but I'm also 19, so like I've got a couple years left to get through that. Yeah, I just gotta get through that part of the pipeline. It happens to the best of us.
It certainly happened to me.
And you're one of the best of us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so like if you like add up all of the things that I feel like I kind of like missed out on in the years that I feel like I missed out on, I feel like mentally I'm where I should have been when I was like 22, 23, but I'm 27. And
Yeah.
it it's like I some of that also comes from having a bunch of friends that are just younger than me. To be fair, you
Yeah.
know, and
We make you feel useful.
yeah, that's true. Because like I do feel like I'm hip. I am hip with the kids. To be fair, I do actually get to say that because there are a bunch of like fucking 14, 15, 16-year-olds that like love watching me play video games. So I actually do get to say it, and it's not like cringe or weird. I actually am in some ways hip with the kids.
I
But,
see.
Uh,
Keep telling yourself that, pal.
I will. I will continue to.
Good. 'Cause you
For as long as
deserve
it's
to.
true. But like that is also part of it, where it's just like I just have a lot of friends that are just younger than me, so it's just like I'm going to be into the same things they are because they're my friends and I like them, right?
Yeah.
And I have gotten some weird looks and weird like explaining that I stream Minecraft and I play it with people younger than me, but like I don't feel weird or guilty about it whenever I get those weird looks. I'm just kind of like, you, it is what it is. Like it's like those are my friends. It's okay to have friends like that. It's funny because I I also have friends that are on the opposite end. I have friends that are like 10, 15 years older than me. My friend Mark, who invited me to his wedding the other day, is like he's like 40 something. He's one of my best friends. I would die for that guy, right? And then I have friends like you, who's like 19, and then I've got friends like Daman, right? And I would say Daman is one of my good friends. I would do a lot for Daman, right? And I know that in his own way, Daman would also do a lot for me. I know that that's a real friendship. Like there's a real connection there, right? Um, and but when it comes to people that are my friends that are my age, I have like two. Like they're either substantially older than me or like a lot younger than me. There's nobody in between, which is weird. And like that's not weird and like that's creepy weird. It's weird in a like, how did that happen? Like where did I go wrong? And realistically, where I went wrong was I was not a popular person in high school, and I quite literally was like, fuck all these people, fuck all of these people. And whenever it came to like, I kept connections with two people from my school years after I graduated high school. I kept connection with two of them. The rest of them can go fuck themselves. I don't care. I could not care less, right?
Right.
Because at the time they might be better people now. At the time they were not, and I do not owe them the opportunity to show me that they've grown. Like there's nothing that needs to be salvaged. They weren't friends. We don't need to be friends, and that's just the truth, right? I don't care. If they've grown, good for them. I don't need to make things. They don't need to make things right with me. I don't need to interact with them ever again. And that's just the way it is. None of them probably want to anyway, so who cares? So it's like,
Yeah.
I started working at GameStop and made friends with people who were older than me, because people who are older than me are less stupid and will hate you for being bisexual a lot less. So I made friends with older people who just were smarter and like more wise and less bigoted, which is weird to say because there's like this weird hump where it's like if you're really old, you seem predisposed to have shitty opinions. If you're not quite really old, you're usually wise and have like decent and like relatively reasonable opinions at the very worst, right? At least you're reasonable in most cases. Then you have like teenagers or like the like teenage to like 20-year-olds, like that group where it's just like a complete mess. You're either a good person or a bad person. You either have good opinions or shit opinions. Like it's just a mess. And then you've got young people who have generally good opinions. Not like universal, but like generally speaking, like you have good opinions because you're experiencing life actively right now, right? So it's like
Yeah.
and like those things seem to be universally true. Um anyway, so like when I started working GameStop from the ages of like when I was like 18 to 22, the people that I did become friends with were around the age that I am now or a little bit older.
Yeah.
And now that I'm that age, I'm taking the role that they did in my life where I'm making friends with people who are like 17 to like 21, right? Which is weird. It's just weird. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. And to be fair, a lot of this also is just kind of normal now. It's just normal for that to happen, whereas like that wasn't before the internet, but it is now.
It's just the year of 2023. We have the technology to make everyone want to shoot themselves.
Yeah. Um, and I don't know. This is an interesting conversation that we should definitely have at some time that is not 6 a.m. Because there is value to it. Um, I should end stream and log on and do that thing that I promised you I was gonna do on Europe.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm bloody tired. I gotta wake up in like 3 hours temporarily to like feed cats and clean out their litter boxes.
Why don't you go to
And
bed and
then,
then let me know when you wake up and we'll do it.
yeah, I guess you don't have work tomorrow, but I also didn't know your Thanksgiving plans, and it's Thanksgiving, so I didn't want to be like, hey, Judge, you want to take the time out of your holiday to, you know, uh, make sure that a really stupid thing doesn't end up happening?
I will be free. I won't be free the entire day tomorrow, but there will be multiple points across the day that I am free for a a reasonable amount of time to do that. So we will definitely be able to find the time tomorrow.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go then, cause I need to use the restroom and then just fucking pass the hell out. Like I've been walking around to keep myself awake. Like I was sitting down earlier, but if I kept sitting down, I would have fallen asleep in the chair.
Mm-hmm.
So I've just been like walking around. What are you scared of, Grim? It's a bag. That bag's been on the floor this whole time. I'm babysitting the cats at my older sister's house, and one of them just like got jump scared by a bag that was sitting on the ground, not moving.
That's funny.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you go because I need to get some amount of sleep.
Yep. Good night.
Bye bye. Goodbye, chat. Have a great rest of your like and comments and the subscribe button. Bye. Where's the leave button? Come on, Discord mobile. Here it is.
All right. Good night, Lego. I think you're the only one that made it this far. Good night, Lego. Um, if Dark Wolf doesn't, I'll get your timeout sorted whenever I stream next. And you're in the chat, just let me know. I'm just gonna. I gotta end stream and go to bed. I'm also tired. I would do it right now, but I don't remember the command, so it is what it is. We'll fix it later. Good night, Lego. Anybody else that's lurking? Good night. Good night.